It had been nearly a week since Gravis started living in the Heaven sect. One would think that Gravis could finally relax in that time frame since he was not being hunted anymore, but that was sadly not true. When there were quiet moments without a potential enemy to occupy his thoughts, Gravis started thinking about Gorn again. The nightmares had also started again after they had stopped for a while. When Gravis was on the tree together with Sky, it was bearable since the potential danger occupied his thoughts. At that time, he had no time to think about Gorn. Yet now, having no strong external pressure, Gravis started falling into guilt again. Gravis felt the pain of the guilt, and he wished that he could turn back the time to make a different decision. Sadly, time didn't work that way, and the only thing that Gravis could do was to do his best to help the Lightning Sect when he was strong enough. But when Gravis thought about the Lightning Sect and the Lightning Guild, he could only laugh pitifully. I want to repay Gorn by helping the whole Lightning Sect. Yet the only thing I have done until now was killing tens of their disciples. What kind of repayment is that? Gravis mumbled to himself. Of course, Gravis knew that he had to kill the disciples that came to hunt him. He knew that he had no other choice in the matter. Gravis would still continue killing his enemies, but that sadly didn't make it any easier. Sure, Gravis could theoretically let them kill him, and they would have gotten their revenge, but would that repay what he has done? No, there was a difference between revenge and redemption. If Gravis died, then Gorn would have died for nothing. That wouldn't help the Lightning Sect or the Lightning Guild in any way. So, the only goal that Gravis could work towards was getting enough strength to repay the Lightning Sect. Gravis knew that this wouldn't redeem his actions, but it was the most he could do. He couldn't think of anything else that he could do to redeem himself. He couldn't give up now. There was a way out of this situation. Gravis only had to keep going and keep at it until he reached it. But it's so hard, Gravis mumbled again. He could make all this pain and guilt go away if he just gave up. Seems so easy, actually. Yet, every new day he decided to keep on going. His family, his own ambition, and the possibility to repay Gorn drove him forward. Learning the Heavens Balance cultivation technique wasn't really difficult, and Gravis managed to grasp it in 2 days. After that, he grew unoccupied again and decided to go outside with Sky. Gravis could come and go as he pleased, and he decided to spend the last couple of days, before his job started, with Sky. Sky had occupied itself by flying around the area and hunting in the forests. Due to Sky's speed and power, it managed to hunt a lot of food. Additionally, it had also fought 2 mid-grade energy beasts in those days. Normally, there wouldn't be so many mid-grade energy beasts in the surroundings, but they seemed to be congregating here. It's probably the higher energy density, Gravis assumed. Gravis had only noticed the higher energy density when he had had some time for himself. The closer one got to the building of the Heaven sect, the higher the energy density. Inside the building, the energy density was around double the average of the middle continent. That was probably Heaven's blessing or something similar. Gravis wasn't sure. The further one got away from the Heaven sect, the more the density returned to normal. However, the density was still higher than average at a distance of 100 kilometers. The strong beasts wanted to remain in this high density of energy, so they all congregated here. Of course, only the strongest beasts could secure a place. The weaker ones would be driven away or killed by the stronger ones. Thus, the surroundings of the Heaven sect were like a holy training ground for Sky. Gravis had accompanied Sky in its training and managed to distract his mind from thinking about Gorn and his guilt. Gravis had also attempted to find out Sky's gender but failed. Birds procreated with their cloaca, and Gravis didn't know enough to judge its gender based on that. He only found it out when he had painstakingly explained the concept of genders and bird sex to Sky. Sky pointed at the male symbol, but Gravis was not sure if Sky understood him correctly. Sky had never met another bird of its kind, so the instinct to procreate had not appeared yet. Gravis sighed and wiped the symbols away. It's 50-50 with or without Sky's input, he grumbled. Gravis just sighed but didn't care any further. They were companions, and that was all that mattered. After 2 days of learning the Heavens Balance cultivation technique and 5 days of running around with Sky, 1 week finally passed. Gravis had waited for this moment, and he was happy that he could finally do something. Even though he had a lot of fun with Sky, it felt like he had wasted his time. He had also tried to find mid-grade energy beasts but, of course, failed. Even though Heaven had taken a significant loss with Gravis joining the Heaven sect, it hadn't given up yet. It still tried its best to keep Gravis from finding strong enemies. The only good thing about that was that Gravis was pretty sure that controlling such strong beasts was probably exhausting to Heaven. So, even though Gravis had not managed to temper himself, he could at least say that he made Heaven work overtime during these days. On this day, Gravis knocked on Ion's office. Gravis waited for a couple of seconds, but nothing happened, so Gravis continued waiting patiently. "Ugh, just come in," Gravis heard from behind the door and then promptly entered. At this point, Ion's office probably didn't need much description since it was just as luxurious as the rest of the building. Yet, what surprised Gravis was not the office but Ion. Ion wasn't really inside his office but on an adjacent balcony. He laid on some kind of mattress and was bathing in the sun. Gravis had thought that Ion had to work, but it seemed like he had been mistaken. "Man, you really need to stop being so stiff," commented Ion, not looking at him. "You didn't have to come exactly after a week. Why not take some additional days off?" Gravis decided against that since he was already feeling like he was just wasting his time away. "Senior brother, I would like to start my work," Gravis said directly. Ion looked at Gravis and groaned. Some documents levitated to Gravis, who caught them. Gravis looked through them, and one of his eyebrows rose. "Those are your first targets," Ion commented. Gravis waited for Ion to say more, but nothing further came. "I thought I was supposed to fight criminals 2 levels higher than me," Gravis said. A drink levitated over to Ion's mouth, and he took a swig from it, releasing a refreshed sigh after drinking. "Just be happy, Gravis," Ion said. "That's a present from me. I'm sure you will enjoy this." Gravis furrowed his brows further. What kind of present is killing 2 people on the 3rd level of Magic Gathering and 2 people at the 4th? "Don't we already have someone for that level?" Gravis asked. Ion snickered like he had expected the question. "Sure we do, but those 4 are special," Ion smugly said. "Why don't you check the crime they committed?" Gravis read more of the dossier and then finally understood why Ion had sent him. The 2 on the 3rd level and 1 on the 4th level had reported about Gravis' whereabouts when he had left Earthtown. A light of recognition appeared in Gravis' eyes as he remembered the 3 Lightning Guild disciples, which he had spared back in Earthtown. Gravis looked at the last guy in the 4th level and realized that this was the survivor from his fight with the Lightning Guild and Fire Guild on the tree. Ion was allowing him to take revenge. Gravis thought for a bit and decided to go through with it. He had given the 3 from Earthtown a chance to survive, but they hadn't taken it. The other guy had also tried to kill Gravis. Even though it felt like he was bullying children, Gravis decided to go through with it. "If I were weaker, they would have killed me already," Gravis thought as he said his goodbyes to Ion. With that, Gravis left the Heavens sect with Sky, heading straight for the headquarters of the Lightning Guild. Gravis and Sky had been flying for about 4 days with the occasional break, until they started closing in on the Southern Lightning Guild of the Middle Continent. The closer they got, the more serious Gravis got. He knew that this would not be pretty. In the Lightning Guild's eyes, Gravis was a traitor that had killed tens of their disciples, and they would probably make this matter problematic. Gravis made Skyland when they could see the Lightning Guild on the horizon. How did Gravis know that what he had seen was the Lightning Guild? That was mainly because of the oppressing, thick layer of black clouds that continually shot lightning onto a vast congregation of black buildings. Gravis took a deep breath due to his shock. The Proxy Lightning Guild and this Lightning Guild were like night and day. The Proxy Lightning Guild had been Spartan and simple like a village. There were only gray houses and the essential buildings to keep the guild running. Yet this Lightning Guild oozed power. The sound of thunder exploded throughout the surroundings, and Gravis could still hear the thunder very clearly, even from several kilometers away. Most of the buildings were rather sizable with at least 5 floors each. Gravis estimated that the Lightning Guild went on for several kilometers. Gravis didn't know what the buildings were made out of, but the material looked incredibly sturdy. He could also see several, even more gigantic buildings splattered around the guild. Gravis could also see a way bigger version of the lightning tower in the middle of the guild. They probably needed more space for their higher number of disciples. Gravis remembered that the proxy lightning guild had around 100 people. The chance of people in the body-tempering realm being able to sense the latent energy in the air was only 10%, so one would think that only 10% of the disciples of the proxy lightning guild would ascend to the energy-gathering realm. Yet that way of thinking was wrong. Who were the elemental sects? They were the overlord of this world, only being under heaven and the heaven sect. Not even their proxy guilds accepted anyone with just average talent. Gravis expected that probably over 90% of the disciples of a proxy elemental guild would reach the energy-gathering realm. So, if every guild sent 90 disciples every couple of years, and with the outer continent being the biggest continent by far, one could guess how many disciples an elemental guild in the middle continent had. Gravis knew that breaking into the spirit-forming realm required an intense will. He had learned about that in the theoretical lessons back in his homeworld. People might not need a will aura to break through, but they needed to be close to having one. How many disciples could build such a will? Not many, so Gravis was sure that there were a lot of disciples remaining in the Lightning Guild for their entire life. Someone in the energy-gathering realm could easily live for 200 years. With so many disciples joining the Lightning Guild from all around, Gravis expected the Lightning Guild to have an absolute minimum of over 10,000 disciples. That was a terrifying force. The more Gravis thought about the size and power of the elemental guilds, the more his surprise increased that they couldn't put up a fight against the Heaven sect. Heavenborn probably didn't even make up 0.1% of the experts in this world, so every Heavenborn would need to kill over 1,000 disciples to average out. Gravis narrowed his eyes. But that is only how strength works for mortals, he thought to himself. One person at the self-stage of spirit forming could roll through an army of people at the seed stage of spirit forming. Gravis grew even more grave when he remembered that Fornius had also said that it was a genuine possibility that people at the illusory fourth realm would exist in a lower world. Fornius never told the class much about the fourth realm. He only said that they would know what to do when they reached the self-stage in the spirit-forming realm. Yet, Fornius had told them that they had to survive a tribulation from heaven when they reached the fourth realm. After they survived that, they could ascend back to their homeworld, which was different from people born in a lower world. People born in the lower world would ascend into the parent world of the lower world. Apparently, the worlds everyone ascended to were predetermined. People from this world always ascended into a specific middle world. The world was always the same. Surprisingly enough, world categories never crossed except on very rare occasions. A lower elemental world would always lead to a middle elemental world, and people from elemental worlds never ascended to natural worlds or battle worlds. The same was, of course, also valid for the other kinds of worlds. This pattern would continue for the higher world, and after that, the ascenders would arrive in Gravis' homeworld, the peak world. Every ascender from every world followed a path until they all arrived at Gravis' homeworld. Only then would different cultivation systems from different worlds clash with each other. Gravis sighed when he thought about that. Thinking about how many disciples were in the Lightning Guild made Gravis sidetrack. I shouldn't think about these things. All of this is far in the future, and I don't need to care about that right now, Gravis thought as he started walking to the Lightning Guild. As a precaution, Gravis left Sky outside the guild and told it to hide. Sky might get killed by the disciples of the Lightning Guild by accident. Gravis guessed that the Lightning Guild was hating him immensely, and he couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't stoop so low to hurt him. Before Gravis left the Heaven sect, he had put on his new uniform. For the first time in a long while, Gravis was not wearing black cloth pants and a black shirt anymore. Just like every other member of the Heaven sect, Gravis wore some white robes with golden rims. Sometimes, Gravis got a little distracted due to all the added cloth and felt a little restricted. The robes were layered and went down to the floor, which made them touch Gravis' legs when he walked. He was unused to that. When Gravis was about 100 meters away from the gate, four disciples suddenly shot at him with their weapons drawn. Gravis could feel that 3 of them were at the 8th level of energy gathering while one was at the 9th. Yet, despite the vast power gap, Gravis didn't grow afraid. He was wearing the Heaven Sect's robes, and the Lightning Guild would not dare to hurt him. If they did, the Lightning Guild would get annihilated. "Traitor!" shouted the man at the 9th level of energy gathering, as they all surrounded Gravis, their weapons pointing at him. "How dare you appear before our Lightning Guild after what you have done? Have you not hurt the Lightning Guild enough?" If it had been a couple of days ago, Gravis would have felt a deep pain in his chest from hearing this. Luckily, he had gotten over his emotional low and had regained his will to move forward. One thought had taken a significant burden off his shoulder. If I kill more, I only need to repay them more in the future. When I am strong, I can repay all their deaths. Of course, that thought only counted for the disciples of the Lightning Sect. Gravis knew that he couldn't repay Gorn no matter what he did. Gravis could only do his best for now. "I am here on official business," Gravis said as he took out the dossiers of the 4 criminals. Gravis had met some others from the Heaven Sect in his week of relaxation and had learned some tricks. Gravis inserted his energy into the dossiers, and they shone with a heavenly light. This was a proof of authenticity. Only a branch manager of a Heaven Sect knew how to create this particular formation array. The disciples looked at him and grimaced. They wanted to tear him apart and take revenge for their fallen brethren. But they couldn't. Some of them might even be fine with dying to the Heaven Sect after killing Gravis, but they couldn't implicate the Lightning Guild. Gravis was on the property of the Lightning Guild, and everything that happened to him here would be the fault of the Lightning Guild. The leader loudly slammed the butt of his spear onto the ground 2 times, and the main entrance of the Lightning Guild opened. "Step inside," the leader said coldly. Gravis didn't wait for another second after the leader of the guards told him to enter. He walked through the door and looked at the guild behind the gates. Just like he had seen from far away, he saw a lot of imposing buildings. What he hadn't seen from a distance, though, were all the disciples walking around. It was actually very lively in the Lightning Guild, and a lot of disciples walked around the streets. This Lightning Guild was not as desolate as the Proxy Lightning Guild. Gravis saw a lot of people peddling their wares and even sparring a little. He could even see signs for different shops. There were probably many disciples who tried to sell stuff that wasn't exchangeable in the exchange hall or things that were sold at a lower price than in the hall. The exchange hall probably only accepted energy stones as currency, but trading with other disciples would remove the currency restriction. Some of the disciples noticed Gravis, and their expression quickly changed. Nearly every single disciple looked at him like he had killed their family, which was also probably not far from the truth. The disciples looked at each other like they were actual brothers and sisters, so it was understandable why they reacted like this. Gravis tried not to let those venomous glances discourage him. He only had to reach the peak in this world. Everything would resolve itself then. Bang! One guy picked up a stone and threw it at Gravis violently, shouting, "Traitor!" The disciple was in the 3rd level of energy gathering, and he had only used his physical strength, so the stone did nothing more than stain Gravis' robe a little. Bang! One of the guards rushed to the disciple and hit him in the stomach with the butt of his spear. The disciple keeled over and fell to the floor, clutching his abdomen. The other disciples were first shocked and then enraged. They seemed like they were about to riot as they started shouting insults at Gravis. Gravis just crossed his arms and waited with narrowed eyes. "Stop!" A mighty shout from the leader of the guards echoed throughout the whole Lightning Guild. The leader was in the 9th level of energy gathering, and his shout shook the disciples' bodies. "We know how you feel, but he is now a representative of the Heaven Sect. Everything that happens to him inside the Lightning Guild will fall back onto our shoulders," he explained with his loud voice. If anyone else had thrown a stone at Gravis, he would thrash the person, but Gravis accepted it from the Lightning Guild's disciples. He had killed their family, and they were not unjustified in their anger. The stone didn't even tickle him, so Gravis let the matter pass. If it had actually hurt him, he might have acted differently. "The Lightning Guild apologizes to the Heaven Sect," said the leader of the guards, only showing the bare minimum of courtesy. The guards were not apologizing to him, but to the Heaven Sect. "It's all right. It didn't hurt, so I will let it slide," Gravis said. The guards and disciples were surprised that Gravis let this insult just pass like that. Wasn't he the enemy of the Lightning Guild? Of course, they were only surprised, and their feelings towards Gravis had not changed by even a little bit. "Follow me," said the leader of the guards as he continued walking, while the other 3 guards surrounded Gravis. They probably wanted to intimidate him and to make it as uncomfortable as possible for Gravis. Gravis didn't object since they would just say that this was for protection. He just ignored them. Gravis followed the leader of the guards until they arrived at a massive, black palace. It was nearly as big as the palace of the Heaven sect, but Gravis could judge that the monetary value of both palaces was like heaven and earth. Gravis had seen the storage of the Heaven sect, and he also felt like the material the Heaven sect's castle was made out of was way superior to this castle. Even with tens of thousands of disciples, the Lightning Guild probably couldn't compare to the Heaven sect in wealth. Other guards were standing before the castle, all 4 of them in the 9th level of energy gathering. The leader of the guards escorting Gravis explained the situation to the other guards, and they nodded after a while. The guards from the entrance of the guild left, while the guards from the palace surrounded Gravis. "Show the proof of the mission," demanded one guard, and Gravis felt some pressure. Gravis' eyes narrowed as he looked at the guard. The guard was actually releasing his will aura on him. Yet, how could this newly created will aura compare with Gravis? Gravis didn't care about the will aura and just showed the shining dossiers. The guards were surprised that Gravis ignored the will aura of their captain. They narrowed their eyes at Gravis and realized that Gravis was not as simple as they had thought. Nevertheless, they acknowledged the official dossiers and opened the door for Gravis. "Follow me," the leader of the guards told him. Gravis followed them into the castle, and they walked up multiple stairs. Took a while to get to the top, but when they did, the guards stopped and blocked the stairs. The leader stepped forward and pointed at a majestic door at the end of the hallway. "Go inside," he said coldly. Gravis could already guess who was behind that door. Gravis didn't hesitate and walked to the door, but it didn't open. "You need to use your lightning," Gravis heard the leader say from the back. Gravis followed his advice and infused his lightning into the door. Room. The door shook and then opened by itself. Gravis entered, and the door behind him shut immediately. Gravis didn't see the absolutely confused and shocked looks of the guards. They wanted to embarrass him because the door was only openable by people at the 5th level of energy gathering. Gravis was at the 4th level, and it was absolutely impossible for him to open it. What was going on? Gravis looked at the hall behind the door. Many decorations of lightning and clouds adorned the room while the light grew brighter and dimmer at times, similar to the light released by a lightning strike. Around the room, Gravis could see a lot of people sitting on different kinds of thrones. Most of the people were at least middle-aged or older, though not all of them. All the people sat around the middle of the hall. Most of them sat on black thrones with 9 sharp spikes coming out of the top of their thrones. Gravis guessed that those spikes probably represented that those people were in the 9th level of energy gathering, the widely accepted highest level of energy gathering in this lower world. Only a very select few ever reached the 10th level. At the end of the hall, Gravis saw 3 people sitting on different thrones. One throne was more prominent than all others and had a middle-aged man sitting on it. Gravis saw how the man used his strength to try to crush some metal balls in one of his hand, but without success. The other 2 thrones were slightly smaller than the previous one, and they were also placed a little lower. Gravis saw those 3 thrones and could infer that those 3 people were probably in the spirit-forming realm. "I didn't expect 3 people in the spirit-forming realm to welcome me," Gravis thought. Gravis looked at the hall as all the people watched him with serious eyes. Gravis was not sure, but he felt like the people inside the room looked at him strangely. They all looked like they hated him, which was expected, of course, but Gravis felt like something was not right with their expressions. "Show me the proof of mission," said the middle-aged man in the central throne, his deep voice echoing through the hall. Gravis took out the shining dossiers and held them up. Shortly after Gravis took out the dossiers, they started floating over to the man, who looked through them. After some seconds, the man furrowed his brows, but he knew that there was nothing he could do. This was an official document from the branch manager of the Southeastern Heaven sect. He knew the branch manager, and he realized that this came directly from him. The dossiers floated to a sitting old man on a normal throne. "Bring them here," said the guild master of the Lightning Guild. The old man bowed slightly and left the hall. The Lightning sect couldn't fight the Heaven sect, so the even smaller Lightning Guild could not even hope to change anything. They didn't even need to think about the Central Heaven sect. Ion was one of the two strongest people in the Middle Continent, the other being the branch manager of the Northwestern Heaven sect. Ion could tear down this Lightning Guild just by himself. Everyone waited in silence for several minutes. The Lightning Guild was massive, and the Elder would probably take some time to return. Gravis planned to say several things, but he decided to wait until the official business was over. On the other hand, the Elders didn't want to discuss official business while an enemy was in their hall. No one talked, and one could cut the thick tension in the air with a knife. They waited for an entire hour in this silence. After the hour was up, the doors opened, and 5 people entered the hall. One was the Elder from earlier, while the other 4 were the crestfallen disciples that Gravis had already met at Earthtown and the tree. Judging by their expression, they were probably already told what would happen. Gravis guessed that it took an entire hour for them to get here so that they could get their affairs in order. When the 4 disciples spotted Gravis, their expression turned to hatred. The Elder walked back to his throne while the 4 disciples looked at Gravis. Gravis looked at them with narrowed eyes. Even if they were way weaker than Gravis, they had still tried to kill him. The concept of enmity ignored the concept of strength. Gravis was the perfect example since he was still very weak in the grand scheme of things, while his enemy was the highest heaven. Boom! Gravis shot his lightning at them, and they couldn't evade all of it in this small hall. The lightning hit them, and only a short shrill scream echoed throughout the hall as the disciples got reduced to ashes. Gravis didn't care about what they wanted to say. There was no point in talking. Gravis turned back to the guild master, who violently tried to crush the steel balls in his hand to calm down. The death of the disciples was a slap to his face, and he was frustrated that he couldn't do anything about it. The guild master of the Lightning Guild was obviously in a bad mood. "The official business is over," said Gravis to the guild master. The people inside the hall only looked at Gravis with hate, wanting him out of their sights. Yet, contrary to expectation, Gravis didn't leave. Instead, he did something inconceivable to them. Plomp! Gravis sat down on his knees like the martial artists in the martial hall, back in Body City. All the elders in this hall knew etiquette, and they knew that this pose symbolized respect. That Gravis sat down in this position meant that he showed respect for the Lightning Guild. "How dare you!" shouted the guild master angrily as he stood up. "How dare you show respect after you have killed 4 of my disciples right in front of my eyes? Leave!" His voice echoed throughout the whole hall. Gravis' hair got blown back by the imposing voice, but his demeanor didn't change. "I will now tell you about my situation and about what I have done in the Proxy Lightning Guild," proclaimed Gravis in a neutral tone. "Who cares about what you want to say? You have killed our disciples, so we don't care about what you want to say," shouted another elder angrily at Gravis. The others followed suit and shouted aggressively at him to leave. It was incredibly challenging for Gravis to keep his cool when an entire room of people stronger than him shouted at him to leave. If Gravis hadn't had a very powerful will, he probably would have faltered. Yet, even with all these aggressive shouts coming his way, he still remained upright in his kneeling position. "I have met Gorn at the yearly entrance exams of the elemental guilds." Gravis started narrating. The other voices overwhelmed him and shouted at him to shut up and leave. But who were these people? Those people were all expert cultivators in this world, and even if the whole hall shouted at him to leave, they could still understand everything he was saying beneath the avalanche of shouts. Gravis told them about everything that had transpired in all his time in the Proxy Lightning Guild, except for the arrival of Ion or about his destruction lightning. If he told them about how Gorn helped him against Ion, they would learn that he was not a heaven-born. Gravis was not so naive that he would trust the Lightning Guild with his life. Gravis was also unsure how they would react if he told them about his destruction lightning. They looked at him as their enemy, and if Gravis told them that he had reached the never-before-seen 100% destruction lightning, they might sacrifice their whole guild to the Heaven sect just to protect the Lightning sect. Slowly, the shouts started to subside as Gravis told them more about what Gorn had done for him, about how Gorn had given him the Lightning Codex without any payment, about how Gorn had given Gravis the best house to keep an eye on him, about how Gorn had saved him from the cesspool, about how Gorn increased the output of the Lightning Tower to satiate Gravis' mad thirst for power. Before Gravis had arrived, they had thought that he was a cold, traitorous killer. When Gravis told them about some things that Gorn had done for him, they only grew angrier since they knew that Gravis had killed him. Yet, as time progressed and more of Gorn's good deeds appeared, they started thinking. If Gravis wanted to defend his character, he would have said that Gorn had abused him, but Gravis only sincerely told them about what Gorn had done for him. The people in the hall fell completely silent when the tale reached the part where Gravis ran amok in the Proxy Lightning Guild. Gravis told them about how everything seemed to be an enemy in his eyes and that he could only see Jamie everywhere he looked. The people in the hall were all experienced, and they had already realized by now that Gravis had been under the influence of lightning. They could empathize with him since they were all linked with the lightning element. They also had to battle with the temperament of lightning. Did it excuse what Gravis had done in the Proxy Lightning Guild? No, definitely not. When someone was drunk and killed another person, they were still responsible for their actions. When Gravis reached the point where Gorn died, Gravis breathed heavily. He always tried his very best to ignore this memory, but he needed to tell his story to the people. He wanted them to understand him. Gravis knew that this would not solve their enmity, and the Lightning Guild would still hunt him. Gravis only wanted them to understand his pain and to show that he had never seen the Lightning sect as his enemy. Gravis finished his story at the point when he fled out of the Proxy Lightning Guild. The hall remained silent, and Gravis looked deeply into the guild master's eyes. The hall remained silent as everyone was waiting for the answer of the guild master. The guild master moved the steel balls in his hand around a bit, no longer trying to crush them. While he looked at Gravis, he seemed to be in deep thought. If you regret what you have done, why have you not come in for punishment? Why have you continued slaughtering my disciples? The guild master said with a severe tone. Gravis didn't falter. I know that killing me would be just and fair. I have killed Gorn, so I can only bring justice with my death. But is that the best? I trust in my strength, and I know that I can repay the whole Lightning sect for every death when I reach sufficient strength. If I were to die now, how could I repay what I owe? Gorn's death would be not only tragic, but also useless. If I manage to repay the Lightning Guild, his death has at least meaning. The elders and the guild master listened to Gravis and fell into thought. Was killing Gravis just? Yes, he obviously deserved to be punished for killing his guild master. It would be fair for everyone if Gravis were executed for his sins. Yet, what Gravis said would also be true. The guild would have acted just, but both deaths would be meaningless. You act like a gambler, said the guild master after some seconds. You have already lost so much money, and yet you continue betting to hope to make up for all your losses. Do you not see that your path leads to nothing but destruction and pain? He asked. Gravis sighed but remained stalwart. I realize that I am acting like a gambler, but there is a clear difference between a gambler trying to get his money back and me, said Gravis with shining eyes. And what is that? Asked the guild master, leaning back on his throne. A gambler has minimal control over the outcome of their bet, while I have full control over my strength and what I do with it, said Gravis with shining eyes. I have many reasons to become strong, and all of them drive me forward. It's impossible for me to fail on my way to strength because that would betray Gorn's expectations and the expectations of even more people. I can't fail. The guild master released an unamused laugh. How very grand and arrogant of you, he said. I could crush you with only one finger, and there are many more powerful people than me in this world. How can you speak of having control over your destiny when so many people can just destroy you? Gravis didn't falter. I trust in my strength, and I don't need to win against everyone to become strong, Gravis explained. I don't need to think about winning against my enemies. I only need to survive, and as long as I survive, I will become strong. The elders in the hall were discussing silently with each other. They had never been in this situation before. They did have very talented disciples in the past who committed a grave crime, yet those disciples either accepted their punishment or became enemies of the Lightning Guild. Gravis didn't accept his punishment, but he also wasn't the enemy of the Lightning Guild, at least from his point of view. So, started the guild master again. If we continue sending disciples after you, you will continue on your way, even if it means killing them? He asked Gravis. Gravis continued unabated and looked deep into the guild master's eyes. I have no choice. I need to become powerful to repay my debt and to not betray Gorn's expectation. He wanted me to become strong, and if I don't, then what meaning does his sacrifice have? The guild master sighed a little. So, no matter what happens, you will continue killing our disciples in the future, even if you don't want to, all to reach the strength necessary to repay the Lightning Sect. There is truly no good way out of this situation. The whole fight brings only pain to both sides. It is necessary to continue on my way to not make Gorn's death senseless, Gravis said. The guild master laughed bitterly. Gorn's intentions may not be as pure as you believe, Gravis, he said with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Gravis' eyes wavered. The guild master had called Gravis by name, which meant that he was no longer looking at Gravis like he was an evil slaughterer. Gravis also hadn't considered Gorn's intentions. What do you mean? He asked with a deeper voice. The guild master leaned back in his throne. As you surely know, it needs a powerful will to compress the magic inside of you to reach the next level in magic gathering. The guild master started explaining. Disciples whose wills were too weak to compress their energy have two decisions. They either go out to temper their will or decide to stop their path to power. Gorn was part of the second category of disciples, the guild master said. We sent him to be the guild master of a proxy lightning guild so he could help the guild, even with his weak strength. Of course, the guild masters for our proxy lightning guilds need to know a lot about lightning and how it works. So, the guild master leaned forward in his throne. Do you honestly believe that Gorn didn't know about the lightning's influence on your temperament when he allowed you to increase your strength further? Did you think he didn't notice your susceptibility to the lightning's influence? The guild master asked with a serious face. Now, Gravis started faltering and looked down at himself. His hands on his knees balled into fists as his thoughts fell into chaos. Gravis thought for nearly half a minute until he looked back at the guild master. Please enlighten me, he said. He wanted to know more about Gorn, even if it might not be positive. The guild master nodded. When you decide to stop becoming stronger, your will slowly weakens over time. You feel how your strength decreases every day, and you start regretting your decision. As soon as you give up your dream, you become a husk of a man. Your life loses meaning, and everything that drove you forward in the past vanishes until you get used to your own stagnation. The guild master laughed bitterly. I know, because the reason why I am the guild master of this lightning guild is the same as the reason why Gorn was your guild master. The guild master commented dryly. I have given up my way forward, and now I am here. He pointed to the hall. Wasting away. Instead of being shocked or angry, the elders could empathize with the guild master. Were they not here for the same reason? Gravis furrowed his brows. What does this have to do with Gorn? Gravis asked. The guild master laughed slightly. You still don't get it? Imagine losing your ability to become stronger, wasting away, and knowing that you have not changed anything in the world and that no one will remember you. You get complacent in being weak, and you accept that changing the world is impossible. The guild master stood up and started walking around while explaining. After years of remaining this weak, you find an incredibly talented disciple. You see something in that disciple and you feel like they could reach the peak. Suddenly, your broken dream gets reignited. You want to make something lasting, something that changes the world, something that you created. As the guild master continued explaining, Gravis' mind shook, yet the guild master didn't stop. It doesn't matter what that disciple does with his strength. It only matters that they remember you when the disciple becomes strong. It doesn't matter to you if you create a messiah or a demon king. You only want to be remembered and see that you have brought change to the world. So, the guild master turned to Gravis. It doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter if you are happy, sad, furious, filled with hatred, or filled with kindness. You only need to become stronger and remember him. Gorn knew that so much lightning would make you go crazy. Yet he didn't care. If he actually cared about you, he wouldn't have allowed you to cultivate with this madness. Some weeks of rest wouldn't have impacted your increase in power. Gravis looked at the ground, crestfallen. His breathing grew heavier, and his thoughts were in a mess. It was not easy to shake Gravis' will, and it didn't matter what people said to him. He would always remain stalwart. Yet, what the guild master explained made sense to him, which shook his being. "Does his death matter?" asked the guild master. "He probably doesn't care that much about it. Yes, he surely wouldn't be a fan of dying, but if it meant realizing his long-dead dream, he would probably accept it. With his death, he would always remain in your memories, even after you have lived for a long time and have already ascended to a higher world." The guild master walked closer to Gravis, who, by now, felt all kinds of emotions. "Do you still believe Gorn only wanted your best? Do you still think Gorn was a good person?" he asked. After a while, Gravis lifted his head and looked at the guild master. "His intentions behind what he had done do not matter. He has risked his life for me and gave me everything that he could. The reasons behind those actions don't change the actions themselves. I will remember him for what he has done, not for what he might have thought." The eyes of the guild master betrayed a small glimmer of recognition and interest. "We have talked enough," said the guild master as he walked back to his throne. He sat down and looked at Gravis. "We now know each other better, and we also understand the other side, but our relationship doesn't change. We need to uphold justice for all our disciples. Nothing will change. But," he said loudly after sitting down, "this Jamie has played a huge part in this tragic situation. This disciple has killed someone of their own guild, and that is not how the disciples of my Lightning Guild should behave." He turned to an elder. "Search for this Jamie and bring him here." The elder nodded at the guild master and left the hall. The guild master turned to Gravis and waved his hand in dismissal. "That is all." Gravis nodded as he stood up. "I will repay all deaths in the future," said Gravis as he turned around. He reached the closed door and used his lightning to open them. "I will make the lightning sect the overlord of this world." Gravis stepped through the door. Bar none. Boom! The door closed, but the people inside the hall didn't talk. They thought about the whole enmity and how tragic it was. They could understand Gravis, and they could also understand that it would actually be better for all of them if they didn't try to kill him. Yet that was only a fantasy. The Lightning Guild had to uphold justice. If they spared Gravis, they would betray all victims and persecuted criminals in the past. "Our meeting is over," said the guild master after around a minute. "Vice guild masters remain." The elders nodded and bowed slightly as a goodbye. They all left the hall, and only the 3 people in the spirit-forming realm remained. They remained silent for a while until the guild master finally spoke. "What have you noticed about him?" The first vice guild master laid his head on his hands in thought. "He has somehow cultivated lightning with at least 80% destruction energy," he commented. Everyone in the hall noticed. There was simply no other way for him to open the door. The door of the hall worked according to the density of destruction energy in the lightning. The earliest someone could open the door was at the 5th level of energy gathering with 40% destruction energy. Logically, someone with lightning with a ratio of 30% destruction energy or less would need to be in the 6th level of energy gathering to open the door. The density of the energy doubled with each level. It was impossible to compress the energy further while not increasing their realm. Everyone had the ability to feel Gravis energy, and they all saw that he didn't have a denser energy than someone at the 4th level of energy gathering. So the only way he could have opened the door was that the destruction energy inside his lightning was at least double of 40%. If Gravis knew that the secret about his lightning had been exposed to everyone in the Lightning Guild, he would not be so calm anymore. If they realized his power and potential, they might sacrifice the whole Lightning Guild to protect the Lightning Sect. Gravis' status as a Heavenborn could not protect him then. This was the first time that Gravis had not noticed a scheme of heaven after it had taken effect. Was it a coincidence that Gravis got sent to the Lightning Guild just when he had achieved the strength to open the door? Of course not. If Gravis had been at the 5th level of energy gathering, no one would have cared. Yet, he had come when he was at the 4th level. Gravis didn't notice Heaven's scheme this time, which made it even more deadly. His secret was exposed. In the eyes of everyone, he was a Heavenborn, and he was under Heaven's command. Gravis was still 16 years old, and his temperament was not set in stone yet. Would he remain the same person when he reached 40 years of age? What about 100 years? His assurance about not being an enemy of the Lightning Sect was worthless if he changed in the future. "We need to talk about this properly," said the second Vice Guild Master. "He is still young, and his potential is frightening. We have already sent many strong disciples to hunt him down. When he grows complacent in the future, he might decide to avenge old enmities to feel young again. We all know that Heavenborn don't ascend. When he stops cultivating, he would probably be at the peak of spirit forming, or maybe even—" The Vice Guild Master shuddered as he thought about the High Priest of the Heaven Sect. If Gravis also reached his strength, their Lightning Sect would suffer. A Heavenborn in the spirit-forming realm was troublesome but not scary. If Heavenborn acted without an official mission, their deed was considered personal, which meant that the victims were allowed to retaliate and even kill the Heavenborn. Yet, what could the Lightning Sect even do if someone with the strength of the High Priest attacked them? The Lightning Sect didn't have a person in that realm. Gravis growing powerful could very well spell doom for the Lightning Sect. It was not a question of if Gravis grew complacent in the future. It was a question of when. Heavenborn couldn't ascend and therefore also couldn't chase the peak. They would forever remain in this world, and their ambition and thirst for power would come to an end. Their dreams would die, and they would search for excitement in other ways. The High Priest had shown it in the past by exterminating the Wood Sect. Ever since that day, the 8 main elemental guilds had become 7. "The danger is too big," said the first Vice Guild Master. "We need to kill him. Our Lightning Guild may get destroyed, but it is for the good of the whole Lightning Sect. We also have a good reason for killing him since there is enmity between him and us. Maybe not everyone in the Lightning Guild will die." The second Vice Guild Master also nodded. "I agree. The danger is too big. We need to give our lives for the Lightning Sect's well-being." The 2 Vice Guild Masters looked at the Guild Master. The Guild Master's eyes narrowed, and lightning shot through them. After a while, the Guild Master grinned smugly and laid back in his throne. The 2 Vice Guild Masters were surprised by his actions since this was not a typical reaction to a decision that would doom their entire guild. What was the Guild Master planning? "So you guys actually haven't noticed," said the Guild Master with a smile. "That makes me relieved. If not even you guys managed to notice it, then probably everyone else in the hall also didn't," he continued saying smugly. "Well, except for me, of course." The 2 Vice Guild Masters looked at each other, confused. They were not sure what the Guild Master meant, and even when they continued thinking more about Gravis, they couldn't find the answer. After some seconds, the first Vice Guild Master looked up. "What did you notice that we didn't?" he asked. The Guild Master kept a smug smile. "Let me give you a hint," he said. "Imagine you were in his position and a whole hall of people stronger than you aggressively shouted at you to leave. Could you remain as firm as Gravis?" he asked them. The Vice Guild Masters thought about this seriously. "I think my will is strong enough to remain stalwart even with such strong opposition. Though it would be tough," the first Vice Guild Master said, and the second nodded in agreement. Yet, a kid no older than 16 managed to persevere without even flinching. "What do you think about his will?" asked the Guild Master smugly. The 2 Vice Guild Masters furrowed their brows. "His will is incredibly powerful for his age and strength. Now that you say it, that actually seems terrifyingly powerful. The second Vice Guild Master sighed in nervousness. Even though we knew about his unprecedented lightning, we have still underestimated him. We need to get rid of him, he said as the first Vice Guild Master nodded in agreement. The Guild Master only continued smiling. Seems like you still don't get it. Let me give you another hint, he said as a glass of water levitated over to him. You guys probably don't know since you are rarely involved in the matters of the Heaven Sect. But for me, it's different. As you know, the Heaven Sect always wants the Guild Master to attend to every mundane thing they host. So, I have a lot more experience with Heavenborn than you two. The two Vice Guild Masters grew annoyed. The Guild Master obviously loved being in a position where he knew something important while others didn't. They wanted to tell him that he should finally get to the point, but they had to hold themselves back since he was the Guild Master. The Guild Master took a swig of his drink and released a refreshed breath. Heavenborn have the weakest will, he continued, and the Vice Guild Master's eyes widened. They use the heavenly pressure, granted to them by heaven, to cultivate, so they don't care about their wills. Every Heavenborn I met started getting stressed by the most mundane things, and they live their lives in avarice. They care a lot about women, money, status, and all that mundane stuff. The Guild Master lifted one finger to make it more dramatic. So, how come Gravis has such an incredibly powerful will, even though every other Heavenborn has such a weak will? He asked them, leaning back on his throne with a smile while waiting for their answers. The Vice Guild Masters thought about this issue for some time. They had not met many Heavenborn in their lives. It was always the Guild Master who went to all the events hosted by them. The Lightning Guild was inferior to the Heaven Sect, so they always had to show their greatest respect. Is Heaven training the boy differently? Asked the first Vice Guild Master. Is Heaven grooming him to become the next High Priest? Is that why Heaven trains the boy's will? The second Vice Guild Master also thought for a bit, but he didn't find a better answer. The Guild Master saw their confused expressions and laughed. Seeing other people fail at figuring out something that he did made him feel smart. You still don't get it, do you? He said through his smug and wide grin. Let me give you one more hint. When I heard the report about the yearly entrance exams for the proxy elemental guilds, I read that they had used a newly discovered Heavenborn to test the participants' will. They did that to save some money. Of course, that Heavenborn was Gravis. Maybe now you'll get it. Instead of understanding, the Vice Guild Masters looked totally lost now. What did the entrance exam have to do with killing Gravis or not? They could only bitterly smile at the Guild Master. The Guild Master, instead of growing smugger, felt a little frustrated now. Could they not combine those simple clues into one thing? Tell me, how would you use a Heavenborn to test the will of the participants? Asked the Guild Master as he looked at the first Vice Guild Master. Well, I would first use my disciples to test the power of his heavenly pressure. After that, I would let every person go into his heavenly pressure. After everyone is done, I could judge them by comparing them with our disciples. The first Vice Guild Master explained. The second Vice Guild Master nodded in agreement. The Guild Master took another mouthful of his water. Now imagine you have to test 5,000 participants, and the heavenly pressure only stretches to a radius of 30 meters. What do you think? How long would that take? The Guild Master asked. The Vice Guild Master did some calculations. That would take about 10 hours, he said after a while. The area is relatively small, and there are too many participants. The Guild Master looked at him, but he got even more annoyed when he realized that they still didn't get it. Now tell me, what was the weakness of heavenly pressure again? He asked them. The second Vice Guild Master immediately answered. Heavenborn have a stronger pressure than a will aura, but it doesn't last. And with that, his eyes widened in shock, and his face whitened. The first Vice Guild Master also finally understood and mimicked the other's reaction. The Guild Master laughed loudly. Now you finally get it, right? He said smugly. Gravis never was a Heavenborn. He just had a will aura in the body-tempering realm. Imagine this. Some nobody in some backwater city managed to have a will aura in the body-tempering realm. Of course, people would confuse him with a heaven-born. The guild master stood up and walked around the hall. They confused him with a heaven-born and wanting to keep his secret. Gravis just went along with it. Along the way, his guild master probably noticed. Have you not thought that it was strange to invest everything you own into someone who will never ascend? Would you do that? Probably not. The guild master walked to a window and looked outside into the sky with a smirk while the vice guild masters tried to process all the implications. What would happen if the Heaven Sect found out that Gravis had a will aura in the body-tempering realm? They would immediately try to kill him with all their power, he said. Having to keep up the facade, Gorn and Gravis decide to tell everyone that he was a heaven-born. Someone from the Heaven Sect arrives, and they successfully scam him. Now, everyone believes he is a heaven-born, because how could the Heaven Sect make such a mistake? His grin grew even smugger. But, started the first Vice Guild Master. The Heaven Sect would never allow someone like him to join them. Heaven would strike him down. The Guild Master put his hand on his chin in thought. Normally, yes, but for some reason, Heaven does not want to kill Gravis, or maybe he grinned at Heaven. It can't kill him. For some reason, it can't directly interfere, so it uses a scheme to send him to his enemies to uncover his frightening potential. His enemies would kill him with all their power, and Heaven would finally be rid of this eyesore. The Guild Master turned around to the other two. Doesn't that sound familiar? The Vice Guild Masters already realized what he meant. This was what had happened just now. A shiver ran down their spine. They had nearly jumped headfirst into a senseless death. But, continued the Guild Master as he turned back to the window, Heaven didn't expect Gravis to involuntarily tell us all his secrets. He wanted to keep them hidden, but the door had already publicized his lightning. He looked like an unprecedented threat to the Lightning Sect. This secret would have sent the Lightning Guild and Gravis into destruction. Yet, by involuntarily telling us his second secret, it saved him and our Lightning Guild. Isn't that ironic that a mistake brought him and us close to death? But another mistake saved everyone. The Vice Guild Masters completely understood the situation by now. Could they trust the words of a young Heavenborn when they said that they would repay them in the future? No, the Heavenborn would fall into complacency since they couldn't ascend, and their personality would change. Any promise was worthless coming from them. Yet, what about a promising cultivator with a supremely powerful will aura? With a strong will came conviction, and with conviction came steadiness. Cultivators with such a firm will would not betray their own convictions. They would do what they said, and they would not fall into complacency. After all, there was still a higher world out there. Gravis would keep his promise, and there was virtually no chance that Gravis would become their enemy in the future if he said so. The sacrifice of their Lightning Guild would have been absolutely senseless. It would have been a lose-lose situation. So, said the first Vice Guild Master after a long pause. What do we do now? He asked. The Guild Master turned to him. Nothing. Everything remains the same. Gravis is officially still a Heavenborn, and he is part of the Heaven Sect. We won't commit to any rash actions. Just continue like today never happened. But, he shouted, Heaven won't take this lying down. At some point in the future, Heaven will manage to either publicize Gravis' will aura or will force him to leave the Heaven Sect. He won't be able to remain in the Heaven Sect for long. When that time arrives, we will continue acting as if we have not heard about any of those two secrets. We will set out a bounty for him to uphold justice, but we won't sacrifice our whole guild. As long as we don't throw our lives away, we will get something either way. The two Vice Guild Masters looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Then let's do it like this. And with this, Heaven's scheme had been broken due to a mistake from Gravis, and his life had been saved. Gravis would never know that he had been incredibly close to death. Heaven's schemes were profound and hidden, yet it still failed in the end. Heaven was not happy at all right now. Gravis never found out that Heaven nearly got him. Ironically enough, his personal need to come clean with the Lightning Guild had saved his life. So, Gravis simply continued his life in the Heaven Sect. When he returned to the Heaven Sect, he immediately asked to look at the exchange list. Doing missions granted an exchangeable currency inside the Heaven sect, the same as every other sect or guild. Did the whole southeastern branch of the Heaven sect only have this one saber and the Heavens balance cultivation technique? Of course not. They had a lot of wealth and offered a plethora of different things for exchange. The Heaven sect obviously didn't accept regular currency in exchange for their resources. Their storage was already full of gold and energy stones. Why would they need more of that? People needed to exchange mission points for treasures. Every single mission granted a specific number of mission points, and Gravis had just finished 4 missions at once. On top of that, due to the Heavens balance cultivation technique, Gravis' energy had increased by a total of 30%. 2 of the criminals had been on the same level as Gravis, so they each gave Gravis a total of 10% of his currently required energy to get to the next level. The other 2 only gave him 5% each. After adding those 10% to the other 20%, Gravis' energy requirements to get to the next level of energy gathering were reduced by 30%. If Gravis only cultivated via meditation inside the Heaven sect, he would need 2 months to reach the 5th level of energy gathering. Yet, because of the 30% of energy and the week of relaxation, he would only need to meditate for 1 month to get to the next level. Of course, he would rather not train in seclusion since that would not increase his battle experience or will. So Gravis looked at the exchange table. The Heaven sect was oozing with treasure, so there had to be something interesting in there. Gravis saw that he could exchange his mission points into energy stones. The reward for the execution missions depended on the strength of the target. Executing someone on the 2nd level of energy gathering gave the executioner 100 points, and they doubled with each increase in level of the target. Gravis had a total of 1,200 points right now, and the exchange rate of mission points to energy stones was 25-1. If Gravis used all of his mission points to exchange for energy stones, he would get 48 energy stones. That would equate to 75% of the required energy to reach level 5 of energy gathering. With those stones, Gravis would have no issue in reaching the 5th level of energy gathering in a single day. Yet, before Gravis decided to get the stones, he looked through the other treasures. Gravis could see a lot of weapons and even armor sets. He had not seen good armor sets yet in this lower world, but they were bound to exist. Armor sets were a logical counter to weapons, after all. Of course, due to the higher requirement for materials, armor sets were more expensive than weapons. Gravis could only afford a single armor set from the list right now, but this single armor set was already pretty incredible. It had the ability to nullify any element at the 5th rank or lower. Since most people almost always concentrated on one element, their elemental resistance for other elements was basically 0. A fire disciple at the 2nd level could heavily injure Gravis if they hit him with one of their fire-based attacks, even though Gravis was at the 4th level. Gravis thought about the armor set for a while. In a one-on-one fight, this armor set would be useless because only regular opponents at the 7th level or outstanding opponents at the 6th level were his match. The armor set wouldn't help much in that case. Yet it was incredibly useful for group fights. Gravis thought back to the battle on the tree. Resisting the lightning hadn't been an issue for Gravis, but he had to resort to guerrilla tactics to fight the Fire Guild. If he had had that armor set in the battle, he could simply charge into the Fire Guild. The fireballs would have been useless on him. Gravis preferred the armor set over the energy stones. In his mind, increasing one's strength was not a problem. He just had to kill more people or beasts. Yet, increasing one's defense was nearly impossible. He could always advance his realm, but he couldn't always increase his defense. Gravis resisted his greed for the armor set and continued looking through the exchange list. Gravis also found multiple formation arrays, and he also saw a familiar one. The formation array that had the ability to contain experts at the peak of energy gathering was also exchangeable. When Gravis saw the price, he inhaled deeply. 5,000 mission points. That equated to killing a person at the 8th level of energy gathering. No wonder the Lightning Guild had only given one of those to their division in Earthtown. Gravis also saw other formation arrays. Most of them were different kinds of attacks of varying strength. One would only need to crush the Jade token, and an attack would shoot forward. Those formation arrays cost half of the reward that an execution of someone of the corresponding level would bring. For example, executing someone at the 8th level of energy gathering would grant the executioner 6,400 mission points. A formation array with a full power attack of someone at the 8th level would then cost 3,200 mission points. Gravis guessed that he would probably need 2 such formation arrays to kill someone at the 8th level of energy gathering. The first attack would be to exhaust the energy and to weaken the person, while the second attack would end the fight. Like that, the reward would be equal to the cost. Could someone abuse this to gain energy with the Heavens Balance Cultivation technique? Sadly not. The technique worked by disrupting the balance in the target's energy center. The technique was infused into the user's attacks, and if someone died to something else, they wouldn't get marked by the technique. Thus, no energy would be released into the surroundings. Gravis also found some pills that increased a specific aspect of a body permanently. If Gravis took those pills, he might regain the advantage of his body. As his realm increased, his body would grow more useless. At the 3rd level, his body alone allowed him to fight someone 1 realm higher. At the 4th level, his body only made him incredibly strong on the same level. At the 5th level, the power of his body would be barely noticeable. As Gravis continued browsing through the exchange list, he saw more and more things that he wanted to buy. After several minutes, Gravis arrived at the technique section. He saw several books describing different uses of different elements and also some martial arts created for energy-gathering experts. Sadly, those techniques were very underdeveloped and didn't make use of the energy very well. Yet, when Gravis saw one of the techniques, he stopped and looked at it more closely. The technique was also inside his budget. Preforming 1,000 mission points. Gravis read the description and understood what the technique was about and why it had this weird name. The technique allowed someone to push their energy into their mind. Normally, people could only form their spirit at the 9th level of energy gathering, at the earliest. In order to influence the spirit, the energy had to reach a sufficient density. Before it reached that density, the spirit wouldn't react to the energy. This technique used the will of the person to condense the energy in their mind. Sadly, the energy condensation properties only worked inside the mind of the user. As soon as the condensed energy left the user's mind, it would go back to its usual density. It was impossible to exploit the technique to create an attack stronger than the realm of the user. With the ability to condense energy, people could attack the spirit-forming realm earlier than usual. The prerequisite was that the will had to be strong enough to support such density. This was no issue for Gravis. Why was this technique so cheap? It was because there was no sense in having this technique. If someone condensed their spirit, their energy vortex would grow stable, and their energy wouldn't be able to further condense anymore. Their foundation would become unstable, and they would be the weakest spirit-forming expert that had ever existed. What was the point of that? Yet, when Gravis had seen the technique, a reckless but brilliant plan formed in his mind. This could save my life in the future, he thought. Gravis received his preforming technique under the confused eyes of Ion. Ion couldn't understand why Gravis would want such a useless technique, but Gravis used his own points, so there was nothing that Ion could say about it. Gravis read through the technique and learned it in under a day since it was not that complicated to perform. He quickly started using the technique to form his spirit. Gravis moved his energy according to the way that the book described and noticed a small spot of energy appearing on his forehead. The energy in that one spot continued growing denser as Gravis put in more energy. After nearly 1 hour, the dot reached a sufficient density of energy, and no more energy could be put into it. Gravis had to use up his whole energy storage just to create this single dot. When the dot had been fully created, his mind started resonating with the energy, and the energy dot got slowly absorbed by his mind. When the energy dot was fully absorbed, Gravis felt a slight headache. It felt like something was pressing into the side of his skull from the inside. Gravis knew that compressing the energy took a certain amount of will, and he also knew that breaking into the spirit-forming realm took even more will. Yet, why was such a firm will necessary? For the condensing of the energy, one needed a strong will in order to build enough pressure to force the compression. Yet, why did the spirit-forming realm need an even stronger will, even though people at the peak of energy-gathering realm had already compressed their energy to the maximum. Gravis hadn't known why that was necessary until now. Gravis had only put 1 point of compressed energy into his head, and he already had a headache. Was this enough to form his spirit? Definitely not. It needed a lot more energy. So, when more energy got shoved into the spirit, more pressure would be created, and therefore a stronger headache would occur. Gravis looked at the size of the energy dot inside of his head and also calculated how much energy it would take to fill his head completely. Gravis guessed that one would probably need a will aura to resist the pain at that point. He also felt that he could move his energy away from his mind again. The energy would leave his mind and regain its former density. If he wanted to put more energy into his mind, he would first need to recompress it. So that's why heaven had planned for me to reach the spirit-forming realm smoothly, Gravis muttered to himself. If everyone needed a will aura to form their spirit, Gravis' will aura wouldn't be anything special anymore. He guessed that the strength of his will aura, when he had been in the Proxy Lightning Guild, would only have been above average for a spirit-forming expert. Gravis had created his will aura in his homeworld. At that time, he had a will that was strong enough to support a breakthrough into the spirit-forming realm. It had been a newly created will aura at that time and had still been in its infancy. Gravis' will grew stronger by fighting the demonic beasts in the hunting guild, and it grew stronger again in the bloodbath of the Basin of Nature. If he were to compare his will aura at that time to newly advanced people in the spirit-forming realm, it would probably be considered above average. Yet, what about the people who remained longer in that realm? What about the people who were a level higher in that realm? Gravis guessed that his will aura probably would have only been average. With an average will aura, he would lose one of his two most prominent advantages. Together with his lack of karmic luck, Gravis would probably not have any chances of rising again. If heaven's plan had succeeded, Gravis would be forced into stagnation. He also would have never gotten his destruction lightning. Ironically enough, Gravis' second worst experience in this lower world had increased his will aura tremendously and also allowed him to get his destruction lightning. His worst experience was, of course, his killing of Gorn. With the subsequent fights with the Lightning Guild and Fire Guild, Gravis' will aura had increased again. He guessed that it could be considered powerful even in the middle of spirit forming. But was spirit forming his goal? Of course not. Gravis' will could never grow strong enough. There was still the middle world and the higher world before he could cultivate in his homeworld. Was his will already strong enough to reach this elusive stage that he heard his father shout in the past? The realm called Star God was beyond Gravis' comprehension right now. Was his will already strong enough to become a star god? Definitely not. So what about the headache that this technique forced on Gravis? Gravis was actually happy about this headache. Pain was also a form of tempering for one's will. On top of that, Gravis had also found another use of the technique. Gravis' energy storage was still empty after pushing the energy into his head. And with a thought, the energy inside his head moved back into his body. Whoosh! The condensed energy expanded and filled his body. Gravis quickly used his energy vortex to absorb the energy, and his empty storage was nearly completely filled again. Gravis smirked. I might not be able to use the compressed energy as an attack, but I can use it to refill my empty storage. It was just as I had thought, Gravis said to himself in excitement. With this technique, Gravis could basically externally store his energy and retrieve it whenever he wanted. He only had to resist a headache as payment, which also tempered his will. The only downside is that I need to be careful not to break into the spirit-forming realm by accident, he concluded. Why did no one else think about this? It seems so logical. It did seem surprising that this use was not explained in the introduction of the technique. But who would ever even think about using this technique? No one wanted to break into the spirit-forming realm before reaching the peak of energy gathering. The technique had only been a thought experiment of some heaven-born a couple of 100 years ago. He hadn't thought much about it and just created it when he was bored. What about other heaven-born? They were too busy thinking about their realm and material wealth to waste their thoughts on something like that. Their way to heaven was already set in stone, and they needed no help in reaching that. Who would care about such a useless technique? No Heavenborn was so obsessed with strength and fighting techniques as Gravis. If the outside world heard about this technique's benefits, the whole world would probably be turned upside down. This would revolutionize the way people in the energy-gathering realm fought with each other. Gravis decided that he would spend the next couple of days, or maybe even weeks, compressing his energy and storing it in his mind. The headache would increase his will, and Gravis would theoretically have a nearly infinite storage of energy. With this cheap and seemingly useless technique, he gained another decisive advantage over others. It had been 2 weeks since Gravis started using the preforming technique, and every day he concentrated on pushing more energy into his mind. The headache continually increased, and Gravis now felt a constant, intense throbbing in his head. His mind was only half filled with energy, but that was still way faster than he had initially believed. Gravis thought that breaking through into the spirit-forming realm would take at least as long as getting to the 10th level of energy gathering. Apparently, he had been mistaken. Gravis guessed that if he were on the 10th level of energy gathering, he could rise into the spirit-forming realm in less than a day. It seemed like the bottleneck for spirit-forming was more about the will and less about increasing the cultivator's energy or power. On this day, Gravis walked around the Heaven sect, trying to distract himself from his headache. It was so strong that he involuntarily always focused on the pain, which made focusing on other things difficult. What Gravis didn't know was that people who attempted to break into the spirit-forming realm would do that in one sitting, and if they failed, they would disperse the energy in their mind. No one wanted to run around with a constant headache. What was the point of that? In the time when Gravis' energy was regenerating, he concentrated on condensing his will aura further, outside of the guild, of course. He didn't want Ion to notice that he didn't use heavenly pressure since Gravis guessed that it was probably impossible to condense the heavenly pressure. After a lot of training, he finally managed to condense it on a single living being. In the past, when he condensed his will aura, it always included a radius around the target. Now, his will aura finally managed to completely concentrate on a single target, and it should be impossible to condense it any further. Why was Gravis walking around the Heaven sect today, instead of continuing to condense his spirit? That was because Ion had called for him. Gravis guessed that it was probably another mission. After he had done the previous ones, he hadn't gotten a new one yet. Apparently, there weren't many criminals worthy of prosecution. Gravis was going to knock on the door to Ion's office, but he stopped himself when he remembered how Ion acted the last time. Instead, he simply opened the door and walked inside. Just like he had expected, Ion was still lying on the balcony while drinking from some beverage. When Gravis saw that, he got reminded of Fornius, his old teacher from his homeworld. "You wanted to see me?" asked Gravis as he walked closer. Ion drank from his beverage, and a dossier floated over to Gravis, who caught it. "I got a new mission for you," Ion said as he turned to Gravis. "And this one is a doozy." A doozy. Gravis hadn't heard this word before, but he could guess what it meant. He read through the dossier, and slowly his brows furrowed. He felt a mix of shock, confusion, a little bit of rage, and some nostalgia. The target was the former guild master of the 3rd Proxy Wind Guild. Her full name was Wendy Demmer. She was one of the guild masters back when Gravis participated in the entrance exams for the elemental guilds. He still remembered how she threw over 4,000 failed participants into the horizon. "In what way is this mission a doozy?" asked Gravis. For once, Ion didn't seem as casual and walked into his office. "This mission is special because she has killed a Heavenborn once," he explained. Gravis completely forgot about his droning headache and entirely focused on Ion now. "Did she simply kill one? Or did she survive an execution mission?" he asked. Ion walked over to his desk and leaned on it. "She was once the target of an execution mission," he explained as he crossed his arms. "Do you remember how she killed over 4,000 people in the entrance exams for the elemental guilds? You should have been there when it happened." Gravis remembered that she threw around 4,250 people into the horizon, but he felt shocked when he realized that over 4,000 of them had been killed due to that. He hadn't thought that she had been so ruthless. Gravis nodded at Ion. Ion nodded back. Heaven is not a fan of massacring thousands of promising youngsters. Some people die, it happens, but slaughtering them in those numbers is not okay. Because of that, we sent over an executioner. She was on the 7th level of energy gathering, while the executioner was on the 6th. Surprisingly, she was the first person to survive an execution mission in over 10 years. Ion remarked with a bit of praise. You know how powerful our heavenly pressure is, so you should also know how impressive it is for her to actually kill the executioner. Gravis could only nod in confirmation. The heavenly pressure of a heavenborn on the 6th level should be about as intense as Gravis Willora if he didn't compress it. That was an impressive advantage since an enemy only one level higher than the user could only release about 50% of their strength under it. Ion walked away from his desk again and looked outside the window, with his arms behind his back. According to the rules, we pardoned her crime since she had survived the mission. There had to be a reason for her to survive, and Heaven wanted her to remain alive. She wouldn't have survived otherwise. Ion turned around and smirked at Gravis. And now I know why she had been spared. Heaven kept her alive just for you. Everything became clear to me when I saw what she was doing in recent weeks. You should also know the reason since you have read the dossier. Ion pointed at the paper in Gravis' hand. Gravis furrowed his brows and nodded. How couldn't he understand? Yet, he was still incredibly confused about Wendy's actions. In Gravis' mind, those actions made no sense. What reason could she possibly have to do this? The dossier reported that starting about 3 weeks ago, Wendy started running around all the towns, cities, and elemental guilds. That in itself was no problem. But wherever she went, she would loudly denounce Gravis. She would call him a coward, a filthy traitor, a weakling, a teacher killer, and many similar things. Talking bad about a member of the Heaven sect wouldn't be persecuted, but it was different when it was done in this grand style. Her voice would echo throughout the entire towns and cities, and she would even pay people from other guilds to shout such statements in their respective guilds. Is it because of Gorn? Did they have some kind of special relationship? But I haven't heard anything about that, Gravis thought. She also didn't seem stupid, and I could also feel that she was different from all the other proxy guild masters. She felt like she was actually leading them. She should know that I would be sent on a mission to... Gravis' eyes widened. So that's her plan. For some reason, she wants to kill me. That's also why she only denounced me and said nothing about the other Heavenborn. She explicitly wanted to kill me. Gravis' eyes narrowed. Now, that's interesting. Catch! Gravis heard a shout from Ion and saw a sack flying towards him, which he quickly caught. Gravis looked inside and saw a lot of energy stones. She is still in the 7th level of energy gathering, but it's possible that she already made a breakthrough into the 8th, Ion explained. The rules must be followed, he said with a severe tone that didn't allow for counterarguments. You should be close to the 5th level of magic gathering now. Use some stones and make a breakthrough into the 5th level. Also, Ion said as he threw over a jade token. Gravis looked at the jade token and realized that this token would activate the same formation array that the Lightning Guild tried to use against him on the tree. This formation array was worth 5,000 mission points. After you make the breakthrough, you will go to the Wind Guild and fulfill your mission. If you realize that she has reached the 8th level, you will use this formation array to fall back. Then, you will use the remaining stones to make another breakthrough. After that, you will kill her. But you are not allowed to use the formation array to help you win. Ion explained. You are also not allowed to use the stones nor the formation array if she has not broken through yet. We will check what really happened, and I expect those things back from you in the case that she didn't break through, Ion said in seriousness. Gravis looked at the jade token and the formation array and nodded at Ion. After that, he left Ion's office and went back to his room to reach the 5th level of energy gathering. While cultivating, Gravis narrowed his eyes and thought about Wendy. I wonder what this is all about. Gravis quickly broke through into the 5th level of energy gathering. With his powerful will, it was only a little more difficult than breathing for him. Many cultivators couldn't even reach the 2nd level of energy gathering due to their relatively weak wills. The more Gravis cultivated, the more he realized how right all his seniors in his homeworld were. They always told him that the will was most important, and it had proven to be true. The will was an essential component of every breakthrough starting at the energy-gathering realm. Without a powerful will, one wouldn't be able to even reach the second level of energy gathering. After Gravis finished his breakthrough, he grabbed the sack of energy stones and the jade token. After that, he walked to the outside and whistled loudly. Some seconds later, Sky appeared and rubbed its head against Gravis. By now, Gravis was used to the gigantic head rubbing on his body, and he only ruffled its gigantic feathers lightly. Gravis quickly jumped up on Sky's back, and they flew into the horizon. The Wind Guild was closer than the Lightning Guild, but not by much. They would still need around 2 days to get there. While flying, Gravis talked a lot with Sky, and Sky was getting better and better in communicating with him. Ironically enough, Sky was also sometimes teaching Gravis its own language. A bird used more than just their vocal cords to communicate with others, but Sky could only use its verbal cues to communicate with him due to their species difference. Sky told Gravis that it was close to reaching the realm of a high-grade energy beast. When Gravis heard that, he was quite surprised. Sky was growing even faster than him. It had started weaker than him, and it would soon grow to be much stronger than him. Energy beasts first needed to go through some kind of metamorphosis to reach the next stage. Without this metamorphosis, their strength would increase only slightly. A human in this lower world had 9 stages in the energy-gathering realm, and their strength always increased noticeably with every breakthrough. Yet, the strength of beasts remained about the same in their grade. Based on energy, a human on the 4th level of energy gathering would be weaker than a mid-grade demonic beast. Someone at the 5th level would have the same amount as one, and someone at the 6th would have a higher amount. Of course, humans were still considered weaker due to their battle experience, will, and physical strength. One could say, based on energy, that an energy beast could only be at either the 2nd, 5th, or 8th rank of energy gathering. With every metamorphosis, their strength would increase as much as a human that rose 3 levels. Sky and Gravis flew for 2 days until they saw the Wind Guild on the horizon. It looked entirely different from the Lightning Guild. In comparison to the Lightning Guild, the Wind Guild resided on a mountain range with lots of trees around it, and their buildings were built all around the mountains. They were built at the mountain's bases, cliffs, and tops. The buildings seemed to be made of some kind of wood, and their style didn't look as imposing as the buildings of the Lightning Guild. Gravis was also a little confused when he saw that some entrances on some buildings were not at the base of the building, but in the middle or even at the top of them. Though Gravis was not surprised anymore when he saw a disciple flying up to a building and entering. The wind element allowed easy movement in the air, and disciples in the middle of energy gathering could fly for a short amount of time. Of course, the flight depended on their energy reserves and how far away they were from the ground. Cultivators at the energy-gathering realm had impressive eyesight, and they had no issue with seeing such details from kilometers away. Gravis also noticed how they were using their wind to fly. They used their energy to compress a lot of air under them. Due to their energy, the air couldn't escape to the sides, so it could only go up or down, and it was way easier to push a human upward than to push the ground away. The higher a disciple flew, the more air they had to compress. Gravis guessed that flying like this probably took up a lot of energy and also a lot of practice and concentration. Keeping one's balance like this would be a nightmare. Yet, if they managed to control it well, they could switch from a 2D battling style into a 3D one. Just like the Lightning Codex had said, the cultivators cultivating the wind element were the most unrestrained. The element might not have the best offense, defense, or versatility, but it was above average in every single aspect. It was hard to hit them. It was hard to defend against them. It was hard to flee from them or chase them. Sky also saw the Wind Guild, and it grew excited. It felt a familiar feeling from all this wind, and it felt like this place was made for it. Every beast with a wind element would want to live in an environment that facilitated wind this much. While Sky looked around the guild excitedly, Gravis furrowed his brows. He had noticed 2 other shocking things. There were actually energy beasts walking around at the edges of the guild. Yet, surprisingly, the disciples didn't seem to mind them and even played with some of them. Gravis grew a little confused when he noticed that not a single beast fought another one in the Wind Guild. Usually, when beasts met, a bloody fight would break out. They needed to kill and eat other beasts to grow stronger, so there were always wars between beasts. Here, they seemed to ignore the other beasts. Is this some kind of symbiosis between the Wind Guild and nature? Gravis asked himself. The trees were another surprising thing. There were some regular trees, but there were also many tall and mighty ones. Gravis could already guess that all those trees were also energy beasts. Some buildings were even built on the branches of those gigantic trees. Gravis considered himself part of the Lightning Guild, and everyone wanted their own guild to be the best, but Gravis could only admit helplessly that the Wind Guild was superior in nearly every way. A nearly unassailable terrain, hundreds of powerful trees, a lot of friendly beasts, and the ability to fight enemies from above. In a war, the Wind Guild would stomp the Lightning Guild into the ground, as long as the number and cultivation level of the Lightning Guild and the Wind Guild were about the same, Gravis said to himself in contemplation. Scree! A majestic shout echoed throughout the whole Wind Guild, and all the disciples stopped what they were doing and looked around. Gravis felt his body vibrate from the powerful sound. High-grade energy beast, he immediately concluded. Gravis looked to the origin of the shout, and his eyes widened at what he saw. A gigantic, green bird flew at Gravis and Sky with incredible speed. Gravis couldn't believe his eyes. This was Sky's parent. Sky shouted in excitement and flew to its parent. Gravis, who was still on Sky's back, smiled happily for Sky as they closed in on each other. The two birds met in the sky and circled each other, while their heads touched. Gravis was glad that Sky could finally see its parent again. The disciples from the Wind Guild also watched in awe at the two birds. From the ground, it looked beautiful how the two birds circled each other. All of the disciples knew Sky's parent since it was not every day that a high-grade energy beast made its nest in the Wind Guild. The bird was probably the strongest being in the Wind Guild, except for the guild master and vice guild masters. Hey, there is a person on the new bird's back. One of them shouted, and they looked closer. Surely enough, there was a young man on top of the bird's back. When the disciples saw the clothing that Gravis wore, their mood changed from excitement to bitterness. They all knew how Heavenborn dressed, and they could also guess why Gravis was here. Who didn't hear about what Wendy had done in all the guilds and towns? Every disciple that had contact with Wendy in the past told her to stop doing what she was doing. They all knew that Gravis would eventually turn up if she continued. Sadly, she didn't listen to any of them and cursed Gravis even more when they tried to stop her. In their eyes, Wendy was suicidal and insane. What person with a normal head would do something like this? Ultimately, the day had come, and nearly all of the disciples felt some sadness and regret for one of their disciple sisters. Were they angry at Gravis? A little bit, but not that much. Wendy was the instigator of this whole thing, and she acted like she wanted to fight a life-and-death battle with him. Even though Gravis was not the aggressor, they still felt uncomfortable when someone would set out to kill one of their sisters. Yet, when they saw Gravis' smiling face and the happy birds, their bad feelings lessened slightly. They didn't know him, but their first impression was that he wasn't as bad of a guy as Wendy made him out to be. Hey, can you at least let me down? You can catch up all you want after that, said Gravis after a while. He didn't know what the disciples of the Wind Guild thought, but he wouldn't care much about it anyway. He was hellbent on moving down the path he had chosen, and the thoughts of others wouldn't change anything. The parent bird noticed Gravis after he had said something and gave a friendly look. It felt that Sky was close to breaking through, and it knew that Sky probably wouldn't have been able to progress this quickly without him. It was thankful for that, and it cawed at Sky to put Gravis down. Sky perked up, turned its head to Gravis, and charged towards the ground. It did a U-turn at the height of 20 meters, and Gravis jumped down. Sky quickly ignored Gravis and went back to its parent. Gravis could only watch with a bitter smile as Sky quickly forgot him as soon as it met its parent. However, he could understand its feelings. Gravis threw one last look at Sky and then walked to the Wind Guild. The birds circled each other some more for a while and then flew to a massive tree on a mountain. That was probably where the nest of Sky's parent was. As Gravis got closer to the Wind Guild, some guards walked over from the entrance. They didn't look aggressive at all and even smiled at him politely. Gravis' reception was like heaven and earth compared to his reception in the Lightning Guild. In the Lightning Guild, every guard had charged at him with their weapons drawn. The guards walked closer to Gravis, and the leader stepped forward. "Welcome to our guild, Heavenborn," said the leader with a smile to Gravis. "Thank you," Gravis said back with a nod. Friendliness felt better than apathy or hatred. It had been a long while since Gravis could talk with someone this peacefully without them being an enemy. Yes, Gravis was also very welcome in the Heaven sect, but they were still his enemies in Gravis' mind. He always had to keep up his vigilance and couldn't relax with them. The Wind Guild was the first place where he could talk with people without having to be careful. "I'm really impressed by your guild," said Gravis with a slight smile. "It radiates harmony with nature, and I can feel the guild's unrestrained nature. It is very much to my liking." The guards smiled back at the compliment, and the leader gestured for Gravis to follow them. "Thank you for your compliment, Heavenborn. We pride ourselves in our philosophy to be friendly with others until it's proven to be useless. Except for the Light Guild, the other guilds are very distant and careful about every living thing that gets close to them." Gravis nodded. He could empathize with this philosophy, probably because that was how he wanted to live. Sadly, his infectious karmic luck and everything that happened in this world made this impossible. Gravis looked at the Wind Guild as a reflection of how he wanted to be but couldn't. Maybe this was similar to how Gorn looked at Gravis. Did Gravis enjoy killing? No, definitely not. He knew that it was necessary, and he had learned from his past mistakes of sparing his opponents. That one weak young man came back with his family to rob him, while the Lightning Disciples told everyone about his whereabouts. He would not spare any of his enemies unless there was a really good reason. Yet, to Gravis, killing was only something necessary that he had to do. He believed that some people just committed some mistakes and that they only needed a second chance to turn over a new leaf. Sadly, Gravis didn't have the luxury to grant second chances to anyone. His life was too precious for that. Together with the guards, Gravis walked through the Wind Guild and saw that it was very lively. He could see no fights and no spars, and a lot of disciples had fun with the beasts and trees. The Wind Guild seemed like a wonderland of peace and freedom. But Gravis knew that the Wind Guild would turn very violent as soon as an enemy would appear. How else would they have managed to establish themselves in this world? In a fight, they would probably transform into an aggressive cloud of hawks and eagles. They quickly reached a colossal mountain that towered over all other mountains inside the guild. "Do you need help with climbing?" asked the leader as the other guards turned around and walked back to the guild's entrance. Gravis shook his head and activated his lightning. The leader saw it and nodded as he jumped up and flew upwards along the mountain's surface. Gravis followed by walking upward along the mountain with the help of his lighting movement. The mountain was several kilometers tall, and they moved for nearly a full minute. They reached the top and jumped onto the flat surface. Gravis noticed how the leader of the guards was short of breath, and he grew surprised. He used this much energy just for this short climb? The guard noticed his look and laughed bitterly. "It's easy for us to fly above the ground, but it's hard to climb a wall or a mountain," he explained. "If we flew as we do on the ground, we would shoot away from the mountain, so we have to shape our air pocket into a more complex shape, which costs a lot more magic." Gravis nodded with a smile. "Thank you for explaining," he said. The man wouldn't have had to explain why it was hard, but he had noticed Gravis' eyes and explained it to him anyway. This could be considered a potential weakness, and other guilds wouldn't tell those to outsiders under normal circumstances. The Wind Guild was really different than other guilds. "Let's go inside," said the guard as he walked to the entrance of a castle. Gravis nodded and followed him. The castle was probably where the upper echelon of the Wind Guild resided. In comparison to the central castle in the Lightning Guild or the castle of the Heaven sect, this castle looked big but simple. There were no expensive ornaments or exotic materials around its walls. Gravis wondered how the leaders of such a guild would act. Gravis and the guard walked into the castle, and similar to the Lightning Guild, they walked up some stairs until they were on the highest floor. A big and heavy door was the end of a long corridor, and the guard gestured for Gravis to enter. Gravis nodded to him and pushed the door open. In comparison to the Lightning Guild, the door here was just a regular door, and Gravis had no issues in opening it. Gravis stepped through, into a big hall, and the door closed behind him. He looked around the hall and noticed many people. Instead of multiple thrones, he saw a lot of wooden chairs and tables. Multiple middle-aged and old people sat around the tables and talked happily with each other. Gravis could also see multiple kinds of fruit on their tables. The hall in the Lightning Guild felt weighty and oppressive, while this one felt free and casual. "Welcome, Heaven-born!" shouted a young man at the end of the hall. The man was maybe in his 20s, and his green hair gently flew around like he was underwater. He wore relatively simple clothing, which only consisted of a green shirt and brown pants. The contrast between the man's looks and his outfit made him look like a rich, young master trying to disguise himself as a peasant. Gravis noticed that the man sat in the middle of 3 chairs. Just based on the chairs' looks, Gravis wouldn't know that that's where the Vice Guild Masters and Guild Master sat. Gravis could only guess that he was the Guild Master based on the position of the 3 chairs since they were in the middle of the hall and had some distance between the others. "Thank you, Guild Master," said Gravis with a polite bow. Pat pat. Gravis got a little startled when someone patted his right arm. He turned to his right and saw an elder with a full mouth holding a green fruit to Gravis. "Gust fruit?" he asked Gravis. "They are really casual here," Gravis thought as he was surprised by the casual offering of fruit. Instead of politely declining, Gravis went with the flow. "Sure, thanks," he said and took the green fruit. Many of the elders smiled warmly when they saw him accept the fruit. They hated people who always acted righteous and better than others when they couldn't even relax for a second. Gravis looked at the fruit and took a bite. Whoosh! A big gust of wind blew out from the fruit and blasted into Gravis' face. Gravis got startled and jumped back, dropping the fruit. "Ha ha ha!" The room exploded into laughter, and one elder gave the one that offered the fruit to Gravis a high five. "Man, Bruce, you really have guts to pull that on a Heaven-born," said another elder to the first one. Gravis looked at them and nearly couldn't believe that they pulled a prank on him. Gravis was a little overwhelmed with the situation since no one had ever played a prank on him before. In his homeworld, everyone respected him and kept him at a distance. This was something entirely new to him. Gravis thought about how he had jumped back in fright because of a fruit and thought it was actually a little funny. He also slightly laughed while rubbing his neck in embarrassment. The others saw that Gravis didn't get angry and felt a little relieved. It seemed like Gravis was not a stuck-up prick. "You see," said the fruit-offering elder, "I knew that it was the Lightning Guild's environment that made them all stuck-up pricks and not their elements." The elder pointed at Gravis. "He cultivates the lightning element and can take a joke. Yet every single other disciple of the Lightning Guild immediately gets angry and cries about disrespect." Many of the elders nodded. They had debated why some disciples of some guilds weren't able to just relax and go with the flow. Some said that it had something to do with the element, while others said that it was due to the environment in the guild. That's why the elder played the prank on Gravis. He wanted to know how Gravis would react since he had the same element as the disciples of the Lightning Guild but hadn't lived there. "All right, enough fun. Let's get down to business," shouted the guild master as he clapped to get their attention. The dropped fruit flew over to Gravis. "Don't worry. I caught it before it touched the floor," said the guild master to Gravis, who nodded and continued eating it. The fruit tasted pretty nice, actually. There were also no more surprises waiting for him. That gust probably only happened at the first bite. Maybe that's why it was called a gust fruit. The elders calmed down and straightened up in their seats. The atmosphere changed, and it felt more serious now, though not as oppressive as in the Lightning Guild. Many of the elders were still slightly smiling. Gravis quickly finished his fruit and took out the dossier, which flew over to the guild master. The guild master looked at it and sighed bitterly. "Just as expected," he said, and some other elders also sighed. Why did Wendy have to act so suicidal? The guild master turned to the only occupied seat beside his own. "Jared, could you please keep an eye on Cerrone? You know how he is." The only present Vice Guild master nodded and left the hall. Gravis watched this with a questioning look. Cerrone is Wendy's father and the other Vice Guild master, explained the guild master with a sigh. We don't like to be bound by rules and restrictions, and you can imagine what would happen if he saw you. Gravis nodded. Cerrone, as a Vice Guild master, was obviously in the spirit-forming realm. With the unrestrained ideology of the Wind Guild, he might ignore any potential repercussions to kill Gravis. What could Gravis even do against a spirit-forming expert with the wind element? He couldn't even attempt to flee. The dossier flew back to Gravis. We've already expected you, and everything has already been prepared. Wendy has already said her goodbyes in the case that she will fall to you, explained the guild master. Though she has one final wish. Gravis furrowed his brows. What wish? She would like to fight you outside of the Wind Guild where no one is around. We would like for you to honor that wish. Is that okay with you? He asked. Gravis nodded. It didn't matter where they fought. If she wanted to surprise him with a third party that would help her, Gravis could simply use the formation array. In the worst case, Gravis could shout for Sky, and it would quickly arrive, together with its parent. When the guild master saw Gravis nod, he nodded back. She is in the forest to the north. The guard outside the door will bring you to her. 2 disciples on the 9th level of Magic Gathering keep watch over her. And when you arrive, all 3 guards will retreat and let you fight in peace. We also won't use our spirits to spy on you. Wendy has explicitly wished for that, and we will honor that wish. Gravis nodded again, stood up, and bowed politely to the guild master. Under the sad eyes of the elders, he left the hall and looked at the guard. Let's go, said Gravis to him, and the guard nodded. Follow me, he said, and they left the castle and the mountain. They moved rather quickly to the north, and Gravis thought about why Wendy had all these strange wishes. The chances of someone saving her life would be higher inside the Wind Guild. She was making it even harder for herself to survive. On top of that, why was she specifically targeting him? That was still a mystery to Gravis. After some minutes, they arrived at a clearing in the woods. Gravis saw 3 people standing in the clearing, and one of them was Wendy. She still looked pretty young and had the same green hair as back in the entrance exams. The 2 guards beside her saw Gravis and sighed. They put their hands on Wendy and whispered their goodbyes to her. After some seconds, they went over to Gravis' guard and nodded. All 3 guards quickly left, and now only Gravis and Wendy remained. Wendy didn't look at Gravis and stood with her back to him. Welcome, she said as she turned to him. Fake Heavenborn. Gravis' insides churned as he heard Wendy. This came out of nowhere and threw all his suspicions about why she wanted to meet him into disarray. What do you mean? He asked with narrowed eyes. Wendy released a dry laugh. You're not a Heavenborn. I have felt the heavenly pressure of Heavenborn, and I know that they can't keep their heavenly pressure up for more than 10 minutes, she explained. When I saw you keeping your will aura up for several hours, I was already sure that you were not a Heavenborn. She knew his secret, and he couldn't risk her fleeing and telling others. He walked closer and took out the jade token. She didn't seem to mind and didn't attack Gravis even when she stood inside the formation array's activation range. Even though Gravis knew that she could have told others earlier, he didn't want to take any chances. Tell me, started Gravis. If you already knew that I am not a Heavenborn, then why didn't you just publicize it? If you did that, I would already be dead. Wendy smiled slightly. I don't want to kill you, she said, and Gravis furrowed his brows. He had thought, based on how she had acted, that she wanted his life. Her not wanting his life came as a surprise to him. Then why all this slandering? Gravis asked her. Wendy looked a little apologetic. I wanted to meet you, she explained. How could I meet you when you were inside the Heaven sect without awaking suspicion? I also don't know where and when your missions would take place, so I had no choice but to become your target. Gravis furrowed his brows further. But you know that becoming my target means that I either have to kill you or flee from the Heaven sect, he said. And I don't plan on blowing my cover just yet. Wendy continued smiling, for some reason. I know that, and I don't want you to blow your cover. Gravis lifted one of his brows. "Are you telling me that you intend to die here?" he asked incredulously. Wendy sighed. "Maybe," she said and made a pause. She sat down and patted the spot beside her for Gravis to also sit down. By now, Gravis knew that he would already be dead if she wanted to kill him. She would have just needed to tell others about his will aura. So Gravis took her offer and sat beside her. They both looked at the quiet forest. "I want to tell you my story," she said after a while. "Could you grant me this last wish?" Gravis nodded. "Sure. I'm also interested in what reason you could have to throw away your life like that." Wendy's smile brightened a little. "I had a husband once," she started. "We knew each other ever since I was a young teenager. We basically grew up together and we were best of friends. My father wanted me to become a strong cultivator, so he had sent me out into the outer continent when I was just 12. Of course, before sending me out, he helped me temper my organs and blood. I met my husband in a town in the outer continent." Gravis felt that this situation was similar to his own. He also arrived in this lower world when he only had tempered his organs and blood. Gravis looked to the sky and thought about his homeworld. Wendy looked at Gravis and guessed that he had gone through something similar. She moved her legs closer to her chest and hugged them in a comfortable position. "When we met, he was just a teenager from a town. He was about 1 year older than me and had already tempered his skin. In the beginning, we fought a lot, but then we started getting closer." Wendy looked up into the sky. "I stayed in that town until I was 14. By then, I had also tempered my skin and bones by hunting in the hunting guild. We were already very close at that time, and some romantic feelings started blossoming in my heart. Yet," Wendy sighed in sadness, "it wasn't meant to last. One particular day we went on a hunt together, and after we had slain the beast, we were exhausted and injured. Just when we had decided to rest, some raiders jumped out of the bushes out of nowhere. I don't know if you know, but in comparison to bandits, raiders are the real outlaws. They kill, destroy, rob, and do other unsavory things." Gravis nodded. He still remembered the raiders that attacked that one village. Wendy sighed. "If we were at our peak, we could have won against them, but at that time we had no chance. My husband managed to give me a chance to flee while he remained behind to keep them at bay. I wanted to help him so badly, but I knew that that would only make his sacrifice meaningless. I fled to the hunting guild and told them what happened. Luckily, we were not that far away. About an hour later, I returned with several hunters, and we only found some corpses and some blood, but nothing more. I knew how many raiders attacked us, and I saw that only a third of them died to him. I knew that they had taken him captive. Raiders often do business with slave traders, and someone with tempered skin and bones was worth a lot of money." Some tears ran down Wendy's face, but she didn't seem to notice. "I was heartbroken, and I lost all my will to cultivate and live. I remained in the town and waited for him every day. I couldn't accept that he was gone and spent most of my time looking over the wall of the town, into the wilderness, hoping that I would see him return." Then Wendy smiled. "About 6 months later, he actually returned. At that time, I thought I was dreaming. It was a miracle from heaven. I knew that heaven wanted him to return. I was so happy, and I wept for days out of happiness. All the light in my life returned at that point, and I was happy that I held out. Before that, I had contemplated suicide every day." Gravis could feel that Wendy's feelings were genuine, and he felt for her. "How did he manage to escape?" he asked. Wendy smiled sweetly. "They trained him to be a slave. It's a very torturous process where they break someone down over a long time and make them lose their individuality. At that point, they would only live for their masters. He acted like he was slowly losing himself, but always held out." Her cheeks reddened a little. "He said it was because he wanted to see me again and didn't want me to feel bad for him. At some point, he managed to escape and they chased him. He used guerrilla tactics to engage in many smaller fights, and his life was always hanging by a thread. After a particularly difficult fight, he managed to materialize his will." Gravis was surprised. "So, due to all the torture and the fights, he managed to create a will aura in the body tempering realm?" he asked. Wendy nodded. Yes, and with the power of his will aura, he slaughtered every last raider and freed the slaves. After he had taken his revenge, he immediately ran back to our town to meet me. We fell into each other's arms and confessed our mutual love for each other. We decided that we would marry each other as soon as we would turn 16. Wendy's expression turned back to sadness. We lived in happiness, and every day felt like I was living in a dream, but after 6 months, an executioner of the Heaven sect appeared. Gravis felt a pit in his stomach. Wendy looked down at the ground. You can probably guess what happened next. The executioner had been sent here to kill my husband. Her voice quietened. He never stood a chance. Gravis also sighed. Wendy went through a lot of hardships. The closest person to Gravis that ever died was Stella, back in his homeworld, which couldn't be compared with losing one's love. They had only been very close friends, and Gravis had still been young. Wendy continued narrating. I was devastated for months, and I only felt pain. How foolish was I to believe that Heaven sent my husband back to me. I tried to cope with the situation by learning about history because I wanted to understand why that happened. I went to a city and learned all I could about Heavenborn and how they acted. After a long time and a lot of reading, I realized that Heaven didn't care about the individual. It only cares about the whole. Everything that it deems a danger to its rule would be destroyed. The history books said that no one who managed to condense a will aura in the body-tempering realm ever survived to reach the magic-gathering realm. Her eyes grew severe, and Gravis could feel rage coming from her. I was angry, and I started hating Heaven. Why did my husband have to die when he managed to save his life? Did Heaven doom him to be a slave? Was being a slave his only way to survive? At that point, my ambition had returned, and everything I felt before vanished. Gravis sighed and thought that if the same thing happened to him, he would maybe also change into something completely different. Something like this could change a person fundamentally. Wendy gnashed her teeth. I know that my husband only wants me to live in happiness, and I also know that he would never wish for me to fight against Heaven. Then she sighed. But I am not that strong. I can't forget him, and I only want to meet him in the afterlife. Her eyes started burning with rage again. But then what about Heaven? I couldn't allow for it to never pay for what it had done. On that day, I decided to dedicate my life to fighting Heaven. I was pretty sure that Heaven heard and saw everything, but I guessed that it couldn't read minds. Gravis nodded. That was about right. I kept everything inside of me and buried my hatred. When I wept for my husband, I never said anything bad about Heaven. I knew that I could never release my inner feelings, not even when I was alone. She sighed. It was incredibly hard to never talk about this. And this is the first time that I have ever talked about this with anyone. Gravis nodded again. You're right. Heaven can hear and see everything, but it can't read minds. If you spoke your feelings, it might have sent another Heavenborn or might even kill you directly. Wendy didn't ask Gravis how he knew about such things and, instead, continued telling her story. I quickly joined the Proxy Wind Guild and managed to break through into the magic-gathering realm. According to the history books, Heaven had never attacked someone at the magic-gathering realm just because they have a will aura. Instead of going to the Wind Guild, where my father was, I started roaming the Middle Continent. I fought nearly every day with multiple beasts and explored a lot. About a year later, I managed to condense a will aura while I was still in the 3rd level of magic gathering. But that wasn't the end. I never stopped tempering myself and never stopped exploring. I knew that a will aura wasn't enough to take my revenge. I needed something that could damage Heaven. Gravis listened intently, and he could empathize with her undying greed for strength. He was similar to her in that regard. One day, I managed to find an inheritance from someone that had ascended, she said, and Gravis perked up. Those exist? How is that even possible if they ascended? Gravis asked. He knew that no one could come back into this world. He was absolutely sure that only his homeworld had that ability, and his homeworld wouldn't allow someone to do something like this. Wendy looked at Gravis. When people reach the Unity Realm, they can remain in this world for 1 month before they are forced to ascend. That's probably something that heaven grants them so that they could get their affairs in order. What can they do anyway? The high priest of the heaven sect can't be beaten by someone that broke through just recently. Unity realm, huh? Gravis thought. Now, he heard the name of the fourth major realm for the first time. He wondered why it was called Unity Realm. Wendy continued telling her story. He was also an enemy of heaven and wanted to take his revenge. When he broke through, he attacked the heaven sect and got beaten back by the high priest. For some reason, the high priest didn't kill him and just let him continue living. Seeing that he couldn't take his revenge, he created his inheritance in that 1 month. I accepted the inheritance and grew more powerful. Wendy smiled bitterly. But if not even that senior managed to do anything against heaven, then what can I do, even with his help? At best, I could just do the same as him. What would that change? After I inherited everything, I became very powerful and I returned to my guild. My family thought that I had died, and they wept for me. Wendy looked at the floor again. Yet, when I hugged my mother and father, I felt nothing, she said. Every feeling of warmth had died, and not even the warmth and love of my family warmed my heart. It was like I looked on as a stranger hugged their family. It felt like this whole situation had nothing to do with me. Gravis sighed and felt for her. He couldn't imagine losing his emotions and growing so cold that even his family couldn't help him recover. Compared to Wendy, his life had actually been easier. She couldn't even release her inner rage for fear of heaven striking her. Gravis could, at least, do that since his father forced heaven into a fair fight. I had been away from society for years and wasn't very talkative, she said. My father wanted to help me acclimate to society again and sent me down to be a proxy guild master for 3 years. I wasn't a fan of that decision, but I followed it anyway. I didn't have a target anymore because the more I learned about heaven, the more I realized its power. How could I ever take my revenge? Then she looked at Gravis. Then I met you, she said with interest. I noticed your will aura and got reminded of my husband. For the first time in a long while, I felt bad for someone else. I knew that your destiny would be the same as my husband's. Her eyes focused on Gravis. And then, the situation in the basin of nature happened. I already knew that you were not a heaven-born, and I slowly realized that heaven didn't want to temper but actually kill you. I thought you would die immediately when you cursed at heaven, but for some reason it never directly attacked you. It only sent beasts at you, and you actually came out in one piece. Gravis just continued listening. The other guild masters were not even close to me in strength, and they didn't notice, but I saw how heaven tried to strike you after your last comment. I somehow felt heaven's rage explode at that time. Maybe I managed to feel it thanks to my obsession with it. Yet, when it tried to strike you, everything disappeared, and the clouds vanished. She looked with burning eyes at Gravis. At that point, I knew that for some reason, heaven couldn't do anything against you directly. As far as I know, you are the first person where this situation ever happened. My lost ambition returned, and I saw a chance in you. Maybe you can do what others couldn't. When you joined the heaven sect under the guise of a heaven-born, I was sure that something was different about you. Couldn't heaven just inform the heaven sect that you are not a heaven-born? Yet, it didn't, and you even did several missions for it. Something stops heaven from acting directly against you. Could you tell me what it is? Gravis sighed. I'm not from this world. Wendy's eyes widened when she heard that. What do you mean? Gravis smiled. She had already told all her secrets to him. So why couldn't he tell her? No one was around, and Gravis could feel the spirit of others. He also didn't believe that the upper echelon of the Wind Guild would break their promise. The only one listening was heaven, and it already knew his background. This is a lower world. Above this world are the middle worlds, and above those are the higher worlds, Gravis explained. I am from the highest world, and every world is below ours. My father is the strongest being, equal to the highest heaven. They are enemies, and heaven has used me to hurt my father before. That's why heaven is my enemy and why it can't act directly against me. My father forces heaven into a fair fight. Wendy was shocked and couldn't process all the information she was receiving right now. There were so many worlds above this one. Also, Gravis' father was this powerful? She couldn't imagine how powerful he had to be. Gravis smiled happily. When heaven tried to strike me in the basin of nature, my father slapped it away. That's why everything vanished. The heaven of this lower world is nothing in my father's eyes, said Gravis with pride. Wendy still couldn't fully believe Gravis' tale, but everything pointed to it being the truth. Why else did these things happen in the basin of nature? Gravis remained silent for a while, and Wendy also didn't say anything. She kept thinking about the whole situation. After a while, Wendy smiled happily. If heaven is forced to fight with you fairly, then you are probably the only person who has a shot at damaging it. She looked upwards into the sky. I am happy that my gamble and all my hardships paid off. If I gave up earlier, I would have never had the chance to change anything. This is the first time in a long while where I'm truly happy, she said as some tears rolled down her eyes. Here, take this, Wendy said as she passed a jade token, as well as a piece of paper to Gravis. This is the core of the inheritance. It's a formation array, and everything about it is explained in the piece of paper. You only need to use your lightning on it, and you will understand everything about it. The Ascended Senior took great care in keeping what the token can do a secret. Gravis nodded and injected his lightning into the paper. A lot of information appeared in his mind, and he completely understood why the Senior kept it a secret. It's incredibly powerful, but you shouldn't underestimate heaven. I'm sure it already knows that this formation array can block one attack, no matter how strong, Gravis said. Wendy shivered, but could only sigh. You're probably right, she said. Yet, this won't stop it from working. With this, you could at least block one attack from heaven. Gravis nodded with a smile, but inside, he felt incredibly shocked. If one looked at the paper only with energy, they would learn that the token could block one attack. Yet, when an element was infused into it, the element would return and spell out some words in the user's mind. It was a genius way of keeping its true secret hidden. Heaven probably never learned about its true secret. Gravis' plan for the preforming technique slowly changed into an even more reckless one. There was a high chance that he would die when performing it, but his goal was the peak. If he couldn't reach the peak, then he couldn't reach his goal. His goal was more important than his life. She also passed him a sack, which carried hundreds of energy stones. They both remained silent for several minutes and just looked at the sky. Gravis had accepted Wendy's wish for revenge. Yet, the situation could only end in tragedy. Wendy wanted to return to her husband and take revenge for him. Her wish for revenge was transferred to Gravis, and now only one wish remained. Gravis felt a little nervous, and not even his powerful will could stop these emotions from affecting him. He learned more about Wendy than every other person in this world, which created a special connection between them. Yet, because of that, Gravis knew that her mind was made up. It didn't matter what he said. Wendy would go through with it. The closer they got to the moment of goodbye, the more Gravis' whole being revolted against the situation. He felt a genuine feeling of companionship with Wendy, and he didn't want to do it. Felt so wrong in his mind. He didn't mind killing strangers, but it was a different thing if he knew the person. Yet what other way was there? It wasn't like others forced her to go through with it. She had decided it for herself. It was her only remaining wish and her last goal. What if Gravis decided to spare her? He would blow his cover and he would probably die. If Wendy actually wanted to keep on living, he would maybe try to find a third way, but what was the point of jeopardizing his goal? If she just decided to end her life sometime later? There was no right way out of the situation. Every decision would end in tragedy. Yet, for the first time, Gravis couldn't blame heaven for the situation. Yes, heaven was at fault for how her life went, but it was her own decision what she would do with her life now. It was her decision and she made it. Sometimes one could only choose one of two evils. All right, said Wendy as she stood up and dusted off her robes. She took out a mirror and looked at herself. She took out some water and cleaned up every last piece of dirt on her face and clothing. She wanted to be presentable for her family. Gravis' insides shook as he watched her. He also stood up and grabbed his forehead due to the stress that he was feeling right now. The energy in his head still gave him a massive headache, but he couldn't care about that right now. Anxiety, rage, frustration, helplessness, a little bit of sadness, and unwillingness all mixed together inside him, and he couldn't discern what he was feeling anymore. He felt like he was about to take a step into a direction he didn't want. Wendy saw him and smiled slightly. I know that it's not easy for you, but you can't give up your goal for this. I entrusted you with my revenge, and if you decide to give up, I'll haunt you, she said with a joking tone. Also, if you manage to get through all this pain, you will only grow stronger. Isn't your wish to defeat heaven? Gravis didn't care about the strength of his will right now. He was not his father. His father killed millions of humans just to get one over heaven, and Gravis was not like that. He wanted to live without regrets and grow strong. Maybe I am too naive, he thought as he looked upwards at the sky. Maybe it was impossible from the very beginning to have both. If I must decide between having no regret and achieving my goal, then I will choose my goal, even if it is wrong. When Wendy was finished, she took out a letter and nailed it to a tree. This is a letter to my family. I wrote my whole story down so that they don't come looking for you in the future. I don't want you guys to become enemies. Wendy walked back and stopped 1 meter in front of Gravis. Do it, she said. And I'm sorry. Gravis' body shook, and he couldn't look at her. Gravis wasn't feeling all these feelings because of Wendy, but because of what he was about to do. With his will, killing another person was not difficult at all, and they had also only talked for some minutes. He shakingly put his hand on her head and closed his eyes firmly. I'm sorry, he said. Gravis released his lightning, and Wendy immediately died. Her outside wasn't injured, and only her brain stopped functioning. She fell over, and Gravis caught her with his arms. One small tear rolled down his right eye, and he could only look at her with unwillingness. He wasn't crying about her, but about the way he had chosen. Is this what I am ready to do for power? I said that I am not my father, yet I see myself becoming more like him the further I progress on my path. Is this truly what I want to be? He thought as he laid her down on the floor. Her body smiled happily, and Gravis felt her energy entering his body. He felt incredibly disgusted by the energy and wanted to reject it, but he stopped himself. She gave Gravis her wish for revenge, and he couldn't betray that wish. When Gravis laid her down, he looked at her for another minute and then walked away. While walking, he thought about if that is truly what he wished to become. Was it worth it to do things like this for strength? After Gravis had left the clearing for a while, a minuscule lightning bolt appeared from above and hit the letter, which had been nailed to the tree. The letter burned until nothing remained. Gravis went out of the forest, still thinking about the whole thing. Logically, he knew that he couldn't have changed anything about the situation. He had to keep up his disguise, and he also needed power. Her willingness to die actually only had positives from a result-oriented standpoint. Yet, logic and feelings rarely agreed with each other. Even though he knew, logically, that he couldn't do anything about it, his feelings were still screaming at him. As Gravis continued walking, he looked up into the sky through the leaves of the trees. Is this the only way to acquire strength and freedom? He asked himself. Am I required to act like this to become truly free? Do I want to crush the hopes and dreams of countless other people just so I can realize mine? Gravis knew that he had already killed many people and that he already crushed a lot of dreams. Yet, enemies were enemies, and companions were companions. If someone tried to kill you, you wouldn't feel as bad about killing them as if you killed a companion. The emotions would grow distant, and one wouldn't think much about what they had done. Yet, the current situation was gnawing at him. To him, it felt like he had betrayed someone to gain more power, even though he knew that that wasn't true. After a while, Gravis met the 3 guards, and when they saw him coming out of the forest, they sighed. The fact that Gravis was casually walking out of the woods meant that his mission was complete. They felt bad for their junior sister, but there was nothing they could do. Let's go, said Gravis to them, and one of them turned around to lead the way, while the other 2 went inside the forest to retrieve the body. The guard and Gravis quickly reached the guild again, and Gravis stopped in front of its gates. Initially, he had intended to stay here for a while so Sky could talk more with its parent, but with Wendy's father being a Vice Guild master and with this whole emotional situation, his mood changed. Gravis looked at the gigantic tree where the two birds currently stood and whistled. Sky turned its head to him and then back to its parent. The parent looked a little sad for a second, but then roughly shoved Sky away with a serious caw. Sky gave one last rub to its parent, which promptly shoved it again. Sky said its goodbyes, picked up Gravis, and then flew away into the horizon. There was no sense in saying goodbye to the Wind Guild. It was not Gravis' home, and even though he liked it here, he couldn't remain. Short goodbyes were easier for everyone. Sky flew for a couple of days, and Gravis used the time to think more about his eventual reckless plan. It was incredibly dangerous, but if it worked, he could get a unique advantage. This might be the only chance he would have to actually become strong enough to damage heaven, later down the line. He had to prepare early for his eventual showdown with this lower heaven. Gravis took out the jade token that Wendy had handed him and thought about the whole situation. I have no karmic luck, and heaven doesn't grant me any opportunities or special chances. But Father told me that we can steal the karmic luck of others. Let them get their chances and then just take them away. Although this couldn't be considered stealing, Wendy getting her inheritance was probably due to karmic luck. So, all in all, I benefited from the luck of others. Yet, it took all of Wendy's power to meet him. She wanted to hand over her karmic luck, and she still had to work hard to meet him. If others didn't want to give up their luck, then it would be difficult for Gravis to get it since heaven was constantly up in his business. Gravis put the jade token away and changed his focus to cultivation while Sky continued flying into the direction of the heaven sect. Like this, a couple of days passed. Some days later, Ion looked through the bag and counted the energy stones. When he finished, he nodded. "Looks good. Well done," he said as he put the bag away. He then looked at the jade token, which had the formation array that could imprison anyone in the energy-gathering realm, and threw it back at Gravis. Gravis' eyes widened in surprise, and he caught it. "You can keep it," said Ion as he stretched himself. "Everyone in the heaven sect has at least one. I just forgot yours." Gravis smiled bitterly and put the jade token away, but didn't leave. Ion noticed and furrowed his brows. "What's up?" he asked. "Well, let's see if this works. This sounds incredibly stupid, but it should work," thought Gravis as he readied himself for the following conversation. "So," he started, "we can't exchange magic stones for mission points, right?" he asked. Ion lifted a brow. "Yes," he confirmed, not sure what Gravis' goal was. "But we also have a job where someone has to exchange the gold for magic stones, right?" asked Gravis. "Yees," confirmed Ion. "Could you tell me, how many mission points does the exchange of one magic stone give in that mission?" Ion scratched the side of his head, trying to think about what Gravis was up to. "One exchanged magic stone is 10 mission points," Ion said. Now, it was finally time for Gravis to get to the point. "So, when I switch jobs for a minute and then exchange my magic stones for our gold, I can get mission points, right?" Gravis asked. Ion's hand froze, and his brain started going wild. The more he thought about the situation, the stupider it seemed. It was impossible to exchange energy stones for mission points, but it was possible to exchange energy stones for mission points and gold? What's even the sense in that? Then, Ion started scratching his chin in thought. "Man, I really screwed up when creating this system," he mumbled while thinking. "Though, exchanging it for gold would make it easier on our storage. Man, the more I think about it, the stupider all this seems." While Ion continued thinking, Gravis hoped that his choice was correct. Wendy had given Gravis a lot of energy stones, and he could break through multiple levels with those. Those stones could make him nearly invincible in the Middle Continent. Yet, with wealth came decisions. He could sharply raise his realm, and that would save time, but is saving time good? Not always. In this case, Gravis would skip several levels, and he would also skip possible tempering experiences on those levels. Yet, on the other hand, his chances of survival would be way higher. Wasn't surviving the most important? Honestly, in Gravis' opinion, it wasn't. His goal was more important than his life, and everything had to be perfect to reach the peak. Gravis' will aura might be strong enough to still be outstanding in the spirit-forming realm, but what about the realms in the middle world or higher world? If he decided to use the stones for cultivation, he would sacrifice relative battle strength for a sharp rise in actual strength. Yet, in comparison to now, his relative strength against people in the same realm would be weaker than now. The foundation was most important to Gravis, and even if Gravis could skip straight to the Unity realm, he wouldn't. He might be able to damage heaven and return, but then what? He would have immense problems in the middle world. This was basically killing the chicken to get the egg. So, in the end, Gravis decided to exchange his energy stones for pills to increase his body's strength. This would increase his relative battle strength. With the Heavens Balance cultivation technique, it was easy to find resources to increase his realm, but it wasn't easy to find resources to increase his relative battle strength. Gravis couldn't ignore the future to make his current situation easier. If he died due to his decision, so be it. "All right, I decided," said Ion as he turned to Gravis. Ion turned to Gravis with a grin. "I have decided," he said proudly. "It is now allowed to exchange magic stones for mission points," he said, and Gravis released a sigh of relief. With this, he could buy several of those expensive pills that strengthen the body. With that, his body would no longer be useless in an actual fight. "But," said Ion loudly, "I need to be fair to CRB. He is working hard to exchange the gold for magic stones, so I need to give others some kind of restriction. So, I have decided that you are required to regain your wealth by yourself." Gravis furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" Ion put his hands on his hips with pride. "Simple. If you exchange 1,000 magic stones for mission points, you need to regain those 1,000 magic stones by yourself. After the exchange, you are required to reach the same amount of wealth 3 months later and show it to me. If you don't manage, you will lose half of your mission points." Gravis raised an eyebrow. "Why though? Are you sure that this is a good way?" he asked confusedly. In Gravis' mind, this rule made absolutely no sense. To him, it seemed like the rule only existed to make the lives of the exchangers harder. What was even the point of that? "Shut up. I decided, and that's how it is now," said Ion as he pointed at Gravis. "I am the branch manager, and you need to follow what I say." Gravis could only sigh and roll his eyes. The rule seemed senseless, and Ion, apparently, didn't accept any counterarguments. "Well, it doesn't matter. Heaven probably won't allow me to stay in the Heaven sect for much longer. In 3 months, Gravis would probably already be fleeing all around the Middle Continent. Not only from other guilds but also from the Heaven sect. This restriction might as well not exist for him. "All right, I want to exchange these magic stones," Gravis said, as he handed the sack of energy stones, which he had gotten from Wendy, to Ion. Ion looked through the sack, and his eyes widened. "Man, that's a lot of magic stones," he said in surprise. "Are you sure you can regain that in 3 months?" Gravis nodded. "Heaven won't let me fail. I trust in heaven. It will surely give me an opportunity to regain all this," Gravis said. Obviously, he was lying through his teeth. Heaven wouldn't even throw any leftovers at him. Ion smiled and nodded. "You're right. Heaven always has our back, and we shouldn't be afraid of taking risks. As long as we believe in heaven, everything will turn out fine." "All right, let me count the stones," said Ion as the sack of magic stones disappeared. "All right, that's 1,628 magic stones, which comes to 16,280 mission points. Together with the reward for your mission and your leftover mission points, you have something like 19,500 mission points. Damn, that's a lot of mission points, but what else could I expect from a fellow Heavenborn?" Ion said with a laugh. When Gravis heard the exact number of energy stones, he sighed. He had decided to trade all of them, but it was still hard for him to give away something that could increase his realm several times over. Gravis calculated how much his strength would increase if he were to absorb all of those and concluded that he would nearly reach the 9th level of energy gathering. He would only be missing about 20% of the energy requirement. If Gravis reached the 9th level of energy gathering, He would be invincible in the Middle Continent with the exception of spirit-forming expert. He still felt a slight sting when he thought about the strength he had just lost, even though he knew that it was for the best. He could never allow for his battle strength advantage to be lost. His goal was not survival but the peak. The firmer every step, the higher his chance of achieving his goal. "Can I take a look at the exchange list?" asked Gravis. Ion shrugged and then put a small booklet on the table. "Knock yourself out," he said as he walked to his balcony. He sat back down in his chair and continued relaxing. Meanwhile, Gravis took a look through the exchange list. He had to find the best way to increase his physical strength. Gravis looked at the pills and quickly found the pills for body strengthening. Some pills increased the strength of specific organs. Some pills increased physical strength overall. Some pills expedited the training of the body. Cultivators in the energy-gathering realm could still train their bodies, but the growth of the body's power was dozens of times slower than the growth of the energy's power. That was why no one cared about training the body anymore. Resources for body strengthening were way rarer and more expensive than pure energy stones. For example, if someone wanted to get their physical power to the same level as the energy on the third level of energy gathering, they would probably have to spend around 150 energy stones. That might sound not as over the top as one thought, but one shouldn't forget about how few energy stones one needed to get to the third level of energy gathering. Going from the first level to the third level only needed 8 plus 16 energy stones. That was about a sixth of the cost. Gravis compiled a list of pills over the next couple of minutes until he noticed something. Body Ascension pill, 20,000 mission points. Gravis had subconsciously ignored the pill since the price was so high, but now he was very close to being able to afford it. He read through the description, and his eyes sparkled with motivation. This was perfect for him. The pill sharply increased the ability of the body to strengthen while healing. One first needed to tear down their old body to create a newer, stronger one. The description was simple, but the simple description showed the pill's power when it was paired with the price. Gravis turned his head to Ion, who was still relaxing in his chair. "Hey Ion," he said. "What is it?" asked Ion, not turning towards him. "Shouldn't I get a reward for pointing out the flaw in your mission system?" Gravis asked. Ion craned his body so he could look at Gravis with furrowed brows. Then, he used his spirit to take a look at the exchange list and noticed that the booklet had been opened to the page of the Body Ascension pill. He then looked back up to Gravis and smiled. "Fine. Whoosh pack." Ion threw a bottle at Gravis, who quickly caught it. He looked at it and could see a pill shining through the bottle, which was about as big as a plum. "But consider all your mission points used up," said Ion as he turned back to relax on his chair. Gravis smiled in excitement. "Thank you, branch manager," he said. With this, his body would be able to become much stronger, though he needed a way to break his body. If he really concentrated, he might be able to break his own body with his lightning, but not for very long. The pill would hold for an entire week, and Gravis' lightning would probably become useless at around the second day already. He needed a way to consistently damage his body. Gravis' eyes turned to the relaxing Ion and shone. Ion's body slightly shivered. Over a long period of time, Ion had managed to train this reaction towards something specific. He knew precisely what the shivering meant. Ion turned to Gravis and watched him with an apprehensive look. His body always shivered before he had to work. Gravis had to convince Ion for many minutes. He really didn't want to work. Gravis even had to say that he would do the next 3 missions free of charge to finally convince him to help. Gravis knew that getting Ion's help was risky. Whenever Gravis trained his body, he would tear the whole thing apart to get as much out of the training as possible. That required a strong will. Heavenborn usually didn't have a strong will, and that could arouse suspicion about him from Ion. Yet, Gravis was sure that Ion's fanaticism towards heaven would make him blind to nearly every clue about Gravis not being a heavenborn. Gravis expected that he might even be able to show the condensed version of his will aura, and Ion would probably only consider him some genius heavenborn. Of course, Gravis wouldn't try that, though Ion wanted to watch Gravis temper himself first. Ion didn't want to hurt Gravis so severely that his weak will couldn't take it anymore. So, Gravis stayed in Ion's office and started tempering his body. As soon as he ingested the pill, he felt incredibly hot and felt a massive well of power circling throughout his body. Gravis immediately started by literally exploding his body with all of his power. His skin, muscles, bones, and some organs got blasted away from him. Gravis even exploded his face away and turned back into the skeleton look he had when he had been rescued from the cesspool in the Proxy Lightning Guild. Ion's eyes widened, and he took a deep breath in shock. This was way more intense than he had believed. He knew that Gravis was a little different from normal Heavenborn, but that was just crazy. Ion couldn't imagine staying sane under so much pain, and he thought Gravis was crazy. Who would do such a thing? The body Ascension pill also had a lot of life energy saved. If it didn't even have something as basic as life energy, then why would it be so expensive? Gravis' body started regenerating quickly, but before it was even healed to 1/8 of his peak condition, his body exploded again, together with some other vital organs. Gravis couldn't explode all his organs at the same time. If he did that, he would die. This continued for many hours as Ion watched on in horror. In his mind, this was absolute madness. He couldn't understand Gravis' mad need for strength at all. This was insane. Luckily, the pill also had a lot of energy inside it, which allowed Gravis to have enough energy to continue exploding his body. It became challenging for Gravis to gather enough energy to explode his body after half a day had passed. "I need your help," croaked Gravis with a nearly inhuman voice. His vocal cords were nearly destroyed, and it was hard for him to speak. Ion sighed deeply. He had watched how Gravis trained and even used his spirit to completely understand how Gravis managed to keep his body going, even when 80% of it was annihilated. He saw how Gravis circulated the destruction of his organs and knew what he had to do. Yet, he still had to hold himself back from healing Gravis with his water in the beginning. It was just too horrifying to him. Though Ion was still nervous since even a small mistake could spell Gravis' doom. Of course, with Ion's control, it was impossible to make such a mistake. It was just Ion's weak will that made him stress out about the situation. He had never been put into such a bad situation. His life had always been going smoothly, and he had never needed to do something this difficult. Ion took a deep breath to calm down and then released his ice. He nearly froze Gravis' whole body with ice and then let it explode. When a body froze, its whole composition changed, and muscles wouldn't be muscles anymore when that happened. Similar to fire, it broke down the whole body and changed it into something else. Gravis only gnashed his teeth but didn't say a word. Like he had expected, Ion's control had been perfect, and the destruction was identical to how Gravis would have done it. Ion continued destroying Gravis' body throughout 3 days without a pause. He had enough energy as a spirit-forming expert, and his energy regeneration was faster than his expenditure. After those 3 days, Ion and Gravis both noticed how the regeneration slowed down for his body. The description had said that the pill held on for 7 days, and that was true, but Gravis' crazy training had preemptively used up the saved life energy in the pill. When Gravis noticed, he looked into Ion's eyes with a crazy gleam. Ion felt a shiver run down his spine and then sighed. "All right," he said, defeated. "But only because I don't want to see the body Ascension pill being wasted." Starting that moment, Ion supplemented the healing of the pill with his own life energy. He was a cultivator with the water element, and people with the water element were the best in healing. Someone at the spirit-forming realm had an incredible amount of life energy, and it would be no issue in healing Gravis for a couple more days. In the 7 days where Gravis was training his body, several Heavenborn came to Ion's office to receive their missions or to exchange for some stuff. Whenever they saw the skeletal Gravis in the corner, they would exclaim in fright. Ion always had to explain that he was not punishing Gravis but helping him train his body. The other Heavenborn didn't believe him and started fearing Ion. Starting that day, Ion wouldn't receive any complaints from them anymore about anything. After 7 days, the pill's effect wore off, and Gravis noticed that his body was not growing stronger anymore, at least not as fast. Ion. The pill, Gravis' body exploded again from the ice, and Ion looked at him like he didn't understand him. "Did you say something?" he asked innocently while using his water to heal him. The pill-boom. His body exploded again before he could finish his words. What was that? Ion asked as he put his hand to his ear like he didn't hear him. Stop! Gravis shouted. Ion showed a look of surprise and stopped destroying Gravis' body. Why didn't you say that earlier? He asked innocently. He wanted to relieve some of his frustration on Gravis since he had forced Ion to work for nearly 7 whole days. By now, Ion had grown used to destroying Gravis' body, and he didn't feel bad about playing that prank on him. Gravis could only bitterly smile as Ion healed his body. Gravis could understand Ion's frustration, and he didn't grow angry about Ion pulling the prank. Gravis was actually really thankful to Ion because he had done many things that he wasn't required to do. Gravis decided that, when they would, involuntarily, become enemies in the future, he would spare his life once. When Gravis was fully healed, he stood up and stretched his body. He tested out his physical power and was surprised by the result. My body should be a little stronger than the energy of someone at the 7th level, he concluded as he muttered to himself. Energy? Asked Ion in confusion. Gravis shook his head quickly. Oh, sorry, I meant magic. I don't know why I said energy, he said with a bitter smile. Luckily, Ion didn't mind Gravis' slip-up. Ion was too preoccupied with feeling exhausted and lazy to care about the stuff that Gravis said. He walked over to his chair and sat down. We're done here. You better not come in here in the foreseeable future. You've worked me harder in that week than I have worked in the last 3 years, he said as he waved his hand. Boom bang. Gravis felt himself getting thrown out of the office into the hallway, and the door to Ion's office violently closed after Gravis was thrown outside. Gravis didn't mind and kept up a happy smile. His strength had substantially increased and some of the energy also increased his realm. He felt that he was close to a breakthrough. He would probably only need 2 weeks of meditation to reach the 6th level of energy gathering. Gravis' element was unique, and one could consider the power of his element always 1 level higher than others. Destruction lightning was a little over double the strength of natural lightning, after all. So, when Gravis reached the 6th level of energy gathering, his body and element could both exert the power of someone at the 7th level each. Like this, he had regained his body's advantage and could probably fight someone at the 9th level of energy gathering, as long as the person didn't have a will aura. Gravis felt excited by his new power and smiled like an idiot. He went back to his room and started meditating. Meanwhile, in Ion's office, Ion sighed. I am too nice, he muttered to himself. I worked so hard to increase the strength of one of my brothers. Not everyone can be so magnanimous as me. Ion looked up into the sky. I am sure you are proud of me, Heaven. It wasn't. It had been about a month since Gravis had tempered his body. Nothing special happened in that time, except that he broke into the 6th level of energy gathering. There were no missions for him to do, and Gravis was bored. After his breakthrough, he went outside and looked for Sky. Gravis was happy that he finally was stronger than Sky again, though Gravis' excitement quickly transformed into a bittersweet feeling. Sky had reached the level of a high-rank energy beast. Gravis was incredibly surprised when he saw Sky's new size. It looked nearly identical to its parent and was probably also as powerful as it, maybe even stronger. Sky was incredibly smart and had learned a lot from Gravis. With its increased smarts, it might actually be stronger than its parent. Gravis could only smile bitterly. He was happy that Sky grew that quickly, but he also felt a little defeated by its rapid progress. Though he didn't grow envious. Sky was continually hunting for strong beasts, and it had weathered way more life and death experiences in the last couple of months than Gravis. When was the last genuine life and death experience that Gravis had experienced? Gravis thought back and concluded that the last real one was when he reached the Heaven Sect. He hadn't gone through a single life and death experience while he had been in the Heaven Sect. This was an issue. His realm had increased by 2 levels with no real fights in between. Though that didn't mean that his will hadn't increased during that time. Due to the whole situation with Wendy, his will had increased substantially. The whole thing made him question his goal and what he wanted to become, which made it similar to body tempering. His will had been injured and shaken, and when his will had recovered, it had become more powerful. Gravis had decided that his goal was most important. Wendy would have died either way, with or without his interference. He had also been sent to kill her, which made it substantially easier for him to accept it. The only thing he could do for her was to never forget her thirst for revenge on heaven. He had accepted the situation. His will had also slightly increased in his body tempering experience, but not by much. It had slightly increased during the first day, but after that, physical pain was no longer enough to temper his will. Due to that, he decided to increase the energy in his mind. By now, his head had been filled to 90% saturation, and the headache would kill someone with a weak will. Reaching this saturation of energy already required someone to have a will aura. Yet, it only allowed them to keep themselves alive while they cultivated their spirit. Feeling the pain for days on end was something completely different. The pain in the mind was multiple times stronger than the pain that Gravis had felt while tempering his body. The headache was unbelievably powerful and constant, but Gravis was happy about that. Like this, his will would rise. Gravis spent a couple of days with Sky and remembered that his birthday was coming up in about 2 weeks. Gravis grew a little shocked when he realized that he had only been in this lower world for less than a year. Felt much longer to him. He had remained in the outer continent for about 6 months and had stayed in the middle continent for about 3 or 4. Gravis had already been 16 when he came to the lower world. All this only happened in less than a year. Gravis could only sigh as his mind wandered and thought about everything he had done. The whole thing about Gorn still gnawed at him, and he could probably never forget that. Gorn had been a turning point in his life, and the whole thing had changed Gravis' path substantially. Gorn's death had created several life and death experiences for Gravis, making him stronger, but Gravis didn't want to think about his death this way. Gravis didn't consider his death as a way that made him stronger, but about a reminder that he had to keep himself in check. Yet, when Gravis thought about his reckless plan, his mind wavered. His plan involving the preforming technique and the jade token from Wendy could change him if it succeeded. Would he still remain himself when that happened? Gravis shook his head to ignore that thought and had some fun with Sky. They flew around for a full day and did whatever they wanted. Of course, with Heaven constantly keeping an eye out for Gravis, they couldn't possibly meet any other high-rank energy beasts. Those might actually be possible for Gravis to defeat, and Heaven didn't want any tempering experiences for him. Yet Gravis was not that annoyed by that. The higher the power of a beast, the harder it was for Heaven to control it. In order to keep all the strong beasts away from Gravis, Heaven probably used a lot of power. Gravis had already seen how difficult it was for Heaven to control such beasts when Sky's parent first appeared. In the beginning, it wanted to kill him, but Sky managed to convince it otherwise. This showed that Heaven couldn't absolutely control such powerful beasts. Gravis guessed that it was probably nearly impossible for Heaven to control spirit beasts. He actually didn't mind the lack of high-rank energy beasts. He already had a plan for the time when he would leave the Heaven sect, and he would get plenty of tempering then. Until that time arrived, Gravis relaxed. And just like that, the time had arrived just a day later. In 3 days, our branch will visit our headquarter in the core continent for the yearly gathering, said Ion to the gathered Heavenborn in front of him. As always, we will travel for about 3 days and then stay there for about a day. Meeting the High Priest is an honorable experience for every one of you, so you better cherish it. The gathered Heavenborn nodded at Ion. They remembered the last time they had met the High Priest and were still impressed by his awe-inspiring presence. Gravis showed an expression of longing, but inside, he sighed. The time has come, he concluded. Meeting the High Priest? Gravis wasn't suicidal. Ion might not notice that he was not a Heavenborn, but the High Priest would surely notice it straight away when he saw him. Gravis didn't care about the other Heavenborn, but he felt a little bad about betraying Ion. Yes, Ion was his enemy, and that had been decided since the very beginning, but he still had helped Gravis a lot. Yet, Gravis' decision had been made. They couldn't remain friends or allies. As soon as Gravis was outed as not being a Heavenborn, Ion would kill him without hesitation. They were Heaven's lackeys and children, and they wouldn't go against their creator just for Gravis. It was not always possible to change reality, no matter how much one wished. After the meeting was over, all Heavenborn returned to what they were doing. There were no more missions for anyone during that time, and they all waited for the 3 days to pass. For the next 2 days, Gravis always went outside to play with Sky and would return early in the morning. Yet, when the 3rd day arrived, he didn't return. Gravis was gone. The whole Heaven sect waited for Gravis to return, but he never did. Ion couldn't delay the departure anymore and led the Heaven sect away, fuming with anger. When I return, I'll tear you a new one, Gravis, he thought. Didn't Gravis know how important this visit was? Was this how Gravis thanked him for all the work he had done? Meanwhile, Gravis was sitting on top of Sky and flew to the east. Behind Gravis lay a gigantic banner about 20 meters long. They will travel for a total of 6 days and will stay for 1. I doubt that Ion will return prematurely just because of me. So they will be back exactly 1 week from now. I have 1 week to get as much tempering and wealth as possible, though I should probably stop after 6 days. Without a good head start, Ion might find me very quickly. Luckily, with Sky now being a high-grade energy beast, the way to Gravis' destination was very short. It only took them 1 day. Gravis and Sky had left on the 2nd day and arrived at their destination simultaneously as the Heaven sect took off to their headquarters. Gravis looked at the horizon. There, he saw a gigantic volcano, higher than any volcano or mountain he had ever seen. Just its base was already breaking through the clouds, and a lot of lava was running down its sides. The volcano was always active and spewed lava 24/7. Around the base of the volcano, Gravis could see a lot of buildings made of obsidian. People darted from one building to the other. Obviously, that was the Fire Guild. Gravis looked around but couldn't see any energy beasts or energy plants. It seemed like the strength of the Fire Guild was about the same as the Lightning Guild and couldn't compare with the Wind Guild. Gravis furrowed his brows as he saw some peculiar things. In the Wind Guild, no one fought while he had seen some spars in the Lightning Guild. Yet, that was child's play in comparison to the Fire Guild. Wherever he looked, he saw people fighting. They were even fighting along the communal toilets. Their battle intent was really crazy. Gravis' furrowed brows slowly changed into a smirk. I bet they'll love my proposition. Sky and Gravis flew closer and stopped near the edge of their borders. A lot of disciples and guards already looked at Sky and pointed with their fingers. It was rare seeing a high-grade energy beast around these parts. Many of the guards readied their weapons. Such a foe was dangerous. Fire Guild! Gravis shouted with all his power from Sky's back. His voice reverberated throughout half of the Fire Guild, and everyone looked into his direction. I am Gravis from the Heaven sect, and I have an offer for all of you. The disciples narrowed their eyes, and their battle intent skyrocketed. Someone not from their guild was flying above them and talking down to them. In their minds, this was blatant disrespect, even if Gravis didn't mean it like that. That was just how the disciples of the Fire Guild were. They searched for any reason to battle with others. We are not interested, came a strong shout from the middle of the guild. Gravis felt that this shout came from someone in the spirit-forming realm. We don't care what you offer. We only want to temper ourselves. Leave! The voice shouted again. Gravis' smirk increased. That's exactly what I am here for, he shouted back and, surprisingly, the voice didn't answer immediately. Starting today for the next 6 days, I will accept life and death duels from anyone in the 8th and 9th level of magic gathering. This is my personal proposal and has nothing to do with the Heaven sect. If I die, nothing will happen to you. Of course, I still have one condition. The disciples talked with each other. It was hard for most of them to find real life and death tempering. Disciples in the higher stages could only find life and death tempering with high-grade energy beasts or with other people in their level. Yet, how easy was it to find a high-grade energy beast, and how easy was it to find people at their strength willing to fight them? That was the biggest reason why they had so many people in the higher levels of energy gathering but nearly no spirit-forming experts. What's your condition? Said the voice from the spirit-forming expert, now with more friendliness. The Fire Guild was very interested in that offer. Free life and death tempering? Who could say no to that? Of course, this was only true for the Fire Guild. The other guilds would probably decline. They have spent so much to get so many strong disciples. Why would they send them to their deaths? Simple, shouted Gravis. I will place a banner down in front of your guild. Written on it are the names of multiple body-strengthening pills. Someone who wants to fight with me to the death has to give me one of those before the fight. Gravis released a small laugh. Of course, if the disciple wins and I die, they can rob me of everything I have. Why would a dead person care about their wealth? At first, some disciples thought this sounded like a scam, but in the end, they realized that it honestly didn't matter. If they killed Gravis, they would get their pill back as well as all his wealth, and if they died, their wealth would be irrelevant. They slowly started realizing how confident Gravis was in winning. This made a lot of them furious. In their minds, Gravis was obviously underestimating them. How dare he? All right, we accept, shouted the voice again. Gravis' smirk intensified, and he took up the banner from behind him. He had created the banner while they were on their way to the Fire Guild. Gravis made Sky dive and threw the banner at the ground. The banner was made out of the wood of an energy plant, so it was pretty durable. As it hit the ground, the earth shook, and the banner vibrated for a while. I'll be waiting 10 kilometers to the north of here, Gravis shouted. Sky quickly brought Gravis to their target location and landed. The fighting arena that Gravis chose was outside on a meadow, near a river. There was a lot of open space, and they wouldn't destroy that much stuff while they fought. The river was only around 100 meters wide, and Sky flew to the other side. Sky wouldn't be participating in the subsequent fights. This whole tempering was all for Gravis. Meanwhile, Gravis' emotions were a mixture of anxiety and excitement. While killing someone in the 8th level of energy gathering was not difficult, killing someone at the 9th was an actual fight that could end in his death. After waiting for around 5 minutes, the earth started vibrating. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he looked towards the direction of the Fire Guild. Thousands of people were charging towards him. Gravis took a deep breath. He knew that his challenge would be popular. But not this popular. Gravis looked on as the army of fire disciples charged towards him, and he tried to think of a way to make it more orderly. How was he supposed to pick his enemies? They couldn't just all attack him at the same time, could they? Stop! He shouted. And surprisingly, everyone stopped. About 100 meters was between him and the fire disciples, and now, Gravis finally had time to analyze the strength of the arrivals. Surprisingly, most of them were at the 7th level of energy gathering. Only a very few of them were at the 8th level, and he could see no one at the 9th level. There were also some with an even weaker level, but that was probably just because they wanted to watch. I'm being underestimated. That's been a while. The last time when Gravis had been underestimated was when he newly arrived at the Middle Continent. Those 3 disciples of the Lightning Guild had attacked him then. Ever since then, only enemies that could actually succeed in killing him had arrived. But that's also good, Gravis thought with a small smirk. Usually, he wouldn't care about such weak people. They would not come even close to tempering his will, but this time it was different. Every one of them should have at least one pill to strengthen the body. In this case, he could get something out of the fights, even if those people were weak. On top of that, they were the ones searching for death. Though he should warn them just in case. Let me warn all of you, Gravis said as he made his neck crack to loosen up. People at the 9th level of magic gathering have a real chance of killing me. Supreme geniuses at the 8th level have a small chance of winning. Gravis' expression changed to a disdainful smirk. While people at the 7th level are committing suicide by coming here. Of course, that riled the crowd up even more. What arrogance! Was what everyone was thinking right now. Someone at the 7th level had double the energy of someone at the 6th level. Every single one of the people in the 7th level were already feeling bad for wanting to fight someone one realm below them. Yet, Gravis had said that they were suicidal? They had never seen such an arrogant person, even in their fire guild. I'll stuff your face, you arrogant prick! Shouted someone at the 7th level. The person quickly took out a bottle with a pill and threw it at Gravis. Gravis caught it, looked at it, and nodded. The other people spat to the floor in anger. That Dick had managed to be the first, and now he would get the opportunity to shove Gravis' arrogant words back into his mouth. Gravis didn't take out his weapon and just gestured with his fingers to come at him. The fury of the fire disciple exploded, and he took out his saber. Many of the fire disciples used sabers and halberds since those were the most violent weapons. Sabers were a more aggressive version of swords, and halberds were a more aggressive version of an axe. The disciple charged at Gravis, enveloped his saber in fire, and used all his strength to slash at Gravis. Cling! Gravis caught the saber with 2 fingers. His body was already as powerful as the energy of someone at the 7th level of energy gathering, so why would he care about such a weak slash? The attacker's element might be powerful, but when someone used their weapon in such a simple attack, they relied on their physical power for the speed. Using his element like this only increased the destructive power of the attack, not the speed. Everyone's eyes flew open in shock. What were they seeing? Someone at the 6th level of energy gathering caught the full power attack of someone at the 7th level? How was that even possible? On top of that, his fingers didn't even seem to care about the fire. When someone talked about the body's elemental resistance, they meant the body's resistance towards elemental attacks from a higher level than itself. Nearly no one trained their body, so when people fought in the energy-gathering realm, they never talked about the body's strength, but about its elemental resistance. For example, Gravis' body had been slightly stronger than someone at the 3rd level of energy gathering, when he had last fought the fire disciples on the tree. Every single disciple of the Fire Guild at that time had been at the 4th level of energy gathering, at least. His body hadn't been able to withstand such fire attacks then. Yet, if someone at the 3rd level of energy gathering had thrown a fireball at Gravis, he could have nearly ignored such an attack. It might have scorched his skin a little, but nothing serious would have happened. Right now, Gravis' fingers felt a burning heat, but they didn't really get injured. His body was already at the 7th level of energy gathering, and such a small amount of fire was no issue for it. Gravis smirked at the attacker, who took a deep breath in shock. Gravis' other hand shot forward to the disciple's throat. Crack! Gravis' hand grabbed the throat of the disciple and squeezed with all his strength. The head fell off, similar to how the top of a tomato would fall off if someone squeezed it hard. Gravis opened his hand again, and only a thin string of mush remained of his neck. His body was incredibly weak without the defense of his element. The body fell to the side, and Gravis used the robes of the body to clean his bloody hand. Then, he looked through the body's valuables but only found a few energy stones. Gravis simply pocketed them. After that, he held up the body and threw it over the river. Snap! Sky took off and swallowed the flying body like a dog would swallow a treat that had been thrown at it. Gravis turned around and looked at the faces of the disciples of the Fire Guild. The disciples looked at him with incredible shock. That was a supremely powerful body. Gravis hadn't even used a real attack. He had just grabbed the poor guy. What a monster! Gravis just smirked at them. Anyone else at the 7th level interested? I will! Shouted one disciple at the 7th level of energy gathering. Gravis was quite surprised because he had been sure that, after his display, no one on that level would want to fight him. Wasn't it evident that he would just crush the people on that stage? Yet, when Gravis looked closer at the disciple, his eyes shined a little. He has a will aura. That's probably a supreme genius of the Fire Guild, he concluded. After all this training with his will, Gravis achieved some kind of feeling for the wills of others. Gravis expected that, at some point, everyone would be able to tell the strength of will of others just from a look. Gravis was probably just very early with that ability. But what could a will aura even change, he thought. The disciple saw that no one else at the 7th level stepped forward and promptly threw a pill at Gravis. Gravis looked at it and nodded to the disciple. Before we start, let me ask you something, Gravis said to the disciple. The disciple nodded like it was no big deal. Why do you still want to temper your will even though you already have a will aura? Gravis asked, and the watching disciples took a deep breath in shock. How did Gravis know that he had a will aura? The disciple lifted his eyebrows in surprise, but they quickly furrowed again in concentration. My will might be superior in my current cultivation realm, but it won't stay like this forever, he explained. I need to keep my advantage if I want to rise. Gravis could only sigh. So the reason why the disciple was tempering his will was the same as Gravis. This was actually the first person that Gravis had met who was similarly superior in will to others but still wanted to temper themselves. Others were happy with their advantage and wouldn't care about the far future. Wasn't being at the spirit-forming realm already enough? All right, let's go, said Gravis as he beckoned to the disciple. The disciple felt insulted. Gravis obviously knew that he already had a will aura, so why was Gravis still not taking him seriously? Gravis didn't even take out his weapon. This disciple had already seen how strong Gravis' body was and wouldn't run straight into his death. Instead, he made some fireballs in his hands and readied them. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. The disciple should know that fire would not do much against him. Why was he using just fire? The only way to get through his defense was with a combination of fire and physical attacks. The disciple charged at Gravis while keeping both fireballs ready. When they were rather close, the disciple threw one fireball at Gravis, who quickly punched it with his fist. Usually, Gravis would just evade, but he wanted to see what the disciple was planning. The fireball exploded with a loud bang, but Gravis didn't get disoriented by that. Gravis also heard another small noise and smirked. Whoosh clank. Gravis smirked as he caught the saber of this disciple too. The small noise he had heard was the second fireball. Why would the second fireball be quieter and further away than the first one? An average cultivator at that level might not be able to guess the attacker's plan this quickly, but Gravis had a lot of battle experience. Gravis had guessed that the disciple used the shockwave of the other fireball to increase his speed. Together with the literal smokescreen in Gravis' front, the disciple would break through the smokescreen with a faster speed than Gravis would have anticipated. Quite a smart way to fight, Gravis praised. The disciple grew shocked, but he had way more battle experience than the last one. Instead of waiting for his death, he quickly made the fire around his saber explode to get some space. Surprisingly, Gravis' hand got blasted away due to the impact. The explosion might not have injured his hand much, but the shockwave overpowered his physical strength. Interesting, he thought. Whoosh! Suddenly, an aura pressed down on Gravis. Gravis never fought against another person with a will aura, and he felt surprised how heavy it felt. Is that how my enemies feel? He thought to himself with interest. It felt like he was deep underwater and all surroundings pressed into him. The pressure didn't just come from the top. It felt more like it was everywhere and tried to press and get into his body. Whoosh clank. The attacker tried to use the moment when he released his will aura as a surprise to catch Gravis off guard. Of course, Gravis wasn't encumbered even in the slightest. This was a newly created will aura and wasn't even close to his own. Gravis' will aura had already been as strong as the attacker's when he hadn't even arrived in this world yet. Gravis easily caught the saber again in his hands. This time, the attacker wasn't as calm as before. He had used everything in that attack, including his will aura. Anxiety appeared in his heart. He had to do something. Boom bang. His saber exploded again, but before he could retreat, a huge hole appeared in his torso, lightning still flickering around it. The disciple looked at his torso in shock. Don't use the same trick twice, said Gravis as he walked through the smoke of the explosion, lightning still flickering on his right hand. I said that everyone at the 7th level is only looking for death by fighting me. The disciple looked at Gravis in horror as Gravis pointed at him. 2 small bolts of lightning came out of his finger and shot through the disciple's eyes, killing him instantly. Just like that, a genius who was bound to be a spirit-forming expert died. Gravis absorbed the energy and went through the valuables of the corpse. He was 40% on his way to the 7th level of energy, gathering with the absorbed energy from the 2 7th level disciples he had killed. Gravis found a sizable amount of energy stones and also took a closer look at the disciple's weapon. It was about as good as his current weapon, and he decided to keep it as a spare. Who knew? Maybe he would lose his weapon again. Then he grabbed the corpse and threw it over the river without looking. Of course, Sky quickly ate it. Gravis stood up again and cracked some of his joints. Someone else at the 7th level wanna have a go? This time, no one else at the 7th level spoke up. Who was Gravis kidding? That guy with the will aura was already one of the top people at the 7th level of energy gathering in the Fire Guild. That guy was already able to fight people at the 8th stage, yet Gravis just killed that guy with a single attack. They all sighed. Gravis hadn't been kidding when he said that only supreme geniuses at the 8th level of energy gathering and people at the 9th could fight him. Someone at the 8th level of energy gathering would similarly get stomped into the ground if they didn't have a will aura. The disciples at the 8th stage also breathed heavily. None of them had a will aura. Why would someone at the 8th stage with a will aura fight someone at the 6th stage? Gravis sure wouldn't. It was only natural to think that there was nothing for them to gain in such a fight. "Arg! I'll go!" shouted a disciple at the 8th level of energy gathering. "You cowards won't dare to fight someone at the 6th level? Why are you all even part of the Fire Guild?" he shouted at the crowd. The other disciples first wanted to stop him from going. This was suicide. Yet, when he called them cowards, their concern vanished and got replaced by disdain. Fighting a battle that one couldn't win is not bravery but stupidity. There, at least, had to be some chance of victory. That stupid idiot called them cowards? Fuck that guy. Gravis was quite surprised that someone at the 8th level of energy gathering still wanted to fight him. Well, in over 1,000 people there has to be at least one idiot, I guess, he thought. Everyone around the disciple knew that he couldn't win because they were actually somewhat rational people. Well, more energy and money for me, Gravis thought. The disciple threw a pill over, and Gravis looked at it. This time, Gravis' eyes furrowed. "This is not one of the accepted pills," Gravis said as he threw it back. The others looked in shock at Gravis and the pill. Sure enough, it was not one of the pills on the banner. "What? You won't accept this pill? Are you a coward?" The disciple shouted, but the others didn't buy it. Their disdain increased even further. The guy wanted to act tough but never intended on actually fighting. "Senior brother, please accept this humble gift from your junior," said one guy at the 7th level of energy gathering to him. He quickly handed over a pill bottle with a body-strengthening pill. The disciple wore an obvious, fake smile on his face. Without thinking much, the disciple at the 8th level actually accepted the pill bottle, and his brain stopped working. He didn't see that one coming. He only accepted it by reflex. "Yep, that's one of the acceptable pills," said Gravis from a distance and extended his open hand. "Come on. Throw it over. We can fight then," he said. The brain of the disciple completely stopped, and he started breathing heavily through his mouth in panic. This was not how all this was supposed to go. Kick. The guy got kicked to the front towards Gravis. He hadn't seen the kick coming in his panic and could only look back at his disciple brothers and sisters in shock. He now stood in the front, away from all other disciples. "Come on, you can do it, senior brother," shouted one disciple, and the others quickly followed. Soon, over 100 disciples were cheering him on. The disciple looked at his disciple brothers and sisters, but in his mind, they all looked like bloodthirsty beasts who just wanted to see him die. His panic and fear heightened, and cold sweat appeared all over his body. If he retreated now, he would lose all his status and honor. Everyone would look down on him. Yet, if he fought, he would most likely die. He quickly looked from the crowd to Gravis and then at the crowd again. In his panicked mind, there was only one thing he could do. Whoosh pack! He threw the pill to Gravis, who caught it with a smirk. The disciples quietened down and looked at the guy with shock. He actually went through with it. With this, he had regained all his previous glory, and then some. In their eyes, he went from a hypocrite to a hero. Instead, Gravis sneered at all of the disciples. The fact that he accepted the fight doesn't show the strength of his will, but its weakness. It is obvious that he will die, yet his will is so weak that he can't handle the pressure from his disciple brothers. If I were in his shoes, I would just flee. Who cares what others think about me? The breathing of the guy finally calmed down a bit. The decision had been made, and there was no turning back now. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to ready himself for the most challenging fight he would ever have in his life. If he managed to get through this, he would manage to get through every other obstacle as well. This was a chance for him. He only had to win. Slowly, he opened his eyes again, furious battle intent raging in his eyes. Bang! His head exploded as a lightning bolt hit it. Gravis sneered from the other side of the arena. Why do people close their eyes in front of an enemy? Are they stupid? He thought in disdain. The reason why people often closed their eyes before a fight was to get ready for the battle. Most battles they had fought previously were just spars. They sparred with their disciple brothers and sisters and in tournaments. In such spars, it was forbidden to attack the opponent when they were not ready yet. Even if that were allowed, why would they do that? The actual fight in a spar was more important than winning or losing. If the opponent hadn't readied themselves, they couldn't get everything out of the spar. Gravis came from a different part of the world. Here, the disciples mostly sparred to get stronger. Real life and death battles mainly happened with beasts. Together with the karmic luck of humans, over 90% of all encounters with beasts were initiated by humans in an ambush. It was really rare for beasts to ambush humans. So, even in an actual life and death battle, humans could still ready themselves because they initiated the fight. What about Gravis? Many times, he would be the receiver of an ambush, and he never had any time to ready himself for a battle. The battles nearly always came out of nowhere. He also only fought for tempering, survival, and resources. There was no friendly sparring in his book. The only exceptions had been back in Body City. Gravis leisurely walked over to the corpse and took the few energy stones and the other pill that Gravis didn't accept previously. The pill was actually for healing injuries. That might come in handy at some point, Gravis thought. Of course, he didn't forget to absorb the energy from the body. With this, he would only need 20% more to reach the 7th level. Of course, Gravis didn't intend to break into the next level right now. He wanted genuine tempering, and only people at the 9th level of energy gathering could offer that to him. If he broke into the 7th level, nearly no one in the energy gathering realm would be able to truly force him into a life and death battle. Probably only some supreme geniuses at the 9th level of energy gathering could have a chance of killing him. Though, the problem with that was that supreme geniuses at the 9th level of energy gathering would just break into the spirit-forming realm. Such geniuses already had a will aura, and nothing was stopping them from breaking into the next level. So, all in all, Gravis wanted to remain at the 6th level for a while longer. Gravis threw the corpse to Sky, who promptly swallowed it. Sky was quite happy with the current situation. It was getting some delicious free food. Gravis stood up and looked at the disciples. If there is no one among you who is strong enough to fight me, then go get someone who is. The disciples gnashed their teeth in helplessness, and some of them ran back to the fire guild. Gravis watched at all this with a smirk and narrowed eyes. Now it will get interesting. Gravis waited for the strong people to arrive. The number of people at the 9th level might be small, but there would probably be people at the 8th level with a will aura. Those people knew how to fight since they went through plenty of life and death experiences to get their will aura. Gravis' excitement grew as time passed. I would like to spar with you, shouted a disciple at the 8th level of energy gathering. I don't want a life and death battle. The others looked at him and then thought that that was actually a really good idea. If they paid Gravis the pills, he would surely accept some spars. He didn't have anything to lose after all. I don't spar, said Gravis back without looking at the person. The other disciples were surprised by what Gravis had said. What did he mean with, he didn't spar? Why would someone not spar? Through sparring, they could find out their own weaknesses and rectify them. By rectifying their weaknesses, their strength would increase. Not sparring just sounded stupid in their mind. What do you mean with, I don't spar? Another disciple shouted, echoing the other disciple's thoughts. You still haven't realized yet? Asked Gravis with furrowed brows at the disciples. Seeing that no disciple answered, Gravis just harumphed. Sparring might, theoretically, make you find out about your weaknesses, but it also creates new weaknesses. The disciples also furrowed their brows. This was similar to what some of their seniors had told them, but when everyone saw their own weaknesses in a spar, they ignored their seniors. They all saw their improvements with their own eyes. If put to a choice, the disciples would rather believe their eyes than what other people said. Gravis saw their unwilling eyes and sighed. I'm using the Fire Guild for tempering, so I might as well repay them somewhat, he thought. Think back to the 3 fights previously, Gravis said. Every single one of them knew that this fight would be a life and death battle. Yet, the first guy wanted to test me by using a half-assed attack. That might be possible to do in a spar, but in a genuine life and death battle, the opponent will make use of that weak attack to deal a fatal blow. The first person died because he was basically sparring with me while I tried to kill him. Before the disciples could say anything, Gravis continued. The second opponent fought properly and tried to kill me. Unfortunately, his realm was too weak. As you all have already noticed, my body is equal to the magic of someone at the 7th level of magic gathering. So, without actually physically hitting me, he had no way to injure me. I guess that guy probably had a will aura for a while and hadn't met many powerful enemies recently, which inflated his ego and made him overestimate his strength. The third guy closed his eyes in a fight. There is nothing more stupid than closing one's eyes in front of an enemy. If your enemy wanted to kill you, would they just wait for you to get ready? You might as well make some stretches in the fight if you believe that. The third guy was obviously used to sparring where he could get away with doing something like that, and therefore wasn't able to adapt to a real fight. He died because he sparred too much. Gravis was finished with his explanation, and many disciples fell into thought. Most of them would have probably acted similarly to the first and third guy. With Gravis' explanation, they knew that doing these things was stupid. Actually, they already knew that it was stupid even before Gravis told them. But would they have still done it? Some of the disciples shivered. They had been used to sparring, which made them neglect the danger. They might recognize the danger with their mind, but their emotions were so used to fighting that they didn't react differently when a genuine life and death battle was about to commence. They would still stay calm, like in a spar, which made them neglect the danger. Most of the disciples felt a feeling of fear now. They had seen how the others died, but in their mind, they had survived every fight they had ever fought. Their emotions still hadn't acted up even after they had seen 3 of their brothers die. Only now did they realize the actual danger present. Now they looked at Gravis differently. They didn't look at him with disdain or arrogance anymore. Their emotions finally realized that there was a very real chance of them dying here. Ironically enough, the place of logic and emotions had switched places. Before, their head told them that they could die while their emotions didn't care. Now, their emotions felt fear, while their head told them that Gravis wouldn't just attack them without reason. Gravis saw how the disciples reacted and nodded. This should be enough payment for using the Fire Guild. Gravis looked into the sky. He felt the spirit of 3 people watching all this. The fighting area was just barely inside of the 10-kilometer range of newly ascended spirit-forming experts. They had been watching since the very beginning, and Gravis conveyed his thoughts with his eyes. Inside the central tower of the Fire Guild, the guild master and the 2 vice guild masters sat close to each other on their respective thrones. Normally, they would playfully banter with each other, but this time, the mood was somber. They all looked at each other with narrowed eyes. He actually managed to feel our spirits. That's unusual, said the first vice guild master while the other 2 nodded. He has a body equal to the magic of someone at the 7th level of magic gathering. He obviously has tremendous fighting experience. Judging by what I have seen, his lightning is also not ordinary. And lastly, he noticed our spirits. The first vice guild master took a breath. His talent is absolutely terrifying. Way more so than a normal heaven-born. I wonder, said the guild master as he leaned back on his throne. Is this what happens if a heaven-born actually trains their will? He asked himself and the others. All their brows furrowed at the same time. The guild master had told them a lot about heaven-born, and they knew that heaven-born always had weak wills. Actually, started the guild master again, you have forgotten about 2 additional aspects. He's already the strong, yet he still intends to temper himself in genuine life and death fights. He also still wants to increase his physical power even further. The guild master narrowed his eyes. If he only wanted to temper his body, he would have acted weak to lure in more people at the 7th level of magic gathering. He could get a mountain of pills this way. Yet, he won the fights with as much intimidation as possible. He even helped our disciples realize the actual danger. It is apparent that he only wants to fight the powerful ones. His battle strength at the same level could already be considered peerless, yet that is not enough for him. What an endless hunger for power. The Vice Guild Masters also took a deep breath. In their mind, the thought appeared that they might actually be looking at the future High Priest of the Heaven sect. What other reason would Heaven have to create such a powerful Heavenborn, if not for replacing the current High Priest? "Don't offend him," said the Guild Master, and the other two nodded severely. They might be battle-hungry maniacs, but this was something beyond their ability. For once, they had to think about the survival of their whole guild, or maybe even whole sect. They remained silent for a full minute. "Imagine if that boy weren't a Heaven-born," said the second Vice Guild Master with a laugh to lighten the atmosphere. The other two looked at him and then also laughed slightly. "That would be even more terrifying." The time passed without much talking as Gravis and the other disciples waited for the stronger ones. Took a couple of minutes, but then new people started arriving. The first person that came was at the 8th level of energy gathering, and he immediately took out a bottle of pills, ready to throw them at Gravis. Pack. One of the disciples that had been here since the beginning grabbed the arm of the new arrival, stopping him from throwing the pills. "What?" said the new arrival, but couldn't say anything further as another disciple kicked him in the stomach. He fell over, and the surrounding disciples started piling on him and kicking him while he lay on the ground. "You idiot! Do you wish for death so much?" shouted one disciple, furiously kicking the downed one. "I'm sure our brothers told you what happened to the previous ones. Stop seeking death, you fucking idiot," said another one, increasing the power of his kicks. They were protecting the life of the new arrival from his own stupidity. Meanwhile, another new arrival at the 8th level readied himself to throw his pill bottle to Gravis. Room bang bang bang. Another hill of disciples piled onto him and, just like the previous one, started fervently kicking the downed disciple. "Fucking stop!" shouted the kicking disciples. The downed disciples could only cry bitterly. "That's what I want to say," they thought as their brothers were beating them. More disciples started arriving with their pills ready. They had heard what their brothers had told them, but who would believe such nonsense? Some guy at the 6th level of Magic Gathering was beating people 2 realms higher than him without breaking a sweat? Not even the geniuses of legends could do that. Like this, nearly every new arrival got taken down to the ground as the number of beatings increased. Pack, 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 pack. Yet, the tide of stupidity was unstoppable as Gravis caught 5 bottles of pills simultaneously. 5 disciples at the 8th realm managed to throw their pills at Gravis at the same time, and the kicking disciples finally stopped as they furiously grabbed their hair in frustration. "You fucking idiots!" they all screamed in their minds. The 5 disciples stood in the front, looking at their disciple brothers in disdain. "You cowards don't even dare to fight someone several levels below yours. You should feel ashamed of yourselves," shouted one of them with thick disdain dripping from his voice. A famous saying went through the watching disciples' minds as they heard the guy. "The gates to heaven are open, but you choose to barge through the locked gates of hell." It was already too late, and they couldn't stop them anymore. The best the disciples could do was keep future arrivals at bay until they saw what happened to those 5. Like this, a peculiar scene of hundreds of disciples blocking all paths to Gravis was created. The disciples readied their weapons for intimidation and acted like they were defending their home from invaders. Yet, the home they were protecting was Gravis, while the invaders were their fellow brothers and sisters. "We must protect our brothers and sisters from their stupidity," they thought, ignoring the fact that they had acted the same way just a couple of minutes ago. Gravis found this scene to be quite entertaining, but he quickly focused on the 5 disciples standing at the front. "All right, you can all come at me at the same time," he said nonchalantly. The 5 disciples first were surprised, but then showed thick disdain towards Gravis. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you are heaven's Chas? A god?" The disciple quickly corrected himself as he realized that Gravis, as a heaven-born, was actually heaven's chosen. "Move aside!" he shouted as he pushed the one beside him away. Bang H dash. His scream was cut off as a pillar of lightning appeared under him and scorched his whole body. The disciple had immediately died. Gravis didn't care if they accepted going at him at the same time. Gravis had moved his lightning across the floor until it was under the guy and then detonated it. As long as the guy didn't move, the lightning would hit. They had paid for their deaths, and death they shall receive. The guy who had just been pushed looked to the one that pushed him, but his mind stopped as he only saw a black corpse falling down. Wadash bang! That disciple was incinerated too, as Gravis used the same attack again. Like this, only 3 of the 5 people remained. Most of the disciples at the defending position didn't turn around since they were busy defending against an onslaught of stupidity. An explosion of lightning sounded different from an explosion of fire. They had already guessed that those 2 explosions probably meant that 2 of their brothers had just died. This only strengthened their resolve to defend. The remaining 3 disciples fighting against Gravis drew their weapons immediately, and their breathing quickened. Their emotions were going wild, and the long-forgotten feeling of death appeared again. One of them saw lightning creeping towards him on the floor, and his whole body shivered. "I can't die." He jumped to the side, evading the lightning, and looked back at the explosion that had just happened at his previous position. He watched the explosion in shock as he felt like he had just dodged death. Bang! The disciple got incinerated as Gravis shot a lightning bolt at him. The disciple had been fully focused on his near-death experience and hadn't watched Gravis. Gravis, of course, wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Like this, only 2 people remained. The 2 people hyperventilated in panic, and their weapons shivered. Fear and absolute panic rampaged inside their minds. "I'm going to die," they thought, overwhelmed with fear. The sudden appearance of such an intense fear made them lose their rationality. They quickly turned around and fled. Bang! Another disciple exploded as Gravis threw a lightning bolt at the back of his head. That disciple had not watched Gravis while fleeing, which had been a bad decision. The other one still had enough rationality to keep an eye out for Gravis. Gravis released lightning around him as he bent his legs, ready to sprint forward. Boom! The earth under Gravis exploded as he used his body's full power to accelerate, supported by his lightning movement. Regarding speed, the fire element could be considered okay. It was not fast, but it also wasn't slow, while lightning was considered as the second fastest element, just behind wind. Together with Gravis' powerful body, one could imagine his speed. The last disciple wasn't even able to flee to the defending line of disciples before Gravis already appeared behind him. The shock of Gravis' speed made the disciple freeze, and Gravis used a lightning bolt to explode his head. Like this, all 5 disciples had been killed. Gravis had stopped absorbing energy when it had reached 99% of the amount necessary for him to break into the next level. Theoretically, Gravis could also remain at 100% of the requirement. He would just need to not condense his energy to remain at the level. He chose 99% instead of 100% because of the feeling of reliance. If he fought a strong enemy while having the possibility to make a breakthrough at any point, he wouldn't feel genuine danger. It would be similar to having a strong person behind him that could intervene if he died. This was not real life and death tempering. Gravis used lightning movement to make all the corpses move to him. He quickly went through their remaining valuables and pocketed anything that he could need in the future. Then, he threw the thoroughly cooked corpses over the river, one by one. Sky was super happy right now. So much good food. The fighting at the front had ended by now. The new arrivals saw what had happened to the earlier arrivals and their bodies shivered in fright. They quickly understood why their brothers were keeping them away. The new arrivals quickly joined the defense line. Who were they kidding? Killing one person at the 8th realm was one thing, but straight up slaughtering 5 of them at the same time was something completely different. Like this, Gravis impatiently waited with crossed arms for someone strong to arrive. How long is this going to take? A couple of seconds after Gravis had killed the last disciple, the defense line parted for a new disciple to step forward. This obviously showed that the disciples of the Fire Guild approved of this opponent. Gravis looked at the new arrival, and his eyes narrowed. 9th level of energy gathering, he concluded. Now the real fight begins. The disciple stepped forward and looked at Gravis in rage. Why did you kill the last two? He asked with anger. They have already lost all their will to fight and only wanted to flee. Gravis' expression didn't change. If I let them live just because they gave up, this wouldn't be genuine life and death tempering anymore, Gravis answered. You can't just run from a fight and expect that your enemy doesn't attack anymore. At least you have to survive until you are safe. The new arrival narrowed his eyes too. Your reasoning is sound, but that is only if you don't have any compassion for the lives of others. I couldn't do what you just did, because I am not an emotionless monster, he explained with disgust. The statement didn't impact Gravis' will. Obviously, the new arrival hadn't gone through experiences where sparing an enemy's life came back to bite him in the ass, compared to Gravis. Gravis had spared his enemies' lives 2 times, and both times a stronger force returned to kill him. Gravis didn't like being this cruel, but it was a necessity for survival. Whoosh pack. Gravis caught a pill bottle and looked at it. His eyes shone when he saw the pill because it was one of the more expensive ones on the banner. Gravis looked up and nodded at the new arrival. Xing. For the first time today, Gravis took out his saber and readied it. His enemy was at the 9th level of energy gathering. His enemy had a genuine chance of killing Gravis if Gravis took him lightly. The breathing of the onlookers quickened, and their eyes narrowed. This would be the first real fight. The disciple also took out his weapon, which was a humongous halberd. Gravis looked closer at the halberd, and his eyes narrowed even further. This halberd looks incredibly heavy. Either this guy uses a special fighting method that requires such a heavy halberd, or he also trains his body. Judging by the expensive pill he threw at me, it is probably the later. Boom! The earth under the disciple exploded as he shot forward with incredible speed. Gravis was already prepared for such speed. A strong body not only increased attack and defense but also speed. The disciple lifted his halberd and readied himself to strike. Boom! The earth under Gravis also exploded as he shot forward. The eyes of the attacker slightly widened. He knew that Gravis had a powerful body, but he had expected Gravis to stay on his spot, like all the other times he had fought. Yet, the disciple didn't lose his focus, and he quickly slammed his weapon down. Boom! Gravis blocked the slash, and the earth under him exploded into many pieces that shot into the distance. Gravis' arms trembled due to the powerful force of the attack. Usually, he wouldn't passively block like this, but he had to find out how powerful his opponent's body was. He uses a heavier weapon than me, and he also had the initiative in the attack. Judging by the power, his body should be at around the 6th level. My lightning won't be able to kill him directly without sufficient energy. Quite impressive, Gravis thought. Suddenly, the attacker smiled ferociously, and Gravis saw fire building up on the halberd. This was the same move that the guy with the will aura had used previously. That guy had only been at the 7th level of energy gathering, while this one was at the 9th. The power of this explosion would be quadruple of the power of the earlier guy. Gravis had to do something or he would get injured severely. BZZ boom. In a split-second decision, Gravis used his lightning to detonate the fire before it could reach its highest density, weakening the explosion. Gravis got thrown to the ground by the explosion, and the top of his head, as well as his back, received severe burns. Due to the explosion, Gravis got pushed into the ground until he lay face down on the earth. On the other hand, the disciple wasn't prepared for the early explosion and hadn't readied himself yet. Because of the shockwave of the explosion, he got thrown back for a couple of meters but remained uninjured. He quickly got his bearings back and looked at Gravis, who was lying on the ground right now, and readied himself for another attack. Bang! The earth under the disciple exploded as a thick mass of lightning shot towards his right leg. The disciple screamed in pain and decided to jump back, instead of attacking. This attack had come out of nowhere, and he had not seen any lightning creeping across the floor. How did Gravis manage to bring his lightning over to him? Gravis had, of course, used his elemental synchronicity to create a tunnel for his lightning. Like this, the enemy wouldn't see the lightning creeping towards him. Gravis knew that his enemy's body was powerful, so he had used a full 20% of his whole energy reserves in this one attack. If he didn't commit fully to this attack, he wouldn't be able to leave a heavy injury on his opponent. The disciple landed a couple more meters away and looked at his leg. The colors black and red dominated his leg, and the disciple felt that it was incredibly difficult for him to use his injured leg. His eyes narrowed, and his teeth clenched. This will be troublesome. Boom! Gravis had noticed how the focus of his opponent had shifted to his leg and used this opportunity to stand up and shoot towards his opponent. The explosion came from Gravis, shooting himself forward with all his power. Gravis' back and head might be injured, but that didn't impact his fighting ability much. Those were only superficial injuries spread over a big surface. The disciple quickly looked forward again and noticed that Gravis was only 3 meters in front of him, bursting with lightning. Gravis was readying himself for a mighty overhead strike. The disciple's eyes shrunk to pinpricks due to the shock, and he quickly tried to block the swing with his halberd. Gravis smiled in disdain. "Idiot," he said in his mind. The saber came down at the halberd. Clank. Only a quiet clank rang out as the halberd threw the saber away into the distance. Yet, the disciple would have preferred a loud boom over this quiet clank. Something was not right. His eyes quickly went from the saber to Gravis, as he felt 2 warm hands touch his chest. The disciple's eyes widened in shock, panic, and fear as he looked into Gravis' smiling face, just 30 centimeters in front of his own. "Bye," he heard Gravis say. Boom! Gravis' 2 hands released over 40% of his energy storage into the chest of the disciple, completely incinerating everything in front of them. Earlier, Gravis made the disciple fully focus on this saber, and then simply ducked under the raised halberd and arms. Gravis had called the disciple an idiot because blocking was often the wrong decision. If the disciple had the guts to put his life on the line, he would have counterattacked with one of his own slashes. Like this, if Gravis went through with the attack, he would be killed, while the disciple, if he moved his head slightly, would at most lose an arm. In that situation, Gravis would have had no other choice but to abort his attack, giving the disciple the initiative. The disciple fell over onto his back, and his eyes looked with shock into the sky. All the organs in his chest had been completely obliterated, and there was no way for him to survive. Slowly, his consciousness disappeared, never to reappear again. The onlookers had watched the fight with shock. Someone at the 6th level of energy gathering had actually killed someone at the 9th. Not even the geniuses of legends had been able to do that. They could barely believe their eyes, as fear took hold of them. This was insane. Gravis only had a single healing pill, which had been a spoil from one of the earlier disciples fighting him. Since the injury didn't impact his fighting strength, Gravis decided against using the pill. Instead, he kneeled down and looked through the belongings of his opponent. Gravis' eyes widened as he saw many more body-tempering pills. This one guy had given him more pills than all his previous opponents combined. Gravis smirked as he threw the body over to Sky. Then, he dusted his robe off and took back his weapon, which had been thrown far away by the disciple's block. Of course, Gravis also took the halberd with him, sticking it into the ground near his usual spot. Gravis walked back to his spot, turned around to look at the audience, and spoke. "Next." "Interesting," said an imposing voice as the disciples parted for someone new. All the disciples cupped their hands at the new arrival, calling him Elder. The new person was a middle-aged man with a wild red beard and long red hair. People in the energy-gathering realm could live for about 200 years, and someone who looked middle-aged at that level would probably be around 100 years old. Gravis looked at the person with narrowed eyes, and his insides shivered. Supremely powerful, he judged. He felt that the new arrival was very close to having a will aura. The person probably only needed one more proper fight to condense his will aura. Yet that was not what made Gravis nervous. This new arrival was also on the 9th level of energy gathering, but the feeling that he gave Gravis was like heaven and earth compared to the last opponent. Gravis was very good at judging the strength of his opponents, and this person felt close to sure death to him. He guessed that if this elder and the last disciple fought, the last one wouldn't be able to hold out for long. He might actually be one of the most powerful people in existence in the energy-gathering realm. The elder slowly walked forward and looked deep into Gravis' eyes. "You can actually kill people 3 levels higher than you," he said in seriousness. "I am quite impressed. You might prove to be a slight challenge to me." Gravis' eyes looked into the eyes of the elder. His instincts were screaming at him not to fight this person, but that couldn't stop him. Maybe it was similar to the earlier person with the will aura at the 7th level. That disciple had also fought Gravis with inferior strength. Gravis had called that disciple stupid, but he felt the same feeling as that disciple right now. Gravis wanted to fight that elder, even if it meant death. Just like the last guy, this one is at the 9th level of energy gathering, yet their pressure is on a completely different level even though he doesn't have will aura yet, Gravis thought. This probably means that this person has way more combat experience than the last one, and he probably also has a supremely powerful body. No will aura, yet I still feel so much danger? His body is probably at the 9th level. Someone at the 9th level of energy gathering with an equally powerful body meant that the person could fight high-rank energy beasts solo. On paper, the elder was way above him in everything, except will aura and fighting experience. Gravis felt like he was looking at a high-rank energy beast. "Can I win with my current realm?" Gravis asked himself. "Master, I want to fight him first," said another new arrival. This one was a thin youngster with piercing eyes. The youngster stepped forward and pulled out an incredibly long sword. The sword was nearly 2 meters long, which surprised Gravis since that weapon looked incredibly unwieldy. Yet, when Gravis looked into the eyes of the new arrival, he felt his strength. 8th level of energy gathering and a will aura, he concluded. He might also be stronger than the last one. The elder looked at the young arrival. "Are you sure you can take him, Crimson?" The elder asked his disciple, Crimson, in seriousness. Without looking at his master, the disciple took out his sword. "No," he commented coldly, but with thick battle intent shining from his eyes. Instead of growing apprehensive for his disciple, the elder only nodded. "Good. Only with an attitude like this can you reach the top," he shouted proudly. The elder took some steps back to leave room for their fight. "I hope you survive." Whoosh pack. The disciple threw over a pill bottle, and Gravis accepted it. After looking at the pill, Gravis' eyes widened. This pill was the most expensive body-tempering pill, except for the body ascension pill. Yet, instead of nodding, Gravis jumped to the side. Shing! A sword swung through Gravis' previous location, cleanly bisecting the earth. Just like Gravis, the disciple had taken advantage of his opponent's lack of focus. Of course, Gravis never relaxed in front of an enemy. He had always kept watch over his opponent from the corner of his eyes. Gravis' saber quickly appeared in his hand. Crimson looked surprised that Gravis had dodged the attack, but his eyes only narrowed further. He knew that there was a significant chance of him dying in this fight. Without hesitation, Crimson shot towards Gravis again, fire shooting out of his whole back to increase his speed. He lifted his sword and slashed at Gravis horizontally. Judging by the speed, he should have a physical body about equal to my own. It seems like there are more people tempering their bodies than I had thought, Gravis thought as he lifted his sword to block. Gravis was actually mistaken about that part. A tempered body was only usual on people at the 9th level of energy gathering without a will aura. Life and death tempering was hard to find, and those people still wanted to progress. The only thing they could do at that time was to temper their bodies. Only the supreme geniuses under the 9th level of energy gathering had the resources to temper their body. The whole Fire Guild had less than 5 of those. Clank! Gravis made it appear like he wanted to block the attack, but he actually jumped a little. Due to that, he got pushed to the side and flew around Crimson. In one fluid motion, Crimson slammed the tip of his sword into the ground and lifted his hand for a diagonal block. His other hand left the handle of his sword and readied a fireball. Originally, Gravis wanted to overwhelm his opponent with a barrage of attacks and force him into a passive state, but he decided against that. If Crimson had only blocked, it wouldn't be an issue, but he also readied an attack with his other hand. If Gravis attacked, that fireball would explode on his body. Crimson was at the 8th level of energy gathering, which meant that his fire could damage Gravis. He's very experienced. Clank boom. Gravis kicked the side of the sword from below, and it shot upwards. Because of that, the sword blocked the fireball and made it explode. The disciple hadn't expected that, and his body got thrown back. Gravis ignored the fire as he walked through the explosion, burning his whole body. Time to make a gamble. Clank. Gravis swung his saber to the left and, sure enough, hit something metallic. Due to the explosion and the resulting smokescreen, none of the combatants could see the other, and Gravis had thought what he would do if he were Crimson. Crimson had the advantage of a longer weapon, and he would probably try to hit Gravis inside the explosion with his ridiculously long sword. Crimson didn't have the time to use an attack with both hands since the other one went out of control due to the shockwave, so he could only have used his right hand, which still held the sword. Therefore, the attack could only come from the left. Gravis used his full power in that swing while Crimson only used one hand, and the sword wildly flew away. The Crimson's eyes widened in shock, and a slight amount of panic appeared in them. Yet, he had a will aura, and his will would not be impacted by this. His other hand quickly formed another fireball, and he threw it in front of him. Boom! Crimson couldn't see what his fireball hit, but the fact that it exploded meant that he had hit Gravis since his fireball would only explode if it hit something. With this explosion, Gravis would be pushed back. He readied his sword and slashed the smoke in front of him again with an overhead swing. Clank! He hit something, but it was not at the spot he had expected. He felt the resistance and sound coming from very close to him and very close to the ground. He looked down and saw Gravis blocking with his saber on the ground, directly in front of him. The last remainder of the slash had hit him and stopped his slide forwards. Crimson's eyes widened in shock. What had happened? After Gravis had blocked the side swing inside the smokescreen, he had started sliding low to the ground. The thrown fireball went above him, and Gravis had used his lightning to detonate it. Like this, Crimson would think that Gravis was thrown back when in reality he was very close to him. Of course, with Gravis' luck, the last part of his opponent's swing just so happened to be an overhead swing instead of a horizontal one. "Tsh, lucky bastard," Gravis thought from the ground. Gravis quickly stood up while sliding his saber along the sword. They were still inside the smokescreen, but they could see each other since they were so close. Crimson's eyes focused, and he pulled his sword back, readying it for another swing. At the same time, a mighty pressure appeared around Gravis. "Goodbye," said Crimson, readying his sword for another slash. He had not used his will aura all this time so that he could take Gravis by surprise. Gravis' saber was not ready for a block, and with his will aura's sudden appearance, Gravis could not manage a block. The fight was over. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure pressed into Crimson, and his breathing stopped for a moment. His brain stopped working for a second, and that second spelled his doom. Xing! Gravis beheaded Crimson, who still held his sword above him. Gravis had used his will aura for the first time today and, just like Crimson, used it to surprise and stun his opponent. If Crimson had been at the 9th level of energy gathering, their will auras would have cancelled each other out due to the realm difference, but Crimson had only been at the 8th level. Like this, Gravis' condensed will aura overpowered Crimson's. Gravis took a deep breath. His whole upper body was injured, and he felt immense pain all over his body. Of course, that pain was nothing compared to the constant headache he had due to the energy in his mind. Some of his organs were also damaged due to the multiple shockwaves of the explosions, and Gravis had to regenerate. He took out the healing pill and swallowed it. It would only take about 3 minutes to heal. Like this, Gravis waited inside the smokescreen. The surroundings outside the smokescreen were loud with discussion. After the initial explosion, The onlookers had not seen anything of the fight anymore. They had only heard several clanks and explosions for a while, but after some seconds, everything had calmed down inside the smokescreen. Now, people were discussing who the winner was. Most of the disciples guessed that Gravis had probably won, but they couldn't be sure. Crimson had been incredibly powerful, and he had been acknowledged as the strongest disciple under the elders. That said a lot about his power, since someone could only be considered an elder after remaining at the peak of energy gathering for many years. Most of those elders had already fully tempered their bodies. The only reason why they still remained in the energy gathering realm was that they didn't have a will aura. Yet, with age came complacency. Many of those elders started feeling complacent with their current status. Everyone inside the guild and in the Middle Continent respected them and their strength. Why was there a need for more power? Yet, there were still a small few elders that were ready to put their life on the line to step into the spirit-forming realm. The Fire Guild had a total of around 20 elders, and only around 3 of those were actually interested in more life and death tempering. Yet, how difficult was it to find tempering for someone that powerful in the energy-gathering realm? They were too strong for middle-grade energy beasts, yet they didn't have the strength to kill a high-grade energy beast solo. Humans that were a danger to them would only be people in similar situations. Due to that, there were also only a select few of those around. On top of that, one first needed enmity to fight with another human on that strength under normal circumstances. For example, what would the Lightning Guild say if an elder from the Fire Guild killed one of their elder in a fight? The situation would be difficult. What about going to the core continent? Spirit-forming realm experts ran rampant in the core continent, and those elders would be helpless against those. The chance of death was even higher than fighting a high-grade energy beast solo. So, all in all, the only will tempering that those elders could find were hunts for high-grade energy beasts together with other people. Sadly, it was hard finding one of those. The teacher of Crimson looked at the smoke screen, took a deep breath and sighed. He had heard the last slash before everything went quiet. The elder had heard the sound of his disciple's weapon hundreds of times, so he could distinguish that the last slash was not from his disciple's weapon. Crimson was dead. Yet the elder continued to wait. Was he angry about his disciple's death? Of course, but his will was strong enough to suppress his anger. Gravis was surely injured, and killing him like this would not pose a challenge. He wanted his opponent to be in top form because only then would Gravis be strong enough to strengthen the elder's will. Sometime later, the smoke screen cleared, and the onlookers could finally see the battle scene. They saw Gravis standing in the middle, his weapon ready. Surprisingly, Gravis had also taken the weapon of Crimson and had slung it over his back. Why would Gravis carry such a long weapon on his back when it could impact his flexibility and mobility? The onlookers didn't know. The onlookers could only sigh as they saw the headless corpse beside Gravis. Gravis only needed about 2 more minutes to fully heal, but he still looked at the elder with narrowed eyes. Gravis couldn't rule out the possibility that the elder would attack him furiously. As soon as he saw Gravis, the elder also looked into Gravis' eyes. "How long?" he asked neutrally. 2 minutes, Gravis answered. The elder nodded. "I want you to be at your peak when we fight," he explained. "Your magic reserves are low. Take this," he said as he threw a pill over, which Gravis quickly caught. Gravis looked at it and felt a lot of energy inside of it. Without waiting, he ate it. If the elder only wanted to kill Gravis, he wouldn't need something like poison. He would only need to attack Gravis while he was injured. Gravis could guess how badly that elder wanted to temper himself, judging by the fact that he was middle-aged and very close to condensing a will aura. The elder wouldn't throw such a supreme tempering opportunity away for revenge. "I go by the name of Red inside the Fire Guild," the elder commented and then pointed at his dead disciple. "His name was Crimson, and I found him when he was only a small, homeless boy in some village. I raised him as my son and as my disciple. I named him after a fiercer version of the color red, hoping he would become fiercer and stronger than me." Gravis lifted one eyebrow. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked. The elder closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I want you to know whom you have killed and who will kill you," he explained with a calm voice. Yet, inside he was anything but calm. His rage was furiously ravaging around his insides, trying to find a release. How could one remain calm in front of their child's murderer? It also didn't help that heaven was trying its absolute best to increase those emotions of rage inside of him. Heaven was always active behind the scene, even if it was not apparent. Most times, its plans wouldn't even happen because of some circumstances. It had tried to increase the emotions of the upper echelon of the Lightning Guild when Gravis went there. It had tried to move some high-grade energy beasts in the Wind Guild to attack him, and right now it was trying to make Red attack Gravis. Luckily, Red's will was already too strong to be influenced by his emotions, even if they were incredibly intense. This was just one of Heaven's attempts to kill Gravis that would never see the light of day. After Red explained his reason for telling Gravis about his background, Gravis didn't say anything back. Words were meaningless in this situation. Either he died or Gravis died. Like this, some minutes passed until Gravis had fully recovered. Pock! Red took out a pill bottle and threw it at Gravis. Gravis looked at it and saw that it was another costly pill. After he had inspected the pill, Gravis looked back to Red and nodded, taking out his saber. Red also took out his weapon, which was also a saber. Both of them readied themselves, and the onlookers felt like the fighting arena was about to explode. They jumped further back, for safety, and then watched without blinking. Gravis' most challenging fight was about to start. Boom! Red exploded forward with all his power, and his speed was unreal. Gravis looked at him without a change of expression and dodged. Red missed the attack and felt a little surprised. He was sure that his speed was fast enough so that Gravis couldn't react to the telegraphing of his attacks. Red had only lifted his sword for an overhead slash shortly before he reached Gravis. Logically, Gravis shouldn't have been able to react to this attack so adequately. How did Gravis manage to dodge? For the first time in a long while, Gravis had to use his pre-dodging again. The last time when he had needed to use this was when he had still fought demonic beasts. That was a full cultivation realm ago. At that time, the demonic beasts had been too fast for him to react to their attacks, so he had to anticipate and guess their attacks preemptively. Yet, if even one guess were wrong, he would get severely injured at least. Gravis used the surprise of his opponent to his advantage and used a full 50% of his energy to empower his attack. If he only used his physical power, Gravis would never be able to penetrate Red's defense. Clank! Red stopped the slash with his free hand, using a fire explosion inside of his hand to weaken the attack. Normally, if he wanted to block such an attack, he would have needed to use about 20% of his energy reserves. Blocking a physical attack empowered by an element with a hand took way more energy than using such an attack. Yet, with this small explosion, he only used 5%. The saber slowed down a bit and hit his hand, yet due to the explosion, the attack only broke the skin. Terrifying, Gravis judged. Red had managed to block his attack with way less energy than normal due to the ingenious method of using an explosion in his hand. Like this, Gravis had used up 50% of his energy, while Red only used a little more than 5%. Gravis was wholly outclassed. Red grabbed the saber with all his power and didn't let it go. Red smirked. Gravis had lost his weapon. BZZT. But who was Gravis? He quickly used his lightning to disturb the hand of Red, which made him able to pull his saber back. Lightning had the ability to slightly stun the opponent. Of course, if the opponent had a way stronger body, they wouldn't be majorly stunned. Yet, even with a strong body, a slight bit of the stun effect would remain. Red's eyes widened as the saber left his hand without his control, and his eyes narrowed. Gravis' brain grew incredibly hot as he thought about many different circumstances at once. He had to grasp the whole battle situation in the blink of an eye to correctly dodge his opponent. Like this, Gravis ducked. Swoosh! A saber barely missed the top of his head, cutting some hair. Gravis quickly used another 45% of his total energy to attack Red's arm. The speed of Red's body was superior to Gravis, so, in comparison to Gravis, Red had the ability to react to Gravis attacks. Like this, he grabbed the saber again, this time using a smaller explosion. Shing boom! Gravis' saber went deep inside of Red's hand, and the lightning exploded, blasting the front half of his hand off. Red's eyes widened, and he quickly jumped back, keeping watch on Gravis. Why did the attack work this time when it didn't before? The reason was that Red actually had too much fighting experience instead of too little. An inexperienced person would have used the same amount of energy as before, but Red was sure that Gravis would not use the same amount of energy again. Red knew a lot about energy, and he guessed that earlier Gravis had used a whole 50% of his energy to injure him. If Gravis used the same amount again, he would be out of energy. Yes, he might be able to sever the front of his hand, but that would make him helpless for the future fight. Gravis obviously wouldn't be that stupid. Yet Gravis had done just that. He had emptied a total of 95% of his reserves to sever the front half of Red's left hand. Red's eyes widened because this seemed incredibly stupid. He had seen how Gravis fought, and he was sure that Gravis wouldn't do something this idiotic. Gravis would have no way to damage Red anymore now. Yet, without hesitation, Gravis ran forward and slashed again at Red. Red only smiled in disdain. Gravis was helpless now without any energy. The fight was over. Red could also only see a tiny amount of lightning on the saber. This was Gravis' last remaining energy, and even if he let the saber hit him, it would do nothing. Red just let Gravis slash his shoulder without a care. Yet, as the saber closed in, Red suddenly felt an inexplicable, deep terror. For some reason, he grew incredibly afraid of that slash, and he quickly used his arm to push the saber away. Shirring boom! The saber went into Red's left arm and suddenly exploded with lightning. The explosion was as intense as the previous two attacks, which shocked Red to the core. Where did that energy come from? Weren't Gravis' energy reserves empty? Like this, the front half of Red's left arm was also exploded off. Gravis grimaced. I'm pretty sure that he didn't notice me refilling my energy with an energy dot from my mind. First, he looked like he wanted to do nothing, but suddenly his face changed, and he decided to block either way. This doesn't make sense. Did Heaven interfere? Yes, Heaven had created fear inside of Red's mind. It had done the same to Gravis when it killed that one bandit with the meteor. This was the best chance it had in getting rid of Gravis, and it wouldn't miss it. Red quickly overcame his terror and slashed horizontally at Gravis. He didn't know why Gravis still had energy, but that was not important right now. One of his arms was entirely useless now, and he couldn't allow himself to grow careless any further. Gravis quickly ducked under the attack again, and Red's eyes widened again. How had Gravis avoided the attack again? Slowly, Red began to see a pattern, and his eyes sparkled. Gravis slashed at Red's torso from below Red's attack, but Red would no longer allow any errors. Boom! Red used the stump of his left arm to place a big explosion in front of his torso. Like this, both combatants shot back due to the shockwave. In this short amount of time, Red had not been able to make the explosion strong enough to injure Gravis, but he had managed to gain some space. Without waiting, he immediately shot forward again, readying a fireball on what remained of his left arm. Gravis also immediately ran at him and then ducked to the left of Red. Judging by the readied explosion on his severed arm, he would attack diagonally to force Gravis to the side of the explosion. Yet, a horizontal slash came instead. A horizontal slash flew at Gravis, contrary to his expectations, and Gravis only saw the saber grow closer to his eyes in shock. In a reflex, Gravis activated his will aura to delay the impact of the saber, and Gravis barely managed to change the position of his attack into a quick makeshift block. The shock of the will aura would only work once, so Gravis had kept it for a decisive attack. Yet he had to use it now to survive. There was no other way. Boom! The slash hit Gravis' weak block, and the backside of the saber heavily hit Gravis' left shoulder, obliterating it and multiple ribs behind it. Gravis got shot into the distance by Red's attack, destroying several trees in that direction. The clearing had a size of around 100 meters, but Gravis flew way further, several hundreds of meters in fact. The sound of exploding and falling trees resonated throughout the surroundings, and the breathing of the onlookers stopped. That impact had thundered throughout the whole clearing, and everyone felt the power behind it. Gravis couldn't have survived that, could he? Red, on the other hand, quickly readied his saber again and charged into the direction of Gravis, fire appearing behind his body to boost his speed. Red was sure that Gravis had survived, and he couldn't allow Gravis to escape. Gravis had shown how smart he was in a fight, and Red didn't want to give him any chance to plan. Who knew what plan he would manage to come up with if Red gave him the chance? Meanwhile, Gravis hit a giant boulder, and his body burrowed inside for half a meter, completely stopping his flight. Gravis's organs shook, and a small fountain of blood shot out of his mouth due to the impact. He hadn't had the concentration to use his elemental synchronicity to soften the stone. His head spun, but he managed to quickly regain his mind's clarity with his will. Gravis gnashed his teeth as he felt the completely obliterated left side of his torso. I nearly died. Yet, his eyes widened as he saw Red directly charging at him. There had only been 2 seconds between Gravis hitting the boulder and Red appearing again. There was no time. Red had already readied a big fireball and was intending on throwing it into the hole that Gravis' body had made. If that hit him, he would be reduced to ashes. Boom! Red threw the big fireball into the hole, and the whole boulder exploded into debris that shot into the distance. Gravis was surely dead. Red took a deep breath to calm down. Gravis had been just as powerful as he had expected. Shing boom! Red felt a deep pain coming from his left knee as it exploded with lightning. Red couldn't comprehend what had happened. Why did his knee suddenly explode? Meanwhile, Gravis jumped out of the earth below Red and puked another mouthful of blood to the side. Gravis had regained the clarity of his mind before the explosion and, therefore, also regained his elemental synchronicity. He used that to move through the stone into the earth. Yet, the explosion had been too powerful, and it had damaged his already battered body further. His insides were rattled, and he was forced to puke more blood. Gravis had wanted to keep his elemental synchronicity a secret, but his life was more important. If he didn't use it, he couldn't possibly win or even survive. He could only hope that they were outside the range of the Guildmaster's and Vice-Guildmaster's spirit. After the explosion, Gravis had moved inside the earth until he was below Red and then used his full power to attack his left leg. The attack was a success, and he had managed to sever the lower portion of Red's left leg. With a destroyed leg, his speed would surely fall. Vroom! The sound of fire appeared as fire shot out of what remained of Red's left leg. With the force generated by the fire, Red managed to keep himself upright. Like this, he regained his balance and stood upside, his right leg firmly on the ground and his left leg using the backdraft of fire to keep balance. Red's visage turned into pure rage, and he shot multiple fireballs at Gravis. Hum hum hum! Red's physical attack was incredibly fast, but his elemental attacks were dodgeable. Even though Gravis' injuries impacted his speed, he still managed to evade the uncoordinated fireballs as he further fell back to gain distance. If this continued, Red would run out of energy while Gravis had a limitless supply stored in his mind. Red grew even angrier, and his mindset grew unstable due to all of his emotions going berserk in this stressful situation. Yet, his will was strong enough that he managed to somewhat calm down after some seconds. Red gritted his teeth so hard that blood streamed down the side of his mouth, and he shot forward again. Red's movement speed had slowed down significantly due to his missing left leg. The fire coming out of it couldn't generate enough force to make him move at his previous speed. Red could only use his right leg for acceleration and his left leg for stability, similar to Gravis' lightning movement. Yet, Red's right arm was uninjured, which meant that his attack speed was nearly the same as before. Gravis still didn't have the option to dodge the attack without preemptively anticipating the attack that Red would use. Like this, Gravis used his lightning movement and physical speed to retreat. Red chased, but his speed was only a slight bit faster than Gravis. Gravis couldn't have unlimited energy. That was absolutely impossible. He had to run out of energy at some point, and Red only needed to chase him to win. Victory was in sight. Yet, in reality, Gravis had plenty of energy to spare, and he could also go even faster. Gravis was only running a little bit slower than Red so that Red would chase him. Gravis wasn't intending on retreating, but on changing the battlefield. Splash! Gravis reached the long river and jumped inside. Red smirked in disdain. "You think water will help you?" he thought, quickly following Gravis into the river. The power of their elements was too strong, and regular water wouldn't be able to hinder their attacks. One might think that lightning would be stronger underwater, but that was not the case. It still had the same strength. The only difference was that it was easier for lightning to travel inside the water. All in all, it would make no difference to Gravis if there were water or not. He could control his lightning, and the conductivity of the water wouldn't change a thing. That's why Red didn't mind following Gravis into the river. On water or on land, Gravis would die today. SSSSSHHHH. Red continued using his fire to chase Gravis, creating an incredible amount of steam in the process. Gravis moved at a depth of around 10 meters against the river's flow. Luckily, he didn't need to swim due to his elemental synchronicity. He turned towards Red while still moving along the river. Gravis' eyes narrowed as he concentrated his lightning to shoot at the riverbed surrounding Red. Red also narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what Gravis was planning, yet he quickly found out as he felt his speed slowing. "TCH!" spat Red underwater. Gravis was using the lightning to excite the flow of water so that more water would flow into his flames. Normal water might not impact their attacks much, but it still used up his flame's power. Since he always used the same amount of energy, the additional water slowed him down. Yet, Gravis also moved slower due to his constant use of energy. Red gnashed his teeth in hatred, and his expression formed into a grimace. Gravis would run out of energy at some point, and even if he didn't, as soon as Red's reserves hit 20%, he would just flee. If he were to use all his energy, Red might die to Gravis if he still had energy. With 20%, Red would still be able to put up a fight. Of course, Gravis was only masking his elemental synchronicity with that lightning. This small amount of lightning wouldn't excite the flow of the river that much. Yet, if Gravis just used his elemental synchronicity without masking it with his lightning, Red might grow wary. There was also no possibility to use his elemental synchronicity underwater to damage Red. His body was too powerful for that. If Gravis went closer to Red, Gravis would probably die. Red had already shown that he had realized how Gravis had dodged his earlier attacks. By deliberately attacking differently, Red made it impossible for Gravis to anticipate his attacks. Red might seem to be in a disadvantageous position, but that was not true. One physical attack from him would spell Gravis' doom. They moved for many kilometers under the river, and Red's energy reserves grew dangerously low. As soon as his reserves closed in on the 20% mark, he decided to abort his chase and jumped out of the river. Gravis saw this and his eyes narrowed. Gravis immediately stopped and also jumped out of the river. Gravis saw Red moving along the river's coast, back into the direction of the fire guild. He was running through thick steam, which had been produced from his flames when Red had chased Gravis inside the river. Gravis readied himself and exploded forward with the same speed as Red. Red turned to Gravis, and his eyes also narrowed. Sure enough, he was trying to exhaust me. Good that I still kept enough energy to return to the Fire Guild. As soon as I reach the Fire Guild, he won't be able to kill me anymore. The fight is over, Red thought with a sigh. Retreat was part of the arsenal of strategies that a cultivator could use. They ran for a while and the steam grew denser. Red had already lost vision of Gravis inside the steam, but he could still feel the movement of energy in the atmosphere. Judging by the energy's movement, Gravis was slowly gaining ground on Red. Yet this damn steam made it hard to see anything. Wait, steam? But the steam at this place should have already risen into the sky. How is there still so much steam? Red thought, and a feeling of fear slowly started appearing. Something was not right. Red took a turn and ran away from the river. After around 100 meters, he finally managed to escape from the steam. Red turned around to look back, and his eyes widened as his mouth involuntarily fell open in shock. What did he see? A humongous, dense black cloud was violently chasing him. The cloud was at around the distance where Gravis should be. What was going on? Where did this cloud come from? Gravis had planned this since jumping into the river. Red's fire would produce steam, and steam was water. With his elemental synchronicity he could control water, and therefore also steam. Like this, Gravis could collect more and more steam as they continued running along the river and compress it. When water evaporated, it would become steam, and if a lot of steam gathered together, it would make a cloud. With the right movement and manipulation, the cloud would then produce natural lightning. It was one of the laws of the world, and it dictated how lightning worked. Gravis noticed that Red had escaped the steam and no longer held his speed back. He and the cloud exploded in speed, and they closed in on Red. Red's eyes widened. The fight was not over. When there were only 2 meters between Red and the cloud, he turned around and burst into the cloud. He quickly felt where Gravis was and slashed down. Gravis had expected such an attack and had already prepared himself to dodge. Yet, out of nowhere a powerful pressure hit Gravis. Red had condensed his will aura in the fight. One didn't need to win the tempering to increase their will. They only had to survive. When Red had relaxed while running back to the Fire Guild, his will aura had condensed, and he successfully surprised Gravis. Due to the surprise, Gravis took longer to activate his will aura. The attack had nearly arrived when Gravis finally activated it. The only thing he could do was slightly move out of the way. Shing! Gravis' right arm was severed at the shoulder and flew away. Like this, Gravis had lost both his arms since the left half of his torso was still obliterated, including his arm. Red quickly readied his saber to end the fight. Bang, bang, bang. Thick strands of lightning hit the space in front of Gravis, forcing Red to fall back and block with his energy. Natural lightning had a density similar to the peak of energy gathering, which would generally make it still weak enough to resist for someone with such a strong body as Red. Yet, this lightning felt utterly different to Red. For some reason, it was powerful enough to injure him. Red could only defend himself with his energy. More lightning gathered around Red, and he had to continue using up his energy. The lightning continued going after him for several seconds, and his right arm had blackened. Red had run out of energy shortly before the end and had to block with his remaining arm. Thunk! Red didn't have any more energy to keep his balance with his severed left leg. The flames on his left leg vanished, and he fell over, breathing deeply. He was too exhausted to keep balance with just one leg. He had no more energy to support himself, and his arms couldn't grip a weapon anymore. Red gnashed his teeth and crawled towards Gravis. He still felt the energy vibrations, so he knew where Gravis was located. Gravis' body was just as injured as his own. He could still kill Gravis with the stump of his left arm. Gravis had no way to injure him with only his elemental attacks. The cloud around them cleared, and Red could finally see Gravis again. But his expression quickly changed into shock and terror. Why had the natural lightning been so much stronger when it hit Red? That was because Gravis manipulated the life energy inside the lightning to split off. Red had been hit by pure destruction lightning with the energy density of natural lightning. So where did the life energy go? Gravis stood in pristine condition in front of the lying Red. His whole body had regenerated due to all the life energy inside the lightning. On top of that, Gravis had also refilled his energy storage again. Gravis had a perfectly healthy body and was filled with energy. Red only smiled bitterly. Shing boom! Gravis beheaded Red, and his head exploded into the distance. The fight had ended. Gravis took a deep breath to relax. The fight was finally over. Gravis' life had constantly been in danger during the last couple of minutes, and even at the end, Red had still nearly managed to kill him. Gravis had fought someone entirely out of his league. Deciding to fight Red was closer to suicide than tempering. He had used everything in this fight. He had used his body, energy, will aura, pre-dodging, and also heavily relied on his elemental synchronicity. Without the first 4, Gravis would have died before he and Red even left the clearing, while the last one allowed Gravis to kill Red. Gravis narrowed his eyes and decided to stay a little safer. Boom! Gravis absorbed Red's energy and broke into the 7th level of energy gathering. Earlier, Gravis had decided against absorbing enough energy for a breakthrough because he thought he would be invincible in the energy gathering realm then. Yet Gravis had made a grave error. He had underestimated the elders, who had remained on that level for decades. Red's body had been too powerful, and even with Gravis now being at the 7th level of energy gathering, the fight wouldn't have been much easier. The advantage of rising a level in the energy gathering realm was the increased density and reserve of energy. The increased reserve was literally useless for Gravis since he could just refill his energy with the one in his mind. Yet, the density of energy was also nearly no help in fighting against those people. For example, if Gravis had used 100% of his energy instead of 50% to attack Red, there would be no difference. The lightning wasn't able to injure someone like Red just by itself. Gravis could only use the explosion's shockwave when his lightning exploded to sever Red's hand. An explosion double as powerful would only have thrown his arm further away. That made no difference. So, the energy, when breaking into the 7th level, surprisingly, didn't increase his fighting strength by much while fighting such monsters. The true help was the lower suppression against his will aura. His will aura had only worked once against Red since he had been 3 levels above him. Now, he could use his will aura multiple times, and it wouldn't lose its effectiveness that quickly. After absorbing all the energy, Gravis only needed 60% more for breaking into the 8th level. When he reached the 8th level, he would genuinely be invincible in the energy-gathering realm. The higher density of his energy would also allow Gravis to move faster with his lightning movement. With his new speed and will aura, he wouldn't need to fight this passively anymore. Suddenly, Gravis felt his will aura going out of control. It started activating by itself, and Gravis couldn't manipulate it anymore. It expanded itself again from its compressed form until it encompassed everything in a 60-meter radius around Gravis. Then it started expanding widely and Gravis' mind shook. Gravis felt his drive to continue in his journey strengthening at a rapid pace. Everything that had impacted his will before, like the situation with Wendy or Gorn's death, started to feel more bearable. Gorn's death was still an issue in Gravis' mind, and he would never forget his death. But his apprehension about gaining strength lessened. Gravis' will was now strong enough that Wendy's situation no longer impacted him in the slightest. In his mind, her death had already been a certainty, and there was no stopping it. Gravis still wasn't a fan of using her death to further his power, but it felt like his feelings started accepting his logic. Logically, he knew that he should not care about the way how he gained power, but his emotions always wavered when he had to make difficult decisions. Everything started becoming clearer in his eyes as his emotions started synchronizing with his logic. As Gravis' will and aura grew clearer, his will aura expanded furiously into the surroundings. It was growing bigger by the second. 120 meters, 150 meters, 180 meters. It just didn't seem to stop, and Gravis narrowed his eyes as they shone with a brilliant gleam. The trees inside his will aura cracked and then fell apart. The earth got pushed down for half a meter until it stopped. The water in the river was pushed down and out of the river, and no new water could come inside of his will aura. The water outside, hitting his will aura, overflowed like there suddenly was a dam in front of it and swept into the surroundings. 210 meters, 240 meters, 270 meters. At 300 meters, his will aura stabilized. The surroundings were cleared of everything, and a circular crater was created around him, several meters deep. Gravis regained the control of his will aura and noticed that he couldn't compress it anymore. As strange as it sounded, it felt like his will was not strong enough to compress his will aura anymore. So, my will is not strong enough to compress my will? That seems weird, Gravis thought, but he couldn't find any other reason. As he thought back, he also realized that it had been harder to compress his will aura at the start. Compressing his will aura into a half-circle had taken several months, and its strength only doubled. Yet, in about the same amount of time, he had managed to compress it onto a single individual, increasing its power by several dozen folds. Gravis realized that, as his will had grown stronger, it had also grown easier to compress his will aura. This is probably a sign of growth. My will aura has probably broken through some kind of bottleneck, but I'm not sure, Gravis thought to himself. Gravis was also surprised about the sheer power of his will aura. Even though it was uncompressed, its strength transcended his earlier, fully compressed will aura by a large margin. Gravis was incredibly happy about his new, powerful will aura, but he also grew a little bitter. The sudden breakthrough of my will aura was not planned. I guessed that someone at Red's level would no longer pose a challenge against me with this new will aura. I guess I can't temper myself anymore in the energy-gathering realm, he thought with a sigh. Gravis looked over at Red's corpse, which was not damaged by his will aura, and went through his belongings. He found many body-tempering pills, and he also looked at the saber. When Gravis looked at it, his eyes shone. A weapon for spirit-forming experts, he said involuntarily. The saber was utterly red, with some black streaks going through it. With this, Gravis wouldn't need to worry about a weapon anymore as soon as he broke into the spirit-forming realm. Yet, just like energy weapons couldn't be fully used by body-tempering people, a spirit-forming weapon couldn't be fully used by someone at the energy-gathering realm. An energy weapon and a spirit-forming weapon had the same strength to someone in the energy-gathering realm. Gravis put the saber on his back and now carried 3 sabers and 1 long sword. Thinking about the long sword, Gravis took it into his hands and looked at it with a bitter smile. I originally intended to use you to explode fireballs from a safe distance, but it seemed like I never got the chance, he said. Gravis always had many different plans for different situations. By using the long sword, Gravis would have been able to explode fireballs early from a distance of over 2 meters. Like that, the explosions would have been significantly weakened when they hit his body. Yet, there never appeared a situation in the fight where he had needed to use the sword. Just like not every plan of heaven came into being, not every plan of Gravis found use. Call! Gravis heard the voice of Sky from a distance and turned to it. Sky was hovering at a distance of around 300 meters from Gravis, cawing at him. It had wanted to go to Gravis and congratulate him on his victory, but then this strange dome appeared, and it seriously didn't like that dome one bit. Sky had been closer when Gravis' will aura had expanded, and it nearly fell from the sky when the will aura had hit it. It felt like all the air in its surroundings was transformed into liquid metal, making it really difficult to move. So, it had retreated into a distance. Gravis noticed that his will aura was still active and deactivated it. He might not be able to compress it, but after he had regained control of it, he got back the ability to deactivate it. The will aura disappeared, and the blocked river violently flowed down along the channels again. The water also accumulated in the crater that Gravis had involuntarily created. In the future, this crater would become a lovely little lake. Gravis jumped out of the crater and watched it from outside. A particular feeling started appearing in his mind. I can maybe create such powerful destruction if I unleashed a lot of my energy, yet just my will aura alone has destroyed so much. A crater with a radius of 300 meters, several meters deep. Gravis looked to the sky. This just proves again that my brother and father were right in saying that the will was most important. Bang! Sky landed beside Gravis and rubbed its head on his torso. Gravis smiled happily and ruffled its feathers, eliciting a cry of bliss. Haha, Sky, I am stronger than you again. Gravis laughed with happiness. Sky took its head back and looked at him. First, it wanted to defend its strength, but when it remembered that mighty dome and saw the destruction around it, it accepted it. It released a human-like snort, communicating that Gravis won't remain more powerful for long. When Gravis saw Sky's reaction, he only laughed louder. They both wanted to be stronger than the other one, but they were also friends and companions. The stronger they got, the better. In reality, none of the two minded it when the other one was stronger. After all, they were comrades. They only showed their superior power to increase the drive for strength for the other one. Error. Gravis heard the distant sound of fire and looked over. The audience was beginning to arrive. No one in the audience had a really powerful body, so they all could only use their fire for speed, which was not that fast. Gravis and Red had chased each other for a great distance, and only now did someone appear. The new arrival was at the 9th level of energy gathering but didn't have a powerful body. Yet, he was still the fastest among all others. The new arrival looked at Gravis, who scratched Sky, and then searched for Red, but couldn't find him. "Where's Red?" asked the disciple. "Dead," answered Gravis nonchalantly. The disciple was taken aback, but he grew suspicious. Even if Red had died, Gravis should have been majorly injured, yet he looked completely fine. What was going on? Slowly, more people arrived, and they all gathered around Gravis and Sky. Sky grew a bit apprehensive by all the people around it. If they all attacked suddenly, it might die. There was one at the 9th level and many at the 8th level of energy gathering. They were a genuine danger to its life. "Calm down, Sky," said Gravis with a smile, and Sky looked at him. Remembering that powerful dome, it calmed down. It had already felt the power of Gravis' will aura, and it knew that those humans wouldn't be a danger with him around. While being at the 7th level, Gravis could make everyone at the 7th level lose their consciousness, and everyone at the 8th level lose all ability to fight. That was if he still had his old will aura. His new one would probably just knock everyone unconscious, except that one disciple at the 9th level. There was no danger. "Where is Red?" asked another new arrival. Gravis looked around and saw that no new people arrived anymore. Everyone had probably already gathered. He turned back to Sky. "Go eat your food," he said. Sky's head perked up as it remembered its food. It had seen Red's body when it had been outside of Gravis' will aura. The others didn't see Red's body because it was currently underwater. Sky took to the sky and flew over the newly created lake. Splash! It picked something up with its humongous head and pulled it out. Red's body could be seen briefly before Sky swallowed it like a fish. Yet, that brief period was enough for everyone to see the body. Their mouths fell open in shock, and their brains stopped working for some time. Red was actually dead. Their eyes went back to Gravis, and they couldn't stop looking at him. "Monster!" they all thought in their heads. Gravis didn't care about their gazes and dusted off his robe. Then he turned to them casually. "Someone else want to try their luck?" he asked them, not hoping for a positive answer. Some of the disciples were taken aback. Who else would want to fight Gravis? Red had been the elder closest to condensing his will aura, so he was also the strongest one. Red had literally been the strongest person in the energy-gathering realm in the Fire Guild. No one else from the Fire Guild would dare to fight Gravis anymore, except for the spirit-forming realm leaders. Whoosh pack! Or not! Gravis caught another bottle of pills, which had been thrown by the soul disciple at the 9th level of energy gathering. Gravis showed a surprised look. "Why? I'm sure you are incredibly exhausted and only try to show an uninjured front to us," the disciple said with narrowed eyes. "You are probably close to falling over, but still want to appear strong. I won't believe that you are uninjured," he shouted as he took out his halberd. The others initially felt surprised, but then they understood what the disciple meant. Yeah, it was impossible that Gravis was uninjured. This was actually their best chance of getting a fortune. Gravis had so many body-tempering pills. Gravis accepted the pill and shrugged. He slowly walked over to the nervous disciple. "You think yourself so clever," Gravis said, shaking his head with a sigh. "You think you saw through my guys when in actuality, there wasn't one." Whos. The disciple couldn't finish his words as an apocalyptic pressure completely immobilized him. Thunk, 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 thunk. Hundreds of bodies hit the floor. Every single member of the audience had been in the range of Gravis' will aura. Just like Gravis had expected, every single one lost consciousness. The only one still conscious was the soul disciple at the 9th level of energy gathering. Gravis walked over to the disciple and put his hand on his neck. The emotions were going crazy inside the disciple's head, and he couldn't formulate a single rational thought. Rip. The disciple didn't have a strong body, so Gravis just tore his head off with a yank. Gravis threw the head to the side and looked through the disciple's belongings. There was no reason in fighting the disciple. With a single activation of his will aura, he could kill anyone in the energy-gathering realm. Gravis couldn't temper himself with those people anymore. Gravis looked through the belongings of the corpse and pocketed some more pills. Then, he deactivated his will aura and looked at the sea of unconscious bodies. Gravis smiled with embarrassment. It wasn't on purpose. Sorry. He spoke into the quiet surroundings. No body reacted. Gravis threw the corpse to Sky, who quickly caught it in its mouth. After that, Gravis turned around and walked away. "Stop at once!" shouted an aggressive and imposing voice from behind Gravis. Gravis narrowed his eyes and turned around, looking at the person who had just shouted at him. Judging by the strength and imposingness of the voice, the person was definitely a spirit-forming expert. The voice had awakened a sense of danger inside Gravis. Thus he was sure of the person's strength. Gravis readied himself for a fight. A middle-aged man with flowing, fiery red hair came running. "Why do you stop me?" asked Gravis with a severe tone. The person seemed to get even angrier as urgency radiated from his eyes. "Not you," he shouted. "Your bird." Gravis' eyebrows rose in surprise, and he looked to Sky. Sky was currently carrying an unconscious disciple in its beak, readying itself to swallow him. Gravis' eyes widened when he saw that. "Sky, stop!" he shouted. Gulp. Sky swallowed the disciple and then looked at Gravis with a questioning look. Wasn't it allowed to eat Gravis' enemies? What's his deal? Gravis ran to Sky. "Spit him out now!" he shouted at Sky, and it looked back at him with bitterness and unwillingness. "They were not my enemies, and they are still alive. Spit him out." Sky looked at Gravis and then at the new arrival, who was really close by now, and conceded. Lurch clank. The disciple's unconscious body fell out of Sky's lowered open beak and hit the ground. The clothes had already been fully corroded, and even his skin looked a little burned. The guild master of the Fire Guild went to the disciple and checked his life signs. Only when he felt that the energy and body were still vigorous did he sigh in relief. Gravis scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. "Sorry, Sky didn't do it on purpose," Gravis explained. The guild master glared at Sky but then sighed. "Nothing major happened, so it's okay." He waved the matter off nonchalantly. He then turned to Gravis to look at him more closely. "You have impressive battle strength. You even managed to defeat Red, the strongest person in Magic Gathering in our guild." Gravis nodded to show his respect to the guild master's strength. While he didn't care about the status of the guild master, he cared about his strength. Just when Gravis wanted to turn around and continue on his way, he suddenly got an idea. He rubbed his chin in thought as he watched the guild master. The guild master felt weird when Gravis looked at him without saying anything. What did he want? "Actually," started Gravis. "Are you interested in a trade?" he asked the guild master. The eyes of the guild master narrowed. "You can't win against me yet," said the guild master directly. But Gravis simply shook his head. "That's not what I mean," he explained. "I have earned many weapons in my fights, and I wonder if you are interested in repurchasing them." The guild master was a little surprised by the idea. First, Gravis killed his disciples and stole their wealth and then offered to sell their own weapons back to them. However, as the guild master continued thinking about the situation, he started to realize that that was actually not such a bad idea, though a little in bad taste. All of those weapons were tailor-made for the Fire Guild, and some of them were really good. "You know what?" asked the guild master rhetorically after a while. "Why not?" Gravis smirked a little. "All right, but I am only interested in body-tempering pills. Is that okay with you?" Gravis asked in confirmation. The guild master nodded. "That's all right. Is it okay with you if we determine the price of the weapons based on the contribution point system that we use in the guild?" The guild master asked. Gravis looked unsurely at the guild master. "Could you elaborate?" "Simple. Body-tempering pills and weapons can both be exchanged for contribution points. You'll sell us the weapons, and we give you contribution points equal to the weapon's buying price. Then, you can use up those points like a normal disciple," he explained, and then his eyes narrowed in thought. "I think I'll also give you the same discount as someone with your strength would have in our guild, which is someone with an elder's strength." Gravis' eyes widened in surprise. "I killed about 10 of your strongest disciples, and you are even willing to give me a discount? Why?" asked Gravis, confused. Surprisingly, the guild master only laughed. "By offering a fair fight, you have given our disciples a chance to temper themselves," he explained. The fights had been fair and you never acted weak to lure in more weaker people to make more money. From the beginning, you have stated your strength. The guild master sighed. The first couple of disciples didn't realize their strength difference to you, even though you loudly stated that only people at the 9th level of Magic Gathering had a realistic chance in defeating you. The guild master majestically swished his long sleeve to the side. If they can't feel danger, then it's their fault they died. As for the later disciples, you have never asked for backup and always fought by yourself. They knew what they were getting into and you fought fairly. You have granted them this opportunity. That they couldn't grasp it is on them. Gravis also sighed. When Gravis had talked with Flern for a while, back when he was still staying on that tree, Flern had said that the death of their disciples only showed their weakness. He had also said that most of the Fire Guild thought like that. Initially, Gravis had been a little skeptical, but seeing how the guild master argued the same way as Flern, Gravis realized that Flern had told the truth. The Fire Guild believed that if you died in a fight, you were too weak and were never destined to rise to power. Gravis thought that this philosophy was similar to the Heaven Sect. The Heaven Sect believed that if someone died, Heaven wanted them to die, and if someone lived, Heaven wanted them to live. Yet, the Fire Guild attributed this catch-all philosophy to strength and not to some garbage heaven. The Fire Guild was probably closer to the truth than the Heaven Sect, but it was also not entirely right. Supremely talented and strong geniuses could die to bad luck. If they hadn't had this bad luck, they would have probably risen, at least, into the spirit-forming realm. So, surviving is not completely reliant on strength. But in the end, Gravis thought that the Fire Guild had a better philosophy than the Heaven Sect. "All right," commented Gravis dryly, extinguishing any eventual, continued conversation about this topic. "So, I have this really long sword," Gravis said as he tossed the long sword to the ground in front of him. "Some peak magic weapons." He tossed multiple sabers out, including his old one. "Those few weapons that I left behind in the initial fighting area, and that really heavy halberd." The guild master looked at the pile of weapons and sighed again. Every weapon signified a dead disciple. Even though the Fire Guild had the philosophy of absolute power, those weapons still represented people that he had known or watched for years. The weapons started floating one by one as the guild master inspected them for damage. The heavy halberd and the other weapons also floated in from the old fighting area. They were not that far from the old fighting area. After the guild master looked through the weapons, he nodded. "All right, that's about 19,400 contribution points." Whoosh pack. The elder threw over a book, and Gravis opened it. It was an exchange catalog similar to the one from the Heaven Sect. Of course, even though the Fire Guild was multiple times bigger than the Heaven Sect, their wealth and variety of items didn't even come close to the Heaven Sect's. "You get 30% off because of the elder discount," said the guild master. Gravis nodded and ignored everything else. He directly skipped to the pill section. To his surprise, he saw no mention of the body ascension pill that he had taken back in the Heaven Sect. Of course, even if it were there, Gravis wouldn't buy it. It might be the best method to temper his body, but Gravis had no way to continually damage his own body right now. Yet, Gravis was still interested in why he couldn't find it. "You don't have a body ascension pill?" Gravis asked, not looking up from the exchange book. If he had looked up, he would have seen the guild master's eyes widen in disbelief. "Body ascension pill? How could we have such a treasure? Those pills are even rare in the core continent," he explained. Now Gravis looked up. "They're that rare?" he asked in an unbelieving look. The guild master only nodded while Gravis just shrugged and continued checking the pills. He looked through the exchange book for several minutes, and slowly, some of the unconscious disciples started waking up. Usually, they would stay unconscious for over half an hour, but something made them wake up early. They were underwater and couldn't breathe. When Gravis had used his will aura again, he had still been in the surroundings of the new lake and the river. His will aura created another crater, and after he deactivated it again, the water flooded into the even newer lake. As soon as they regained consciousness, they quickly jumped out of the water, coughed, and took deep breaths. They all walked around, grumbling, but they shut their mouths when they saw their guild master. If someone said something wrong, their life would be ruined. After around 10 minutes, Gravis had finished choosing the pills. All those pills only strengthened a specific part of the body, and he had to make it balanced. When Gravis was finished, he only had 600 contribution points remaining, but he didn't care about those. The guild master had given him a discount, so he wouldn't try to use every last bit of those points to gain as much as possible. Gravis told the guild master what he wanted, and the guild master nodded. The exchange book floated back to the guild master and vanished. Then, they both just continued standing there. Gravis was confused and waited for the guild master to do something, but he didn't move. They continued waiting like this for several minutes, and Gravis narrowed his eyes. This feels kind of awkward. After some more minutes, Gravis finally spoke up. So, what are we waiting for? The guild master didn't change his expression. For your pills. Gravis squinted his eyes and spoke carefully. But, don't you have to inform someone or get them then? The guild master looked like he understood why Gravis asked such an obvious question. After he understood, he only laughed a little. I have already informed the elder responsible for the treasure storage, he explained. You might not know, but starting the spirit-forming realm, we can send thoughts with our spirit. I have long informed him. Oh, said Gravis as he finally understood. He didn't know that that was possible starting at the spirit-forming realm, but it seemed to make sense. The spirit was an extension of the user's mind and soul, so it could logically also touch and convey the user's thoughts. I didn't know. The guild master only smiled slightly. Well, there's no reason in telling you. As soon as you reach the spirit-forming realm, you would know it automatically, he explained with patience. I know branch manager Ion, and I can guess why he hasn't told you about that before. Gravis could also guess why. Ion was basically a physical manifestation of laziness. Even talking with Gravis was already too much work for him. Why would he go out of his way to teach Gravis about spirit forming? After some more seconds, an elder came running and handed a sack of pills to the guild master. After that, the weapons appeared again, and the elder collected them. The elder had an incredibly powerful body, just like Red had, so carrying all the weapons and the massive halberd wasn't an issue for him. He quickly left with the weapons. By the way, if you don't know about thought transmission, you might also not know about our spirit space, explained the guild master. We can store and retrieve items in our spirit space. That's why those weapons kept appearing and disappearing. Gravis nodded and thanked the guild master. Gravis already knew about this application of the spirit. He had learned that thing back in his homeworld. For some reason, they had not told him about thought transmission. The sack of pills floated over to Gravis, who looked inside. He saw many body-tempering pills, and he smiled involuntarily. Those should be enough to boost my body to the 9th level. Only about just as many pills remain for me to achieve my goal. Most people in this lower world believed that the 9th level was the highest level of energy gathering, yet there was the 10th level above that. That also held true for the body. Just like the energy could reach the 10th level, the body could also reach that 10th level. Yet, why did no one in the middle continent know? Some elders were sure to consume many more pills to test it. In truth, they actually did know about the 10th level of the body. However, there was an issue with having a body stronger than one's energy. If someone had a body one realm higher than their energy, their own element would be weakened by the body. It was rather logical. The element had to pass through the body, and if the body were too strong, too much of the element would be wasted while escaping it. Those people who achieved the 10th level of the body had found issues in releasing their elements. The strength of their element fell from the 9th level of energy gathering to the 8th. Of course, thanks to Gravis' elemental synchronicity, that was no issue for him. He could just will his lightning to ignore his body. This world was an elemental world, which meant that people felt that the elements were the best way to advance. No one would trade their elemental power for physical power. In a different kind of world, the decision might be reversed, but not in this one. All right, everything's in order, said Gravis as he closed the sack and looked back at the guild master of the Fire Guild. I'll be leaving. Bye. The guild master nodded and waved Gravis off. Gravis nodded back and jumped on the back of Sky, who quickly flew off. Down below, the guild master combed his beard with his fingers in thought. His valiant search for power, his readiness to slay his enemies, and his genuine search for tempering would make him an outstanding disciple of our fire sect, he thought and sighed. Sadly, he already uses the lightning element. With that, he shook his head and went back to the guild. Gravis was quite happy with the result of his tempering with the fire guild. There hadn't been an angry mob that shouted at him for killing their brothers. There hadn't been some malicious scheme in the background. Even after all his opponents had died, the guild master had still been a nice fellow. It was all just simple and pure life and death tempering. Gravis liked this simplicity and honesty. They might have an ideology that he didn't wholly agree with, but their philosophy was to his liking. Right now, Sky was flying around aimlessly. Gravis had not said where their next destination was. In actuality, Gravis had to replan. Initially, he had intended to go to the Earth Guild next to do the same thing. Maybe not as many people as the Fire Guild would be interested in this, but everyone needed a powerful will to grow stronger. There were sure to be some interested people. Sadly, due to the unannounced breakthrough of his will aura, that plan fell flat. Tempering became impossible for him in the energy-gathering realm. Might as well just increase my realm and bodily strength, Gravis decided. Yet there were two issues with that. The first issue was that he needed to kill people to increase his energy. Yes, he would find many people ready to fight with him to the death on the other guilds, but that couldn't be considered honest tempering for them. If they knew how strong Gravis actually was, no one would fight him in the energy-gathering realm. Yet, if he kept his strength a secret, it would basically be dishonest scamming from Gravis' side. He was not a fan of that. Though, due to his strengthened will for power, he would still do it, even if he didn't like it. One had to trample upon others to rise, and Gravis had realized this truth after his will aura broke through. It might go against his morals, but his goal was more important to him than his morals. Gravis sighed when he made his decision to play the pig to catch a tiger. This would also solve the other issue with his body. Where could he get the body-tempering pills? With this, he could solve both problems at once. This seemed to be the best way to solve both issues. But if I have to scam people, then I might as well scam those that I feel deserve it the most. Well, it seems like it's time to visit some guilds to check how their general temperament is. Gravis decided to first check a couple of guilds before he decided on his target. He had learned the basic layout of the Middle Continent in the Heaven Sect. An executioner had to know where they had to go, after all. Gravis checked through the map in his mind and saw that the closest guild was the Earth Guild. Let's first check the Earth Guild. Sky, fly there! Gravis shouted as he shot a small lightning bolt into the direction of the Earth Guild. Sky cawed and changed its course. I wonder how the Earth Guild is. Sky flew for a full day. In that day, Gravis ate a lot of body-tempering pills. He didn't need to destroy and reforge his body for it to become stronger. The only reason why he had done that with the body ascension pill was that this was the only way how the pill would work. The other pills simply strengthened the body without destroying it. In that day, Gravis ate about a third of the pills and reached the peak of the 7th level of the body. He still had some time and could increase his bodily power into the 8th level, but he stopped. If his body were at the 8th level of energy gathering, not many people would dare fight him. Like this, he would maybe not get enough pills to reach the 10th level. Most people can't feel my physical strength, but some of them can. If anyone powerful notices my body's power, they might dissuade others from fighting with me, and I can't just go on a killing rampage. The spirit-forming experts would get involved. I can't fight those yet, thought Gravis with narrowed eyes. Guess this is where I'll stop for now. The disciples Gravis had killed also carried a lot of energy stones. He had several hundreds of those, and if he took them all, he would reach the middle of the 8th level of energy gathering. He also didn't absorb those for the same reason. He had to accumulate more pills and stones to rise in one shot. No one would accept fighting a Heavenborn at the 9th level of energy gathering with an equally powerful body. Like this, Sky and Gravis continued flying towards the Earth Guild until, boom! A loud sound of something hitting the ground reverberated through the surrounding kilometers. Whatever hit the ground had to weigh multiple tons. Gravis' eyes shone with interest, and without him saying anything, Sky charged into the direction where the sound originated. After some seconds, Gravis and Sky arrived at the location where the sound came from, and they saw a powerful wolf-like creature. It had a height of around 20 meters, but its front legs were more prominent and more powerful than its hind legs, creating a bizarre but powerful-looking asymmetry. It was eating an equally giant, dead salamander. When Gravis saw that beast, his eyes widened in surprise. "High-grade energy beast," he said involuntarily. The only high-grade energy beast that Gravis had ever seen had been Sky's parent. Heaven had made sure that he never saw another one. Yet they just so happened to stumble upon one. Gravis continued growing more apprehensive as he thought about this situation. He looked up into the sky. "I wonder why you allow a high-grade energy beast to cross my path," Gravis spoke. "Is it because they can't temper me anymore? Or is that one of your schemes again?" Of course, Heaven didn't answer. Gravis looked back down at the creature and rubbed his chin in thought. "I doubt this is a scheme. Beasts can't resist my will aura, and the only thing powerful enough to threaten me is a spirit-forming expert. If this beast has a spirit-beast parent, its parent wouldn't be in this middle continent. This beast also can't be a pet of anyone of some guild. It's too far away from any guild for that." After thinking about this, he came to a conclusion. It probably takes too much energy to control such a powerful beast. Heaven had been willing to pay that price if those beasts could still function as tempering for me. But with my new will aura, they became too weak for that. Heaven probably doesn't care anymore about me finding high-grade energy beasts. Might as well accept this gift. Let's see how this goes. Gravis jumped off of Sky. His body was powerful enough to withstand a fall with terminal velocity, so that wasn't an issue. Sky looked at Gravis but didn't decide to get involved. It had fought many powerful high-grade energy beasts before, so it might as well leave this one to Gravis. The wolf-like creature noticed the falling Gravis and released a loud howl as intimidation. It ran to the place where Gravis would land and readied itself, opening its mouth to release powerful lightning. The elemental power of energy beasts might be weaker than those of humans, but such a hit would still injure Gravis a little bit. Whoosh! An unbearable pressure pressed into the creature, and its eyes widened. It was supremely difficult to move, and it couldn't muster the concentration to finish its lightning attack. As Gravis closed in on the ground, more and more trees in the surroundings were crushed into splinters. The intensity of the will aura grew with proximity to Gravis, so a giant crater also started forming. It looked like a humongous, invisible bowl pressed into the earth. It grew increasingly harder for the beast to move, and soon it became impossible. It could only look with scared eyes at its approaching doom. Gravis readied his saber for a mighty swing and infused it with 80% of his energy. Boom! Gravis slammed his saber into the head of the beast, and the surroundings erupted in an explosion of dirt and lightning. Gravis had been falling with terminal velocity with his very heavy body, which generated a ridiculous amount of force. Like a meteor, he created an even larger crater with his impact. The shockwave uprooted many trees, and the earth blasted away in a wave. Gravis climbed out of his hole and looked at the creature, and he saw its headless body lying before the hole. The missing head was blasted onto the surroundings. Seeing that the creature was dead, Gravis absorbed its energy with the Heavens Balance Cultivation technique. "What?" he exclaimed in shock. What did he feel? This high-grade energy beast only gave him like 5% of energy. That was basically negligible. After Gravis accepted that fact, he could only sigh. "No wonder you don't bother to hide those beasts anymore. They give nearly no energy and no tempering," Gravis spoke. "Well, at least now I know that killing beasts is nearly useless to me right now." So that contingency plan fell through, Gravis thought with another sigh. The whole scamming idea seemed to be the only practical way forward. Well, at least I can get something from killing those. Gravis searched around in the surroundings and quickly found a fist-sized beast core. He walked over and pocketed it. "I can probably sell that." Then he turned to Sky. You can have the beast. Sky had been quite impressed by Gravis' attack. It still had some trouble fighting other high-grade energy beasts, but Gravis had instantly killed it in one attack. Now, it truly felt the distance between Gravis and it. Instead of getting demotivated, its hunger for power only increased. Without waiting, it flew down and started devouring the beast. The corpse was rather big, so that would take a while. After Sky had its fill, around another half remained of the corpse. Sky gestured to Gravis to jump onto its back, and he complied. Then, it grabbed the remaining half and continued flying to the Earth Guild. Could always eat the other half later. Some hours later, Sky and Gravis reached their destination. Gravis was confused because he saw nothing but a gigantic mountain. Even at their height of several kilometers, he could still not see the top of the mountain. There were no buildings or anything on that mountain, but the map clearly stated that this was where the Earth Guild should be. Gravis looked up, trying to see the top, but he doubted that the Earth Guild would be built that high up. He could understand building a guild at the height of nearly 10 kilometers if it was for the Wind Guild, but for the Earth Guild, Gravis doubted that. Sky, fly lower, he said, and they started descending. The Earth Guild had to be here somewhere. They flew along the base of the mountain, not seeing anything unusual for a long while. After they had circled around a quarter of the mountain, which had been a distance of many kilometers, Gravis finally found something. He saw a big cave entrance, over 100 meters tall. Gravis would have ignored such an entrance if it weren't for the multiple guards in front of it. So, they're inside a cave. The guards were around 2 meters tall and wore earthen yellow robes. They carried long lances and heavy tower shields. The shields were about as big as the guards themselves. Gravis imagined fighting someone from the Earth Guild with comparable strength to himself and concluded that it would be frustrating to fight someone like that. They were probably able to wield those shields skillfully. Even if Gravis' physical power were stronger than theirs, they would still be able to stop him from overwhelming them with attacks. On top of that, their earth element was incredibly good in increasing their physical power. The enemy would only need to commit a single mistake, and the disciples of the Earth Guild would unleash a devastating counter. Gravis did not doubt the ability of those disciples to stall a fight long enough for their opponent to grow impatient. It's an unusual way to fight, but I can see its effectiveness. Gravis already noted several key points of the Earth Guild. The disciples were patient and steadfast. If something encroached on their territory, they would block it with all their might. Gravis guessed that they were probably not very aggressive. Their disposition seemed similar to lightning, actually. Lightning also didn't do anything until something encroached upon its territory. In that sense, earth and lightning were similar. The difference, though, was that as soon as something came too close to lightning, it would attack with all its might to destroy the offender, while earth would stay immovable. As Gravis saw other elements, he also learned more about lightning. Gravis guessed that the disposition of lightning could be summarized by taking half of the disposition of earth and half of fire. Lightning would act like earth, but when something came too close, it would act like fire. Huh! This actually sounds like me, Gravis muttered to himself. Gravis fell into deeper thought. Was I always like this? He asked himself. I don't think so. A year ago, when I just came to this world, I let all those bandits escape that tried to stop me. Later, I learned that those bandits aren't actually such bad people, but I didn't know that at the time. Gravis continued thinking. On top of that, I also gave second chances to that one youngster from the waterfall and the Lightning Guild disciples. That doesn't seem to fit lightning. Suddenly, Gravis' eyes widened. Wait a minute. I remember that when I fought those disciples from the Lightning Guild that my lightning didn't work properly. My destruction lightning of the 3rd level should have been able to kill a lightning disciple of the 4th level. I think I hit 2 of their disciples with my lightning, but surprisingly, they survived without getting injured majorly. Gravis felt like he was onto something. At that time, I wondered why my lightning didn't work that well, but I quickly forgot because I had bigger things to worry about. Maybe my disposition was the reason why my lightning didn't work as expected. Gravis remembered the Lightning Codex. The Lightning Codex said that a disposition similar to the chosen element was one of the most important things. If the disposition didn't fit, the element would be weaker and harder to control. When those disciples fought me, I didn't genuinely want to kill them, even though they tried to kill me. That was not how lightning works. So that's the reason why my lightning didn't work back then. Gravis rubbed his chin in deep thought. Sky had been hovering above the cave's entrance for several minutes now, unsure of what it should do. It had noticed that Gravis fell into deep thought, so it kept quiet. It trusted in Gravis' decision. The Earth Guild's disciples had also noticed Sky for quite a while. In the beginning, they had been impressed by such a gigantic bird. Sky had a wingspan of about 100 meters, casting a dominating shadow across the ground. The guards had seen several beasts roaming around the nearby surroundings, but this one was the most imposing of all. When they saw that the bird only hovered a couple of 100 meters above their cave entrance for a long while, they grew nervous. They were both at the 8th level of energy gathering, and they could feel the danger emanating from Sky. If it decided to attack, they would have to retreat into the guild and get help. After Sky had remained for a full 30 seconds, one guard immediately fled into the guild to get backup. The risk was too high. The other guard retreated a little so that he stood inside the cave. After some more seconds, Gravis shook his head. It actually doesn't matter what happened back then. I have reaffirmed my path, and I accept what I would become. Sometimes I have to do the wrong thing to increase my power. I knew it back then, but my emotions didn't accept it. With my new will aura, I am also able to accept that path emotionally. Gravis' eyes narrowed, and they emanated a cold light. I will achieve my goal, even if I have to create a mountain of corpses. Sky, let's go down, said Gravis. Sky cawed in affirmation and landed near the cave. The guard grew nervous, but he remained stalwart. If the bird decided to attack, he would risk his life to gain time for his guild to answer accordingly. Such was the way of the Earth Guild. The remaining guard grew more nervous as Sky landed, but he would stand his ground. The guild had to be defended. He readied his lance and shield, preparing himself for his death. Plunk! Instead, a person jumped down from the bird's back and landed. When the guard saw this, he took a deep breath of relief. This bird was only the mount of someone. That meant that it wouldn't attack. Yet he was still impressed by it. How powerful would someone have to have a high-grade energy beast mount? Only someone in the spirit-forming realm or someone with a relative in that realm would have such a powerful mount. The guard wondered who came. Gravis walked forward, dusting off some dirt from his white gold robes. By now, he had gotten used to wearing those, even though he still wanted to change to his old style. Yet, he had to wait for a couple more days. In the public's eyes, he was still part of the Heaven sect, and he should look that way. The guard noticed Gravis get up and realized who had arrived. He was quite surprised because he didn't know why someone from the Heaven sect would come here. The disciples of the Earth Guild were always respectful and never aggressive. It was supremely rare that anyone from the Heaven sect would come. It was not in the Earth disciples' nature to commit atrocities. When Gravis walked closer, the guard hit the floor with his lance. "Welcome, Heaven-born," he shouted with respect. Gravis looked at him and nodded nonchalantly. "Hello. I came to visit the Earth Guild," he explained. The guard nodded. "Good. Please follow me," said the guard as he started walking into the cave. Gravis followed. They walked for a couple of minutes until they saw several people at the 9th level of energy gathering charging towards them. Gravis was not sure what this was about, but the guard knew. One of the new arrivals, who was still at the 8th level, looked at the guard in surprise. "Why are you here?" he asked loudly. The guard hit the ground with his lance again, making them stop. "The bird outside is the Heaven-born's mount. There is no danger," he reported with a powerful voice. The eyes of the guard at the 8th level revealed some recognition and relief, while the others looked a bit annoyed. They had been called for nothing. Yet, surprisingly, they didn't give voice to their discontent, even though the two guards were weaker than them. One of the guards stepped forward. "That's good. Even though it was a false alarm, you still did well in acting cautiously. Don't let this false alarm give you a false sense of security," he also shouted imposingly. Gravis found it rather funny. Everyone from the Earth Guild talked slowly with a lot of impact behind their voices. He wondered if everyone was like that. Another thing that surprised him was the reaction of the new arrivals. This was not the reaction that Gravis had expected from them. If this happened in the Wind Guild, the disciples would probably groan in annoyance and whine about the situation. If this happened in the Fire Guild, they would probably aggressively insult those guards or even beat them up. The Lightning Guild would probably chew them out for judging the situation incorrectly. Yet, the disciples from the Earth Guild even praised the guards for the false alarm. That was new to Gravis. By now, Gravis had seen the disposition of 4 different guilds, and they all acted very differently. The Lightning Guild was disciplined, correct, and defensive. The Wind Guild was unfettered, free, and casual. The Fire Guild was aggressive, and censored, and hot-blooded. The Earth Guild was respectful, stalwart, and taciturn. Gravis wondered how the other guilds were. He still hadn't met the Light Guild, Darkness Guild, and Water Guild. The leader of the stronger guards looked at Gravis. "Heavenborn, welcome to our Earth Guild," he, basically, declared imposingly. "What has brought you here?" Gravis only smiled a little. It was kind of weird talking to someone this serious while not readying up for a battle. "I am not here on official business." He waved his hand dismissively. "I am only here to look around." The guards were somewhat surprised but also relieved. No one of their brothers would die today. Yet it was also weird that Gravis just came for a visit. The Earth Guild might not be far away from the Heaven Sect, but that was only according to the map of the whole Middle Continent. It would still take over a week for someone to travel here. He had traveled for a cumulative of 2 weeks just to visit? That was weird. The guard hit the ground again with his lance. "Then we are happy to welcome you, Heavenborn," he shouted again. Gravis reflexively bored one of his fingers into his right ear due to the loudness of his voice. "I shall lead you around our home. You all," he turned to the others, "return to your posts." Multiple lances hit the floor, creating a loud and imposing sound, and they all walked off to their previous positions. "Fuck! Why are they so loud?" Gravis thought in annoyance. His decision to not scam the Earth Guild was basically already set in stone. They seemed respectful, direct, and honest, even though they were on the loud side. There surely were other guilds, with a less pleasing disposition. Yet, since he was already here, he might as well look around. The leader of the guards walked off and Gravis followed. "We pride ourselves in our physical strength and our willpower," the leader started explaining loudly. "Our Earth Guild believes that only a strong will can bring them to power. A strong will includes the persistence in following your path, even if everyone else thinks it's wrong." Gravis was interested in the topic. "Yet, do you not learn from your path forward? Wouldn't that change your beliefs?" Gravis asked. The expression of the leader of the guards didn't change. "If your beliefs change, then your will was not powerful enough. In that case, you must start from the beginning again. Your will must be forged so that no one can sway your path," the disciple explained. Gravis was a little unsure. "What do you mean with starting again from the beginning?" he asked. The expression of the leader still didn't change. It seemed like nothing could change his serious look. "You must recultivate from the beginning of the major realm you are currently in." Gravis' eyes widened. "Wait a minute." He stopped walking. "If someone's will and beliefs are swayed, you will cripple his cultivation. Did I get that right?" He asked for confirmation. This was madness. The leader also stopped and turned to Gravis. "That is correct. Your will defines your way, and if you can't keep hold of your will, you will not rise," he explained in the same tone as previously. "Progressing with a broken will not allow you to reach the peak. Our every step must be secure, with an unshaken foundation. Only then can we progress securely." Interesting, thought Gravis. In other guilds, changing one's beliefs is a sign of growth. It is being seen as someone looking from a higher place than previously and understanding the world in a more harmonious way. It symbolizes flexibility and adaptability. Yet, in the Earth Guild, it is being seen as a weakness. Though I can understand why. Flexibility and adaptability are not attributes that Earth and Stone have normally. I can see how that would impact the control of their element. What do you think about the disposition of other guilds? Asked Gravis. He wondered if the Earth Guild was looking down on changing dispositions because of their ideology. The others have their way and we have our way, shouted the Earth Disciple. We have many different beliefs in our own guild, and even though we disagree with them, they are valid ways. It is unimportant if your belief is wrong or right. It is only important that you remain stalwart. With a powerful enough will, you can transform a false way into a correct way. Everyone has their path forward, and that is how it should be. Gravis squinted his eyes in interest. Interesting. Even though they don't change themselves, they still accept other ideologies. I guess I found another aspect of the Earth Disciples' disposition. Just like Earth, they are all-encompassing and accepting of all life with their different paths. Gravis nodded a little to show his respect. Thank you for explaining, he said and continued walking. The disciple also nodded and continued to lead the way. After several minutes, they reached a part of the cave where it suddenly widened into a large space. Now Gravis could see the whole Earth Guild. Gravis was quite surprised by what he saw because the whole Earth Guild was built inside the mountain. The sheer size of the gigantic cave made it seem like the whole mountain was carved out until only the outer shell remained. Of course, that wasn't true. Gravis had seen how big the mountain was, and there was still a lot of solid stone left. Yet, didn't they worry that the mountain could collapse on top of their heads? He could see a lot of buildings carved out of the stone and a myriad of caves at the walls. Judging by the number of caves, Gravis guessed that those were the personal caves of the disciples. There were literally thousands. But one thing hit Gravis even harder than the size of the Earth Guild. A cacophony of noise assaulted Gravis. He heard the loud clanking of weapons on stone and a lot of imposing voices. The voices all turned into an unintelligible mess of shouts, annoying Gravis. Though he couldn't understand what the voices were saying, he felt no aggression coming from them. They were just really loud. Gravis looked over to the disciple, who had continued walking by now. Gravis quickly caught up and followed him. The closer they got, the louder everything got. Gravis slowly grew annoyed by all the noise, but there was no way around that. The Earth Guild was respectful, and Gravis just had to deal with all the noise. As they got closer, Gravis could discern the voices of nearby speakers. He was quite surprised by the content of their dialogue. Most of them were discussing their ways and philosophy. They were discussing the attributes of Earth and their beliefs associated with it. Though they all discussed loudly with each other, they all remained unaggressive and respectful. They were only arguing about why they believed their way to be true, and not why the belief of others was false. "Hey, you two!" shouted the leading guard at the two discussing people. "Move to the discussion hall," he ordered them. The two disciples looked at the new arrival, but when they saw him, they only nodded and left, moving to a big building. Gravis watched them leave and then turned to the guard that accompanied him. "What's that all about?" he asked. The expression of the guard obviously didn't change. "Discussing your beliefs outside of the discussion hall is forbidden," he stated loudly. "If we allowed everyone to discuss their beliefs openly, the guild would become noisy." Gravis looked in disbelief at the disciple. "So, right now it's not noisy?" he thought. Gravis was constantly under the assault of clanking weapons and shouting people. How was this not noisy? Gravis only remained silent. Instead of walking more, the guard turned to Gravis. "Do you have any special destination in mind?" he asked Gravis. Originally, Gravis intended to look around some more, but this noise was grating on his nerves. He could barely hear his own thoughts. If this noise were only temporary, he wouldn't mind, but it was constant without pause. Due to the energy in his mind, he already had a constant headache to deal with, so he didn't need another one on top of it. He could tune out the noise with his will, but that would be exhausting if he did that over a longer period. Right now, Gravis wanted to leave. Yes, the Earth Guild was interesting, but he had already learned enough from the accompanying guard. He wouldn't scam those people. There were other, more fitting targets for that. "I have a beast core of a high-grade energy beast with me. Where can I exchange that?" he asked. "What?" asked the guard. I said that I have a beast core that I'd like to exchange. Gravis shouted louder, thinking he hadn't heard him due to the noise. The guard looked at Gravis with annoyance. I heard you. You don't need to shout. He, ironically, shouted. I was just surprised that it came from a high-grade energy beast. You must be strong. Gravis rubbed the bridge of his nose to relieve some stress. I don't need to shout? Do you not hear your surroundings? He thought in annoyance. Gravis took a deep breath to calm down. Yes, I killed it on the way. Where can I exchange it? He asked. The guard looked at him more closely. What did you say? He asked. I said, I killed it on the way to here. Gravis shouted. The guard looked at Gravis unpleasantly. I heard what you said. You shouldn't shout this loudly while in public. It's bad manners. He, of course, shouted. One of Gravis' eyelids twitched in suppressed rage. This fucking guy. Gravis narrowed his eyes. Then why did you ask? Gravis asked with clear annoyance in his voice. This guy was getting on his nerves more than anyone he had ever met. I was only surprised because you made it sound like you killed it alone. He shouted back, which made Gravis even angrier. This guy said that Gravis shouldn't shout, yet he was shouting louder than him. Yes, I killed it by myself. Where can I exchange the beast core? He asked again. The guard narrowed his eyes and looked at Gravis very closely. After some seconds of intense staring, he finally spoke. What? All right. Fuck that. I'm leaving. Gravis shouted and turned around. He used his physical strength to run back to the entrance. No need to curse, came the shout of the guard from behind Gravis. Gravis only gritted his teeth. Calm down. They are nice guys. Don't do something you'll regret, Gravis. He thought to himself. Be the bigger man and just leave. No need to make a scene. Goodbye, Heavenborn. He heard an imposing shout from his previous location. Gravis wasn't sure, but he thought that he heard a slight amount of happiness in that voice. Did that bastard do this on purpose? He thought but decided to ignore it. Bye, he shouted back. What? He heard again and immediately stopped. This time he had definitely heard the glee in the voice. That bastard was doing this on purpose. Of course, the Earth Guild wouldn't be happy about someone of the Heaven Sect being in their guild. They had to remain respectful, but no one liked the Heaven Sect. It was the hegemon of this world, and it oppressed everyone under its rule. They might not have the ability to go against the Heaven Sect, but they could annoy them. Gravis turned back to the Earth Guild and looked a little closer. Now, he saw several weird things. Most of the disciples had gathered at a spot closer to where Gravis previously was. The other regions weren't as populated and therefore probably also quieter. There, he also noticed some people speaking with a more hushed body language. Did they orchestrate this whole thing? Gravis thought. Gravis grew a little angry when he realized that this whole thing was orchestrated just to make him feel annoyed. He narrowed his eyes but still left. If he made a scene inside the Earth Guild, the upper echelon may come and detain him until Ion arrived. In their mind, that would be a humiliation for the Heaven Sect. Of course, Ion wouldn't come to get Gravis, but to kill him. So, for that reason, Gravis retreated for now. Even though they annoyed the shit out of him, there may still be worse guilds out there. You just went up a place on my list. I'll take a look at the Darkness Guild, and if they are not worse than you, I'll return here. Gravis quickly left the cave and jumped on the back of Sky. Sky was surprised that Gravis was already back but didn't mind. Without saying goodbye to the guard, they both shot off into the distance. The Darkness Guild was next, and Gravis had a belly full of annoyance inside him. They better not be worse than the Earth Guild. Gravis and Sky flew for around 12 hours. Luckily, the Darkness Guild was not that far away. Gravis had set off a day before the Heaven Sect went to the core continent, so his way to the Fire Guild had not been included in the 6 days Gravis had before the Heaven Sect returned. With the additional day of traveling to the Earth Guild and the 12 hours of traveling to the Darkness Guild, Gravis only had around 4.5 more days to increase his power. He had to become powerful enough to withstand Ion. Surprisingly, even after 12 hours had passed, Gravis' annoyance with the Earth Guild hadn't decreased but had actually increased. He wondered why that was and quickly found the answer. They have encroached upon my territory, and retreating is not according to lightning's disposition. Yet, for now, I have to bear with this annoyance. Annoying me is not reason enough to kill multiple people of their guild. I'll pay them back later. Gravis and Sky reached the Darkness Guild without any interference along the way. When Gravis saw the Darkness Guild at the horizon, he could only sigh. Why is everyone building their guild around mountains? He muttered to himself. Several thick and close mountains enclosed the Darkness Guild. It could already be described as a ring of mountains. Gravis actually didn't directly see the Darkness Guild, but the map said it was right there, so the Darkness Guild had to be inside those mountains. That was probably similar to the Earth Guild in makeup. Gravis saw an open path between two mountains and also saw some people with black robes and black masks standing in front of it. It was evening right now, so it had been quite hard to spot them. Gravis made Sky descend in front of the path and jumped off. After that, he walked down the path. "Why are you here, Heavenborn?" came an aggressive shout from the front. Gravis looked up to the shouting guard but didn't bat an eye. "I'm not here officially. I am only here for a visit to look around," Gravis explained patiently. "Tis." The guard spat to the side, showing his displeasure. The mask didn't block the mouth. "Don't you know it's rude to visit people this early in the morning? Didn't your parents teach you any common decency?" "Oh wait, I forgot," said the guard with a mocking voice, acting like he had forgotten that Gravis, as a Heavenborn, wouldn't have any direct parents. Gravis narrowed his eyes in annoyance but didn't jump to conclusions. "What do you mean, morning?" "It's evening," he said. The other guard laughed mockingly. "That's true for you but not for us," he explained in disdain. "We live in the night and sleep during the day. For us, it's early in the morning. How can you not even know something this common?" Gravis furrowed his brows but still remained patient. "All right, then sorry for coming this early in the morning. Can I enter?" he asked. A third guard came forward. When Gravis saw him, he noticed that he was more powerful than the earlier two guards. He was probably their leader. "What are you two doing? Don't you see the illustrious status of the visitor? Control yourself," he shouted imposingly. Gravis sighed. "Finally, someone normal. This should make it easier. You are speaking to a heaven-blessed Heavenborn. You maggots should drop to your knees and kowtow to your superiors. You are not even worthy of licking his boots." "Look at him," shouted the guard while gesturing to Gravis. "Heaven gives him everything he needs, and he doesn't need to do anything on his path to the peak. Someone this pamper, this spoil, this, someone with such status shouldn't be insulted by your words." Gravis' eyes narrowed again. "So, the leader of the guards is also mocking me. Seems like I found my target." Gravis actually didn't grow as angry as when he had been in the Earth Guild. The Earth Guild was filled with kind of nice people who only disliked him because they thought he was a Heavenborn. Being hated by someone one deemed worthy of respect was totally different from being hated by an enemy. In the beginning, Gravis had been annoyed by the guards of the Darkness Guild, but that had quickly been replaced by cold indifference. There was no reason to get angry with an enemy. "So, can I enter or not?" asked Gravis neutrally. They saw how Gravis didn't get angry, and this only increased their drive to insult him. Gravis was obviously a pushover. They were not like the people from the Fire Guild who only wanted to confront strong people. They liked trampling on those who couldn't defend themselves. "I'm sorry, illustrious Heavenborn, but we are currently renovating," explained the leader, placing a mocking pronunciation on the word illustrious. "I guess you have to go where you came from." With that, he obviously meant that Gravis should die since, as a Heavenborn, he came directly from heaven. "Aha, so you won't let me enter. Is that it?" he asked with a neutral voice. The guards laughed. "Yeah, we won't. This is our home, and you can't enter without being on official business. Can't you understand what we're saying? Or is heaven protecting you from our bad language? Be a nice little sport and return home, you hear? Daddy Heaven is worried about its treasure going somewhere dangerous." The leader continued mocking. Instead of growing angry, Gravis continued looking neutrally at the guard. "Well, all right. Might as well do it out here. he said nonchalantly. Then he turned around and jumped on Sky's back. Sky flew up, and Gravis readied his banner again. He had retrieved it when they left the Fire Guild. The guards sneered as they saw Gravis retreating. Felt great to insult a Heavenborn. A Heavenborn was the favorite child of Heaven and would have a painless life. Even though Heavenborn were stronger than the people from the Darkness Guild, they weren't worthy of respect. How could a Heavenborn understand the hardships of normal people? Bang! A giant banner hit the ground and vibrated for a while. The guards looked over in shock. What was the Heavenborn doing? Darkness Guild! Came an imposing shout from Gravis. His body and energy had grown stronger, which made his voice travel even further. Today, I give you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I will wait 20 kilometers to the north of here for your strongest disciples. I offer a genuine life and death tempering. The guards looked at Gravis with shock, but also with confusion. What was this all about? What nonsense are you speaking? Came an imposing shout from the Darkness Guild. That was one of their upper echelons. Simple. I placed a banner in front of your entrance with a list of body tempering pills. Your disciples only have to throw one of these pills to me each. After I have received them, we will fight to the death. If your disciples die, they won't mind losing their wealth. And if I die, you can have everything I own. There is no drawback. The voice remained silent for some seconds. Does this come from the Heaven sect? It asked. Gravis smirked disdainfully. This has nothing to do with the Heaven sect. If I die, no retaliation will occur. The only two conditions are that only disciples in the magic gathering realm are allowed to participate and that I have to receive the pill beforehand. Everything else goes. After saying this, Gravis flew away with Sky. This should have piqued their interest. They flew for around 20 kilometers until they saw a land barren with life and landed. The only thing in the surroundings were some big boulders. In this place, he could release his will aura without destroying anything important. He had also decided on the distance of 20 kilometers so that they were outside the range of the guildmasters and vice-guildmaster spirits. Who knew what those guys would do if they witnessed countless of their disciples getting slaughtered? Gravis was sure that they probably wouldn't involve themselves. Yet he wanted to be sure. Maybe there was just one guy in charge that just waited to do something like that. Gravis only smirked as he waited. He would thoroughly enjoy himself. Gravis waited in the middle of the rough terrain while Sky perched itself on some massive stone several hundred meters away. Sky was looking forward to this whole thing just as much as Gravis. Good food was about to arrive. Initially, Gravis didn't particularly like to scam people into death. But now he didn't feel bad at all. The Darkness Guild had clearly shown that they hated him. They did their absolute best to make him as angry as possible, which only reaffirmed his decision. Before Gravis had even arrived, he had already expected as much. Every previous guild that he had visited had an ideology very similar to their element. How would the ideology of darkness be, then? Gravis had expected them to be sneaky, aggressive, dirty, selfish, and similar things. Darkness took everything it wanted as soon as the light was nowhere to be seen. It didn't matter what others thought or if they even wanted to be in darkness. As soon as the light vanished, darkness took everything. Yet, just like with every other element, Gravis could also see part of himself in darkness. Due to his will, he was also ready to take what was necessary, even if others didn't like it. He just tried to make it as cleanly as possible. This whole visiting of guilds thing was a good example. He could have just scammed the Earth Guild, which was a very attractive possibility in his mind, by the way, but he first wanted to check if there wasn't a more fitting target. Gravis had already noticed that he had similarities to very many elements, but he didn't think that was because of his elemental synchronicity. It was probably just because the elements were showing the different parts of humanity. There were nice people, selfish people, stubborn people, people who couldn't control their emotions, righteous people, and many more. He was sure that he would see the same diversity of people in the secular world, where no element was trained. The elements just made these different attitudes more pronounced. Even after several minutes, no one showed up, which surprised Gravis a little. He had been sure that they would all run towards him as soon as he made the announcement. Maybe not because of the tempering, but because of his wealth. He had made very sure that his announcement included an intentional loophole. He had said that the disciples, plural, just have to pay a pill up front and they would fight. With that, he was baiting them to attack him at the same time. That would be a lot of easy money in their eyes. In comparison to the Fire Guild, the Darkness Guild probably didn't care about fighting fair. It was all just about resources. Gravis waited for 2 full hours, where nothing happened. Standing like this for an extended period was no issue for his body. But it was boring and annoying. By now, night had already arrived, and the only light came from the moon and the stars. The surroundings were deathly silent, with the exception of Sky's breathing. Sky hadn't slept for the last couple of days, so it used this time to get some shut-eye. Gravis was also bored, so he tried something that he hadn't tried before. He had actually never tried to manipulate darkness. Most of his fights had been under the daylight, and when he actually fought in the night, he often didn't need his elemental synchronicity to come out victorious. Gravis closed his eyes and concentrated on the darkness around him. Whoosh! As Gravis concentrated on the darkness, a picture of his surroundings appeared in his mind. It was like he was looking down from up above. It was a little bit weird for him to see so much from a different perspective. On top of that, everything looked kind of gray. Yet, with this map, he was able to see several things that he didn't before. Gravis opened his eyes and stealthily looked into a specific direction. He saw nothing there. Yet, the map in his head showed something different. The map only showed the surrounding 200 meters, which wasn't particularly big, but he still saw many people inside. Gravis had thought that the Darkness Guild hadn't arrived, but in actuality, they had been here for a while. He counted around 50 people. Not as many as in the Fire Guild, but still a good number. They all ranged from the 6th to the 8th level of energy gathering, which reaffirmed Gravis' suspicion that they were planning to attack simultaneously. He also saw several of them giving their pills to one person who put it inside a sack. After a while, they slowly crept towards Gravis, while the person with the pills walked directly to Gravis' front. Gravis was able to keep the darkness map, and his eyes open at the same time. It felt a little creepy when his map showed him several people surrounding him, while he saw no one but that one guy with his eyes. The only person not hidden was the person with the sack of pills. He walked over with a friendly smile until he stopped 5 meters in front of Gravis. He lifted the sack. "In here are 10 body-tempering pills. Please check," he said as he threw the pills over. Gravis caught the sack, looked inside, and saw precisely 10 body-tempering pills, which made him quite happy. He closed the sack and looked back at the person. "Checks out. You are allowed to attack," he said. The guy grinned and readied his dagger, acting like he was alone. The guy was moving relatively slow so that the others had time to come closer to Gravis. The distance between them and him closed until they all stood directly beside Gravis. Right now, Gravis was surrounded by around 9 people, just 1 meter away from him, ready to strike. "You ready?" asked the guy with a friendly smile. "Ah," Gravis said suddenly with surprise, which nearly made everyone around him attack. "Let me just do one thing. It is kind of dark here, so I'll make some light." Wadash, bang bang bang. Gravis released his lightning all around him to make some light, but something was too close to him, making his lightning jump onto it. The things that were too close were the Darkness Disciples. Gravis was at the 7th level of energy gathering, and his lightning was a little more powerful than natural lightning at the 8th level. In order to resist it, someone needed a fitting lightning resistance or a body equal to the 8th level of energy gathering. Of course, none of those disciples surrounding him had that. Like this, 9 loud claps of thunder rang out, and a cloud of ashes suddenly surrounded Gravis. The ashes were the incinerated bodies of the Darkness Disciples. The eyes of the guy in front of Gravis opened wide in shock and panic. Shing! Gravis cut the disciple in front of him in 2 with his saber. He could, of course, also use his body, but he didn't want to appear too imposing. That might scare others away. Clank, clank, clank. The sounds of weapons hitting the hard floor appeared around Gravis. The lightning had not incinerated the weapons, so they just fell down. Like this, Gravis had earned 10 pills and a lot of energy. "Wait, what happened?" said Gravis in surprise as he looked around him. Of course, he knew exactly what had happened, but he needed to keep the act up. He acted like he didn't know what happened. Usually, this wouldn't work and people would suspect that he had known that he was surrounded since the beginning. But Gravis knew that they wouldn't doubt him. Because, "Tsh, so this is the heavenly luck that heaven-born are blessed with," whispered one disciple to the other. "I told you that it isn't that simple to kill a heaven-born," whispered the disciple back. "We need to create a battle situation where luck won't save him." Those idiots practically begged for death. A third disciple whispered back, "Let's think of a better plan." "You tried to sneak attack me?" shouted Gravis into the surroundings. Obviously enraged, at least he appeared to be. "You should fight fair and square if you have any self-respect," he shouted again. Of course, he wanted them actually to continue to sneak attack him, but he couldn't show that. He had to appear like a spoiled, naive brat. In the surroundings, the darkness disciples sneered in disdain. "Sure enough, he is a spoiled brat," someone whispered to the others. The others nodded in affirmation. How could someone blessed with nearly infinite karmic luck know about the things they had to do to gain power? Gravis had already collected the energy of the dead disciples until his energy was ready to condense into the 8th level of energy gathering. Instead of breaking through, he let the remaining energy disperse. If he absorbed everything, he would probably reach the middle of the 8th level, but he preferred to stay at the 7th level. If he suddenly broke through into the 8th level of energy gathering, some disciples might decide against attacking him. Like this, he might not even be able to reach the 9th level of energy gathering, while his actual goal was the 10th. Gravis shouted some more into the surroundings while the disciples made a new plan. Whoosh gulp. The one corpse that hadn't been reduced to ashes was picked up by some wind and thrown into Sky's maw. Sky was looking at Gravis with a disapproving look. That guy had burned its other 9 pieces of food. After having a small snack, Sky went back to sleep. In its mind, nothing could harm it while Gravis was around. After shouting some more, Gravis looked to the ground and found some energy stones and weapons. He picked them up, walked to Sky, and placed them beside it. He couldn't carry so many weapons at once, and he doubted that anyone would dare to steal something so close to a high-grade energy beast. Some of the disciples spat silently in disgust. They had planned on stealing those resources, but now it was impossible. Inside his darkness map, Gravis saw more people pooling pills together. Sadly, most of them were at the 7th level of energy gathering. Gravis did some calculations and realized that if he killed all of the attackers, he wouldn't even reach the 9th level of energy gathering. He had to change his tactic. If that ambush also failed, they might not come at him again. He had to make use of this ambush to bait them into another one. After they pooled 10 pills together again, another disciple walked closer to Gravis, visible. The others surrounded Gravis, but this time, several meters were between him and them. They had learned from their predecessors' mistakes. As he saw them, Gravis got an excellent idea. "That's perfect," he thought. The disciple walked over with a friendly smile plastered across his face and gave Gravis the sack with pills. "I apologize for the shamelessness of my former disciple brothers," he apologized. "As an apology, please take these 10 body-tempering pills. This time, only I will fight you." Gravis looked into the sack and nodded with a happy expression. "I accept your apology. Not everyone can be chivalrous, but I can see that you are an honest person. I won't forget you," Gravis shouted with righteousness. "Thank you, Heavenborn," said the disciple humbly. Of course, inside he was sneering at Gravis' naivety. That idiot didn't know that he had just accepted another battle with 10 people. The disciple almost felt bad about scamming Gravis like this. Almost. "Everything checks out. Let's fight," Gravis said with a nod, and the disciple nodded back with a deferential smile. Bang! The disciple was immediately turned to ashes as Gravis shot a lightning bolt with his full speed. The eyes of the others widened. They didn't even get into formation, and their distraction had already been eliminated. "Ha!" shouted Gravis while pointing his fingers into the surroundings. "You see that? You attacked me with an ambush, So I did the same to you. How does it feel? He shouted self-righteously. The darkness disciples sneered in anger and annoyance. They didn't care about Gravis attacking out of nowhere. That was actually a quality they admired. What they cared about was that they had already paid for the fight. But their distraction didn't work. The chances of killing Gravis were way lower if his focus wasn't on something else. If one, or all of them, attacked simultaneously, Gravis might release his lightning into the surroundings. They had to get him when he didn't pay attention. Yet they had already paid. Those pills were expensive, and they didn't want to just give them to Gravis. They couldn't give up now. Wait, whispered one of the disciples to the others. We have already paid. We don't need to attack immediately. We just need to wait for a new wave to arrive. Then we can attack together with them, he explained, and the others realized that that was actually a really good plan. One of them walked over to some surrounding disciples and paid that disciple some energy stones to get some more people. The disciple smirked but actually didn't go immediately. Instead, he said that he had an even better idea, but the first disciple had to pay him way more if he wanted to hear it. Those two haggled for quite a while until the first disciple gave the second one even more energy stones. After getting the stones, the second disciple whispered something back, and the eyes of the first one lightened up. This plan was brilliant. After that, the second disciple left for the guild. They had to prepare. Meanwhile, Gravis waited. At least, he appeared to be waiting, but in actuality he was listening to the disciples. His darkness map not only showed the people but also let him hear what they were saying. Subconsciously, Gravis' eyes narrowed with coldness and a bit of rage. That was too dirty. If he didn't hear them, he might have fallen for their scheme. Gravis picked up the resources of the dead disciple and carried his weapon to Sky. After that, he returned to his earlier position. He waited for several minutes until new people arrived. Gravis looked at their strength, and sure enough, they were as strong as he had expected. He saw several people at the 9th level of energy gathering. This would be the last fight that he would fight in the Darkness Guild. Gravis closely watched the new arrivals, trying to be as stealthy as possible, which was not that hard. He only had to look at the map in his head, and he would see all of them very clearly. Those disciples quickly talked with some other ones to create a more specific plan. Of course, Gravis heard everything but didn't react. He stealthily clenched his fist in anger. Those bastards were playing as dirty as it got. Whoosh! Sky seemed to be bored at its current position, so it flew a little bit closer. The disciples first felt surprised but calmed down when they saw that Sky was still around 300 meters away. This wouldn't impact their plan. Sadly, the bird had taken all the loot with it, so they couldn't use Sky's absence to steal it. When Gravis noticed that Sky flew a little closer, he released a hidden sigh of relief. After Gravis had heard about the Darkness Disciples' plan, he had acted like he wanted to put his loot beneath Sky. In reality, he had told Sky that it should come closer later, but stealthily. Sky and Gravis had known each other long enough, so Sky understood what Gravis had meant. Like this, Gravis could deal with their plan. Come on! Does no one in the Darkness Guild have the guts to fight with me one-on-one? I also accept fights with people at the 9th level of Magic Gathering. Gravis shouted into the surroundings. He had to act his part. The Darkness Disciples didn't look angry or enraged, but just annoyed and bored. Honor, guts, and glory were unimportant in their eye. Someone who insulted them with one of those three things wouldn't manage to anger them. That person would just draw their ridicule. They didn't look at Gravis like an opponent, but like he was some beast. He just needed to wait for his death, and his words were irrelevant to them. They finalized their plan, and then they split up. One disciple at the 8th level of energy gathering took 10 more body-tempering pills with him and walked towards Gravis. Gravis just looked with pride at the person. He had to look like he underestimated them. Like this, the bait would be even more delicious. I am very confident in my victory, so I am ready to bet 10 pills at once. But please, don't immediately attack me. Okay? The disciple said with friendliness as he threw the sack of pills over. Don't worry. I only did that before to show you how I felt. I won't do this a second time, assured Gravis as he looked inside the sack. He saw some pretty good pills inside the sack and smirked a little. "All right, everything checks out. You can attack any time you want," said Gravis magnanimously. While he said that, he also kept his eyes on the disciples at the 9th level of energy gathering. They had not contributed to the pills since they were not here to fight with Gravis. They were here to kill Sky. That had been the idea of that one disciple that wanted more money. He had said that they could probably lure in a lot of their seniors with the bird. High-grade energy beasts were rare and very valuable, after all. Those seniors would ambush Sky, and Gravis would quickly turn around and look at Sky in shock. That would be the time when the other disciples attacked Gravis. This was the perfect diversion. Would the Darkness disciples at the 9th level care about Gravis' loot? A little bit maybe, but not enough to risk their lives. Yet, with the addition of a high-grade energy beast, the potential gains would be worth the risk. On top of that, they had never paid Gravis, so he was not allowed to attack them, as long as they didn't attack him first. This perfectly took advantage of the rules. Gravis noticed how the disciples around him came closer and also noticed how Sky had been surrounded. Suddenly, Gravis' eyes narrowed into coldness. All the previous emotions of pride, anger, confidence, and similar things vanished in an instant. Those who had looked into Gravis' eyes at the time felt like the whole atmosphere changed. Gravis had not activated his will aura yet, but his whole demeanor had changed. The one disciple right in front of him suddenly felt a deep nervousness and fear. This wasn't right. Something was wrong about this situation. "You know," said Gravis in an even, cold voice, "I wanted to get some more pills, but you had to target Sky." Gravis cracked his neck. "I could have acted longer like a pig to catch the tiger, and maybe I would have gotten more out of that, but I think it feels better to just kill all of you." Whoosh! The onlookers' eyes widened in surprise, but that was quickly halted by them fainting due to Gravis releasing his will aura. The surroundings cracked under the pressure, and every disciple below the 9th level of energy gathering fell over. Every single disciple was inside his will aura. The only ones who could still think were the disciples surrounding Sky, but they couldn't move. It was like their whole bodies were encased in metal, and they couldn't even release their energy. They could only wait for their deaths. Bang! "Oh," said Gravis in surprise. "Another breakthrough?" One of the disciples in the 9th level had condensed their will aura right there. The disciple immediately fled into the distance. He knew that, even though he had condensed his will aura now, he would die if he stayed. He was not stupid. Gravis only smirked at the fleeing disciple. Instead of chasing, he looked at him. Bang! Gravis condensed his energy and broke into the 8th level of energy gathering. The level suppression of the will aura got reduced by a level, and the fleeing disciple immediately froze again. Meanwhile, the other disciples at the 9th level of energy gathering lost their consciousness. Bang swoosh! Sky jumped up and flew away. It could resist Gravis' previous will aura, but this one was too strong. Moving its body was incredibly difficult, and its survival instincts kicked in. It retreated until it left the will aura, looking back warily. Gravis walked around casually and went from one unconscious body to another. Whenever he arrived at one, he would look through their wealth and pocket anything that he needed. After that, he would just behead them and absorb their energy. While walking to the 4th body, Gravis looked at the unconscious bodies of the audience. He only sneered. "You haven't killed or offended me, so I'll keep you alive. If I break the rules too heavily, the spirit-forming people might actually chase me." After a minute, Gravis cleaned up all the people that had surrounded him. He made quite some gains. Then, he walked over to the 2 unconscious people at the 9th level of energy gathering. Just like with the other corpses, Gravis looted and then killed them. Bang! The last conscious disciple lost his consciousness as Gravis broke into the 9th level of energy gathering. Gravis ignored that guy and continued harvesting his rewards. After he had finished with those 2 disciples, Gravis also slashed his sword at the last disciple's neck. Clank! "Oh!" Gravis uttered in surprise. "Quite a hard body. That body is probably at the 9th level of energy gathering. This guy is probably an elder." Gravis looked closer at his face, and sure enough, The person was not a youngster, but middle-aged. Ha, interesting. Gravis infused his saber with a lot of lightning and swung down with all his power. Boom! The earth exploded with lightning, and the head flew away into the distance. Gravis had used the same technique as when he had fought Red. With his physical body alone, he wouldn't be able to injure people like that. He used a lot of lightning to move his saber into the elder's neck and then made his lightning explode, which cut the head off. Gravis also looked through the loot of that guy and found a lot of body-tempering pills. His eyes widened when he saw the sheer amount. After he looked at them in shock for several seconds, he started laughing. Finally, together with those pills, he finally had enough to boost his body into the 10th level of energy gathering. After laughing for a while, Gravis calmed down and looked around at the unconscious disciples. They should be out for at least 30 minutes. Gravis deactivated his will aura and called Sky back. First, Sky didn't dare to return into the range of Gravis' will aura. All its instincts screamed at it that it would die if it entered. Yet, after some coaxing, it arrived before Gravis. "You can eat everyone that is dead," said Gravis. Sky immediately forgot about Gravis' will aura and only saw food. Without further ado, it started gorging itself. Those were a lot of corpses. Surprisingly, it took Sky less time to eat all the bodies than it took Gravis to loot them. When Gravis saw that Sky was done, he packed all the dead disciples' weapons into a sack and jumped onto Sky's back. Whoosh! Sky shot off into the distance, and Gravis smirked. "Time to temper my body. Why did you want to meet me, big brother?" asked a handsome young man with a warm voice, sitting on a throne made of pure energy stones. Besides the person stood a long wooden staff. If one didn't know who the person was, they would think that this staff was only some mortal weapon, but if they knew the person's status, they would know how powerful this staff would be. The young man looked to be only in his 20s, and his long, woody, brown hair covered nearly the entire throne. If one saw this person, they would mostly feel confused. His aura was that of Immortals, and nothing on him, except maybe his hair, would feel like that of a cultivator's. Why was such an average person sitting upon a throne that would cost more than a whole sect? In front of the young man kneeled a person. The kneeling person was none other than Ion. There was only one human in this world that would require Ion to kneel. One would think that the high priest calling Ion Big Brother was weird, but the high priest was actually rather young. He was only in his 50s and Ion was older. "I came to report that my branch was missing one heavenborn at the ceremony, my lord." Ion spoke respectfully and carefully. Even though the person in front of him had called him Big Brother in a warm tone, Ion knew that he couldn't show any disrespect. The high priest had killed heavenborn before due to a slight breach of etiquette. At first glance, he would look like a warm youngster, but there was nothing further from the truth. The high priest now looked interested. "Interesting," he said slowly. "You know why this surprises me?" Ion didn't look up. "I don't dare to guess, high priest." The high priest chuckled a little bit. "Father always tells me how many heavenborn arrive at the ceremony. Father has said that the southeastern branch had 10 heavenborn. And how many did I see at the ceremony? Exactly 10 from your branch. So, I am confused about this alleged 11th person from your branch. Are you implying Father made a mistake?" His voice was warm and comforting, even towards the end. Yet, Ion broke out into a cold sweat. Heaven making a mistake? That was impossible. That was blasphemy. No, never. I would never speak ill about heaven, Ion shouted. The high priest smirked a little. "Then what about this other person that you mentioned?" he asked. Ion didn't know how to answer that question. Heaven had said they had 10 heavenborn, yet Ion couldn't forget Gravis. Those two facts clashed in his head, confusing him. The 11th person I spoke about is a new heavenborn called Gravis. I found him about half a year ago in a proxy lightning guild. Some months ago he joined my branch. He was supposed to attend the ceremony with us, but he vanished a day before we set off. The smirk of the high priest widened, and he rubbed his chin in interest. "So, you say that Father didn't commit a mistake, yet you say that there is another heavenborn in your branch," said the high priest as he stood up and walked around the giant hall. I don't think you would lie about something like that, he said as he looked out of a window. So, what's this all about? Father, muttered the high priest. Are there 10 or 11 heaven-born in the southeastern branch? The surroundings were quiet, and nothing happened. After some seconds, the high priest spoke up again. Father said there are 10 heaven-born in the southeastern branch. Then he turned back and looked at Ion. So, what does this mean? He asked Ion in interest. The high priest had been bored for quite a long time, and this situation interested him. Ion's expression fell in shock and disbelief. What was happening? He knew every single member of his branch, and he was sure that they were 11, yet the core of his belief said there were only 10. In his mind, his belief conflicted with what he had seen and experienced. Ion continued thinking for around half a minute until he found a possibility where everything would make sense. But that couldn't be. It was impossible. The only possibility he could think of was that Gravis was not a heaven-born. But that was impossible. Ion had personally felt Gravis' heavenly pressure when he had been in the body-tempering realm. If that had been a will aura, someone from the heaven sect would have long been sent to kill him. Yet, no matter how much he pondered, he saw no other possibility. This whole situation was impossible, no matter from which angle he looked at it. For the first time, Ion looked upon the high priest as he raised his head in terror and confusion. The high priest saw that and smirked some more. Usually, he would have executed Ion for this disrespect, but he saw Ion's face and grew more interested. By now, the high priest was sure that Ion wasn't lying. It was impossible to show such deep shock and confusion without meaning it. The high priest looked even more interested as he got an idea. Father, he muttered. The southeastern branch has 10 heaven-born, so let me ask another question, but phrased differently. Father, how many members does the southeastern branch have? Some seconds later, the high priest broke out into a mad grin. After many years of nothing happening, finally, something interesting occurred. The high priest looked at Ion. 11. Ion's eyes widened. So, did heaven make a mistake? It had said 10 before, but now it had said 11? What was happening? So, continued the high priest, Father said there are 10 heaven-born in your branch, yet Father also says that there are 11 members. I think you can guess what that means, he said. Ion's eyes widened as he realized what that meant. This could only mean that they had a member that was not a heaven-born. Yet, if Gravis were not a heaven-born, many more questions would need answering. Ion involuntarily started thinking about everything that happened to Gravis, and he started getting to some insane and unbelievable conclusions. Gravis was more dangerous than anyone would believe. Ion took a deep breath to calm himself down. High Priest, there are many things that I have to report about Gravis, he said as he lowered his head again. The High Priest walked back to his throne and sat down. Explain. Ion started narrating. Gravis first appeared in public when he completed several missions for a hunting hall in some town in the outer continent. According to several sources, he had killed low-grade demonic beasts when he only had tempered organs and blood. Apparently, he had killed several of those one-on-one. Oh? Uttered the high priest in interest. That is very impressive. I guess he already had his will aura at that point. You did say that you experienced his will aura. Yes. Ion nodded. So, it is not wrong to assume that he already had his will aura ever since appearing in that hunting hall. That seems nearly impossible. The high priest narrowed his eyes in thought. How could someone condense a will aura while only having 2 tempered parts of his body? He would have needed to kill so many strong enemies. Normally, you gain your enemy's wealth when you kill them. So how would he need to earn money in a hunting hall if he had already killed so many enemies? Ion continued narrating. Apparently, he had needed a lot of money. He wanted to take part in the Proxy Elemental Guild's entrance exams, so he needed to temper his skin. Yet, the amount of money he made in that hunting hall was incredible, relatively speaking. He made enough money to buy about 30 skin pills before he left the town. That's a lot of money for someone at that level, commented the high priest. Yes, though the biggest part of the money came in one particular mission, where he had to kill a middle-grade demonic beast. If we take everything into account, we can come to the conclusion that Gravis needed anything from 15 to 20 skin pills to temper his skin. Now the eyes of the high priest widened. "Wait," he said. "How old is this Gravis?" Ion thought for a bit. He had never asked about Gravis' age. He should be between 17 and 19. When the high priest heard that, he did some calculations in his head and came to a terrifying conclusion. He would have needed to remain in the tempered organ and blood stage for over 15 years to require so many pills. How is that possible if he isn't a heaven-born? Ion's eyes widened too. He had still subconsciously thought about Gravis as a heaven-born, so he had ignored that aspect. Heaven-born were born with tempered organs and blood, so it was nothing unusual to need so many pills to temper their bodies. Yet, if Gravis weren't a heaven-born, how was that possible? One more riddle was added to the pile. "Continue," commanded the high priest. In the entrance exams, it came to light that Gravis had a will aura. Of course, everyone knows that we would execute someone with a will aura in the body-tempering realm, so they thought he was a heaven-born. Then came the incident in the basin of nature. Ion paused after saying that. In his head, he went through the incident. When he had thought that Gravis was a heaven-born, this incident only looked like heaven had tempered Gravis. But with Ion's new knowledge, he started coming to several terrifying conclusions. "What incident?" "Speak," said the high priest with narrowed eyes. He was really invested in this situation. "Apologies, high priest. The last exam was held in a basin in some forest. The guild leaders put several treasures on low-grade and middle-grade demonic beasts. The participants only had to get one treasure to succeed. On the second or third day, Gravis had tempered his bones. He charged through the whole basin with his newfound power, searching for some middle-grade demonic beast spider. The high priest nodded. If someone had tempered their bones and skin after remaining in the organ and blood-tempering realm for so long, their strength would be incredibly powerful. It was understandable that Gravis wanted some supreme treasure. Ion took a deep breath. "Apparently," he said slowly and carefully, "Gravis shouted and insulted heaven while doing that." Bang! A part of the throne cracked as the high priest stood up. His smile was long gone, and only rage remained. Preposterous. If he did that, he would already be dead. Ion sweated like crazy. Every source said the same thing. He was shouting about heaven owing him one of the middle-grade demonic beasts. After he insulted heaven, dark clouds and lightning appeared in the sky. Yet, however unbelievable it is, the lightning never directly struck him. Instead, all beasts in the basin charged at him madly. They all wanted to kill him. Some other witnesses report that lightning continually struck beasts and the terrain, but it never touched Gravis. The interest of the high priest had long been replaced by sheer confusion and frustration. What was happening? This all made no sense. If anyone dared insult heaven, the person would die. There was no way that they would be spared. Nothing was stopping heaven from eradicating Gravis. "Silence," said the high priest as he walked to the window again. "I must think." Ion didn't say anything and continued kneeling while the high priest thought about several things. "Father," muttered the high priest after some seconds. "How strong is this Gravis?" The seconds passed in silence, and the eyes of the high priest shifted from rage to shock. After nearly half a minute, his face turned white. What was happening? "High priest?" asked Ion carefully. The high priest recovered his state of mind somewhat after that. "Father," he said, and remained silent for several seconds. "Father hasn't answered." Ion took a deep breath in shock. Why wouldn't heaven answer? "This has never happened before," muttered the high priest. His amusing interest had vanished, and only seriousness remained. He remained silent for some more seconds. "Father," he started again. "Where is this Gravis right now?" There came no answer. "Father, what color are the robes that Gravis is wearing?" No answer. "Father, does Gravis exist?" No answer. "Father, how many members does the southeastern branch have?" 11. "Father, where is the 11th member of the southeastern branch, who is not here right now?" No answer. "Father, does the 11th member of the southeastern branch exist?" No answer. Father, is there a person in this world that you do not speak about? No answer. The high priest came to several conclusions due to these questions. Every question that directly involved Gravis wouldn't be answered. Then, he only had to make his questions vaguer. Father, hypothetically, would it be possible that there could be a person that you do not speak about in this world? Yes. The high priest's eyes narrowed. Father, hypothetically speaking, what would stop you from speaking about such a person? Their background. The high priest's eyes widened. Background? Was there a background that could stop heaven from acting? After thinking for some seconds, the high priest came to an unbelievable conclusion. Father, is it possible for people of higher worlds to appear in ours? Yes. The answer came immediately. Normally, heaven waited for some seconds to answer, but this time the answer came immediately. Slowly, sweat started appearing on the high priest's body. Someone from a higher world would be many times stronger than him and even heaven. Slowly, things started making sense. Someone from a higher world had sent their progeny to temper themselves in this world. This person was obviously Gravis, even if heaven hadn't said it explicitly. Gravis had been sent here to temper himself in a lower world by his background. So heaven didn't have the power to interfere directly. The high priest was closer to heaven than anyone else, and that was why he knew that heaven was not omnipotent. Yet another thought appeared in his mind. Was it bad that someone from a higher world appeared? They would just cultivate and leave this world. Basically, there was no difference between such a person or someone born in this world. Gravis would just cultivate to the Unity realm and leave. Was there actually an issue or a need to attack Gravis? They could also let him just cultivate in peace, and he would either die or leave. If the high priest could see heaven right now, he would be shocked. Heaven's emotions were going haywire with frustration and anticipation. Its child was so close to figuring things out. He would only need to ask one more question, and Gravis would die. Yet, it couldn't tell the high priest about Gravis directly. It just wanted to shout to the high priest to go kill him personally. But it didn't dare to. The high priest thought some more, and heaven grew more nervous. It had seen how Gravis was growing, and it knew that they were enemies. If Gravis continued going like this, then forget about the high priest, even heaven itself might come into danger. His life was on the line right here. Ask the question. Heaven shouted that continually to itself, but the high priest heard nothing. After a minute, the high priest sighed. Gravis wouldn't be a problem. Yet, he had to be sure. Father, do you have enemies in dash? Yes. The high priest shot back in shock and surprise. For the first time in his life, he could hear emotion behind heaven's words. The emotions he felt were anxiety, frustration, and even fear. He couldn't believe what was happening right now. His father felt fear? How was this possible? The high priest started sweating more in nervousness and a little fear. Father, do you have 2 or more enemies in this world? No. So only one enemy then. Father, can you talk about this enemy of yours? No answer. The high priest's eyes narrowed, and heaven grew ecstatic. Father, if you had an enemy, should we kill that person? Yes. The eyes of the high priest narrowed. Father, should I go personally? Whoosh. The high priest didn't feel anything, but heaven felt an apocalyptical pressure. Couldn't move under this pressure. You have bent the rules enough. You will answer no and send Ion. An imposing voice spoke to heaven. To heaven, it felt like a giant was standing before it, while it was only a small, insignificant ant. Heaven answered the high priest. That is not necessary. The high priest got his answer and sighed. So, the danger of Gravis was not so severe that he had to move personally. He seemed to have overestimated Gravis' danger. Father, whom should I send? Asked the high priest. Heaven felt awful when it said that. Its parent heaven from the middle world was constantly telling it to finally kill Gravis. Its parent heaven had gotten orders from its parent, which has gotten orders from the highest heaven. Heaven could sacrifice itself to tell the high priest that he should kill Gravis personally, but heaven wasn't willing to sacrifice itself. The high priest sighed. That should be good enough. As long as Gravis hasn't reached the spirit-forming realm, that will be enough, he muttered to himself. Then, the high priest walked back to his throne and looked at the still kneeling Ion. Ion hadn't said anything in several minutes, just waiting for further instructions. Ion, tell me about the strength of this Gravis. Gravis can kill safely 2 levels above himself, he said, and the high priest's eyes widened again. That's really impressive. Only a select few geniuses in the core continent can do that. How strong is his will aura? When have you last felt it? Ion wanted to say that Gravis' will had been impressive, but nothing incredibly special. He had felt it before, after all. But then, he realized that the last time he had felt Gravis' will aura had been when Gravis had still been in the body-tempering realm. Slowly, Ion's heart started beating faster. I ask for permission to do some calculations, he asked. Go ahead, said the high priest. Slowly, different numbers made of ice condensed on the floor. Ion had a lot of experience with will auras, and he could judge the power of one when he felt it. He remembered how Gravis' will aura was more potent than any Heavenborn's heavenly pressure when he had been in the body-tempering realm. He realized that Gravis' will aura had had the strength to already condense into smaller areas. When he realized that, his heart beat faster. Slowly, he started adding several will-tempering experiences. Near death to some disciple in the Proxy Lightning Guild. Madly cultivating his body in the Lightning Tower. The accidental killing of the closest person in this world. That was immense tempering for the will. Fight with Lightning and Fire Guild. Ion's heart started beating faster as he added more and more will-tempering experiences. Only now did he realize how heavily Gravis' will aura had been tempered since that time in the Proxy Lightning Guild. The high priest also saw those numbers, and his eyebrows lowered. That was a lot of tempering. Second fight with the Lightning Guild. Near-death experience when reaching the Heaven Sect. Fight with Wendy of the Wind Guild. Severe body tempering with Ion's help. Wait! Shouted Ion involuntarily as he remembered something. High Priest, do you remember the preforming technique? The High Priest narrowed his eyes. Yes, I know all techniques from our Heaven Sect. Did he exchange for that? Ion nodded and furrowed his brows. High Priest, is it possible that someone would use that technique to infuse their mind with magic in order to temper their will? The eyes of the high priest shone. Definitely. Ion added that tempering experience too, and started calculating. As the numbers increased, his heart started beating even faster. These numbers were terrifying. After a while, Ion calculated the result. Both Ion and the high priest breathed heavily. So, started the high priest slowly. You are telling me that this Gravis is at the threshold of condensing a unity will while still being in the magic-gathering realm? Ion couldn't believe it himself, but he could only nod. When was the last time you saw him? Asked the high priest. About 4 days ago, answered Ion. What was his cultivation at that time? The high priest asked. His magic was at the 6th level and his body at the 7th, answered Ion. The high priest took a breath of relief. Since Gravis came from a higher world, it was a definite fact that he had a strengthened Danteon. To fight Ion, Gravis would need to jump from the 6th level of magic gathering to the 10th and then form his spirit in just these 4 days. This was impossible even for Heavenborn. He would need to fight a war with a guild to achieve something like that, but Gravis wasn't strong enough to fight a whole guild. Ion should be enough. Even if Gravis had the power to kill 3 levels above him, condense a unity will, reach the 10th level of magic gathering, and reach the 10th level of the body, Ion should still be able to walk all over him. He might be able to fight normal spirit-forming realm cultivators with all of these added together, but we are Heavenborn, muttered the high priest to himself. Ion. Yes, high priest? Asked Ion as he lowered his head again. You will leave immediately and kill this Gravis. Ignore your Heavenborn from your branch. I will send someone else to bring them back to the branch. Make haste and kill Gravis as quickly as possible. You should only take a single day to return like this. Yes, High Priest, shouted Ion as he stood up. Whoosh pack. A jade token was thrown to Ion and he caught it. If, for some reason, you require help, crush this jade token. I will immediately send a priest to help you. Ion looked at the token with fear and nervousness. The priests were only below the high priest in status and strength. Every single one of them was at the self-stage in the spirit-forming realm. A single priest could decimate a whole elemental sect alone. Someone with that power could kill Ion with a wave of their hand. He must not offend such a person. Ion bowed again. I will do heaven's bidding, High Priest. The High Priest nodded. Go! Like this, Ion charged towards the middle continent with his full speed. Gravis had anticipated that it would take 6 to 7 days for the Heaven sect to return to the branch. Yet, with this new turn of event, Ion would return only 4.5 days after setting off. Ion was coming for Gravis. Gravis had been training for over 2 days until he was finally finished. Boom! The surroundings exploded as Gravis stretched his muscles. He grinned and touched the muscles all over his body, which felt harder than steel. Finally, a body equal to the 10th level of energy gathering. Now, I am invincible in the energy gathering realm even without my will aura, he proudly said to himself. Yet, he also sighed a little bit when he looked at his current wealth. I only have a couple of weapons from the Darkness Guild left. I even used up all energy stones that I have plundered up until now. Luckily, I am only missing 20% energy to reach the 10th level of energy gathering. After I sell those weapons, I should have enough energy stones to reach the 10th level. Then, I'll immediately break into the spirit-forming realm. Gravis kept the energy in his head at a constant 99%. If he shot a single dot of energy into his head, he would immediately break into the spirit-forming realm. Of course, that would damage his foundation. The stronger he was before a breakthrough, the better. The amount and density of energy that he cultivated now would serve as a baseline in the future. After I sell those weapons, I will directly break into the 10th level and then ascend into the spirit-forming stage. At that time, I only need to finish some unfinished business in the middle continent and then... Gravis looked up towards the sky. The core continent. Caw! Sky shouted as it noticed that Gravis walked around. For the last 2 days, he had only been sitting around, eating pills without end. Sky knew that it shouldn't disturb Gravis during that time, so it kept itself busy with other stuff. Sky quickly landed before Gravis and rubbed its head against his body. Gravis only laughed slightly and ruffled its feathers. How's it going, Sky? How far are you from a breakthrough? Asked Gravis with a laugh. Sky pulled its head back and looked at Gravis with an unsure expression. When Gravis saw that, he lifted an eyebrow. What's up? He asked. Sky shook its head, and Gravis immediately understood what Sky meant with that. It meant that it wasn't even close to a breakthrough. As Gravis saw that, he furrowed his brows. This shouldn't be right. You have eaten so many humans in the later stages of energy gathering. You should be close to a breakthrough or even have broken through by now. Something's not right. Gravis thought for a bit and grabbed a stick from the surroundings. He started drawing a smaller sky and a bigger sky with a line between them. Sky looked with interest at the drawings. It was naturally curious, and it was always interested in learning new things from Gravis. Their last lesson had been some time back. This is you right now, Sky, said Gravis as he circled the smaller bird. This is you when you break through, he said as he pointed at the bigger bird. This line shows how close you are to a breakthrough. Gravis pointed at the line in between. Gravis created 3 marks on the line. 1 mark was closer to the smaller bird, 1 in the middle, and 1 closer to the bigger bird. This means you are at the beginning stages, he said as he pointed at the first mark. This means that you are in the middle, and this one means you are close to breaking through. Do you understand? Asked Gravis. Sky looked for some seconds at the drawings and then nodded. Where are you right now? Gravis asked. Scratch. Gravis' eyes widened as he saw where Sky marked the line. Gravis looked at Sky with concerned eyes. You are a bit further than the beginning? How is that possible? He asked Sky and also himself. If that were true, then it meant that Sky had made nearly no progress ever since they left the Heaven sect. This didn't seem right in Gravis' eyes. What was going on? After thinking for a while, Gravis got a thought. Something had to be wrong with all the food it ate. What is the difference between Sky eating something it had killed and eating something that I have killed? Gravis thought. Slowly, he realized what the issue was. Gravis took a deep breath as he looked into the sky. The heavens balance cultivation technique, he deduced. This was the only difference. As Gravis got the thought, he remembered that one beast core that he still carried around. He took it out and looked at it. Just as I thought, sighed Gravis. This core is empty of energy, he muttered to himself. Normally, the energy of a corpse would slowly seep out into the world over multiple days as part of the natural decomposition process. The heavens balance cultivation technique made all the energy inside of the corpse explode outward and scatter. Instead, if Sky killed something by itself, the energy wouldn't scatter. In the next couple of days, Sky would absorb most of the energy of its prey. With Gravis using the heavens balance cultivation technique, there was no more energy for Sky to eat. No wonder it made no progress. Just 4 days ago, Sky had been stronger than Gravis, but now it couldn't even come close to Gravis. Gravis wouldn't even need his will aura to win. As that thought came, other thoughts appeared too. Gravis had given Sky lots of food without it having to hunt for it. Was this the best way for Sky to increase its power? If Gravis continued giving Sky free food, it would not gain more combat experience. Gravis' eyes narrowed as he thought more about the situation. What if it managed to become a middle-grade spirit beast by following Gravis? At that point, its battle experience would be below average in comparison to similar beasts. At that point, it would become incredibly difficult to increase its strength by itself. Gravis realized that by wanting to do something nice for Sky, he had brought its independence into jeopardy. Sky looked at Gravis with confused eyes. It was smart for a beast, but it couldn't hypothesize or think far into the future. That was something exclusive to humans. Sky didn't even realize the danger of continuing like this. As Gravis continued thinking, he grew a little nervous. If he didn't have such a powerful will, his emotions would be going haywire right now. Sky was his only companion inside this world, and if Sky left, Gravis would be completely alone again. Yet, if it remained, it would face many difficulties. The places where Gravis would go to in the future would be full of enemies in the spirit-forming realm. The Heaven Sect would also hunt him down. What could Sky do in such a situation? Every enemy and beast would be more powerful than it, and the only thing it could do was watch from a distance, trying not to die. Like this, Sky would become fully dependent on Gravis. It wouldn't be a companion anymore, but a pet. Gravis turned to Sky and looked at it. What about remaining in the middle continent and waiting for Sky to rise by itself? Gravis immediately threw this idea away. There were multiple issues with that. First of all, with Gravis always around, Sky would not feel that its life was in danger. That would impact its tempering severely. On top of that, the Heaven Sect would start searching for Gravis crazily. If Gravis didn't continually increase his power, his enemies would eventually overwhelm him. Right now, Gravis was actually happy that the Heavens Balance cultivation technique stopped Sky from growing. If it broke through to become a spirit beast like this, it would become even more challenging for it to regain enough battle experience to rise by itself. Was Gravis ready to sacrifice Sky's future prospects just so he didn't feel lonely anymore? Definitely not. Gravis saw Sky as a life-and-death companion, and sacrificing its prospects for his own happiness would be a betrayal. There was only a single thing he could do that would help Sky, and he didn't look forward to it. Sky, we need to talk. It took 4 full hours until Gravis was able to teach Sky about its current situation. Thinking and planning far into the future was something incredibly difficult for beasts, yet Sky managed to understand. It might actually be the only beast that knew about such concepts in this lower world. After Gravis finished explaining, he just looked at Sky with sad eyes. After understanding its situation, Sky looked back at Gravis, unsure what to think. After some seconds, it just rubbed its head on Gravis. Gravis scratched Sky with a bitter smile. I know that it's difficult to accept, but I know that you want to become strong, he said. I know that you wouldn't be happy like this. Don't think about me, but about yourself. Sky didn't react much. Gravis and Sky had been together for multiple months by now, and it understood Gravis' emotions. It might not have the mental faculties to plan far into the future, but beasts were good at feeling the emotions of others. It knew how lonely Gravis was. It always felt happy when Gravis smiled at it with a pure, innocent smile, and it was the only living being in this lower world that knew this side of Gravis. It understood that it couldn't rise to power while following Gravis, but it didn't want Gravis to feel lonely. Beasts were simple. When they saw one of their companions being sad, they tried their best to comfort them. Sky was no different. It wanted to comfort and help Gravis through those tough times. Gravis gently pushed Sky's head away. I know that you want to stay and that you don't want me to feel lonely, but is it worth it to sacrifice your future? You will forever regret it, and if I die, you will die too. I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for me, Gravis explained calmly. Of course, he only tried to appear calm. In reality, he was hurting inside. Even though he knew that this was the best for Sky, it still hurt him inside. He didn't want to say goodbye, but there was no other way. He didn't want Sky to just be an accessory to him. It should be its own beast with its own strength and not a simple pet. Sky could only truly be happy if it were independent. Gravis' calm voice didn't fool Sky. It knew Gravis well enough to know how he felt. Its instincts were telling it to help him, so it went closer to Gravis again. Whoosh! Gravis jumped back from Sky. Sky, you need to leave, he said with seriousness. By sticking with me, you won't be able to truly be happy. You must leave. Gravis' voice was a little shaky when he said that, but he had to be the strong one now. If Sky didn't have the willpower to leave due to emotions, then he had to force it, even if it hurt him immensely inside. Sky looked at Gravis with sad eyes. It understood the implications of staying with Gravis, but it just couldn't resist when it saw how hurt Gravis was. It felt the conflict and frustration inside Gravis. Gravis was its companion and best friend, so it didn't want him to feel sad. Slowly, it walked closer again. Bang! A violent lightning bolt hit the earth in front of Sky. It got frightened a little and took a step back. This lightning bolt was powerful enough to injure it severely. It looked at Gravis with shock and pain. Why was Gravis doing this? Wasn't this its own decision to make? Sky, you need to leave, Gravis shouted aggressively. I won't allow you to sacrifice your future for me. Sky shook a little when it saw that. It felt deep unwillingness inside, and it didn't want to leave Gravis. Slowly, it walked towards Gravis again. An apocalyptic pressure pressed into Sky, and it started fearing for its life. In the past, it had only passively been inside Gravis' will aura. But now, Gravis' will aura looked at Sky like an enemy. In Sky's mind, a deathly iciness spread from Gravis into the surroundings. Its instincts were screaming at Sky to flee. Its instincts told it that it had to leave or it would die. Sky felt betrayed. Its closest companion was showing killing intent towards it. Leave! Gravis shouted violently with all his power, and the surroundings shook even more. Sky's body shook in fear. After breaking into the 9th level of energy gathering, Gravis' will aura had destroyed any level suppression. If Gravis released it fully, he would be able to knock Sky unconscious. Of course, Gravis didn't release his full power. He wanted Sky to leave by itself. He wanted it to realize how serious the situation was. It would feel regret for the rest of its life if it continued following him. He wouldn't allow this to happen. Sky looked at Gravis with a mixture of confusion, sadness, unwillingness, betrayal, and even some pity. Even though Gravis tried to appear as heartless and aggressive as possible, he couldn't fool Sky. It knew him too well. It didn't leave and only implored Gravis to reconsider with its eyes. Please don't leave me, it said with its eyes. Gravis' heart constricted when he looked into Sky's eyes, but this was necessary. Even though Sky understood the situation it was in, it didn't realize how long-lasting the consequences would be. Gravis was hurting immensely inside, but he had to do it. For Sky. Sky's eyes rolled back into its head as it lost consciousness. Gravis looked at Sky as it fell over to the ground, and he couldn't keep his emotions in check anymore. Tears were building up in his eyes, but he still retained his stoic look. It was necessary. He walked closer and gently patted Sky one last time. I'm so sorry, Sky, but it's for your best. I hope you can forgive me, he uttered with a trembling voice. I know that we will see each other again. I won't leave this lower world without seeing you again. I wish you all the best on your journey, Sky. Gravis sighed. Is this how my father felt when he allowed me to cultivate? He wondered. He had to let me go so that I could walk my own path, and now I have to do the same thing for Sky. After some minutes of petting it, he stood up and walked off. Sky would wake up in about another 2 minutes. He shot one last look at Sky. Goodbye, Sky. After leaving Sky, Gravis stayed around for a little while longer, though hidden inside the earth. He had to make sure that heaven didn't pull anything while Sky was unconscious. When Gravis noticed that Sky regained its awareness, he slowly snuck away. He didn't want to hear its cries or see its pain. When Gravis sneaked away to a sufficient distance, he sped away with his full strength. His 9th level destruction lightning, and his physical body made him even faster than Sky. This was an additional reason why he decided to let Sky go. If he fought an enemy that he had problems with, Sky wouldn't even be able to escape since such an enemy would most likely have an even faster speed than Gravis. The only reason for keeping Sky was that Gravis would feel less lonely, but obviously that reason was not good enough. Gravis could only sigh. Am I still too naive? Was thinking that we could rise to power together naive? I honestly can't tell, he muttered to himself. After running for some minutes, Gravis stopped and started thinking about his next steps. He only had to sell the weapons he got from the Darkness Guild. If he managed to do that, he would have enough energy stones to reach the 10th level of energy gathering. The only question was, where would he sell those weapons? The Darkness Guild would be the most profitable option since those weapons were tailor-made for people with the darkness element. The issue with that was that the spirit-forming experts would probably immediately apprehend him. He killed some people who hadn't paid the pills, which was technically against the rules. What about selling them in a city? Gravis wasn't so sure if that would work. All the weapons he had were made for people in the later stages of energy gathering. How many of those would even be around in a city? Probably not that many. If he spent some weeks in a city, he might be able to sell them, but he didn't have multiple weeks. He had to sell them quickly. Fire Guild? Would be a possibility, but they were rather far away. Nearly 5 days had passed, and if, for some reason, Ion returned early, Gravis would be in danger. Wind Guild was also a no-go since they were even further away. The Lightning Guild probably wouldn't even accept a trade from him out of spite. The Water Guild was the furthest guild from here, so that fell through too. The Light Guild was relatively close, but Gravis doubted that they were interested in daggers, shivs, and short swords. If he went there and they weren't interested, he would have wasted about half a day. As Gravis eliminated one possibility after the other, his face started scrunching up. Are you actually serious? He thought to himself in annoyance. Do I actually have to trade with the Earth Guild? I didn't even get my revenge from the last time, and I have to come back and be nice. Gravis really didn't like this option, but he didn't see a better one. After a minute, he only sighed in helplessness. Just my luck. Alright, I'll trade with the Earth Guild. If they don't try some shit this time, I might actually reconsider taking revenge. Fuck. I hate this. Gravis thought to himself in annoyance. Like this, Gravis changed his trajectory and shot towards the Earth Guild. He didn't have any time to waste. The sooner he broke through, the better. Rhea. After running for 2 hours, Gravis saw a high-grade energy beast bird. It was nearly as big as Sky and circled the forest. Judging by the way it was shouting, Gravis concluded that it was probably warning other beasts not to invade its territory. Gravis' eyes shined a little. 2% energy isn't much, but if it's already on the way, I might as well accept, he said and charged towards the bird. The bird noticed Gravis when he was still several kilometers away, yet contrary to expectations, it immediately turned tail and fled. Gravis' eyes narrowed and followed it. He was faster than the bird, and it would only take around a minute until he caught up. At that point, the bird would be in the range of his will aura. Gravis would only need to release it, and the bird would be dead. As Gravis chased, he reminisced. Man, this reminds me of when I first met Sky, he said to himself. There was no one around again, so Gravis went back into his habit of talking to himself. I saw it running back to the tree, where I fought it and then… Arr! Gravis immediately stopped. His eyes changed to coldness as he watched the bird fly away. Just like back then, huh? He sneered to himself. This won't work this time, Heaven? He shouted and continued running towards the Earth Guild. In actuality, Gravis wasn't sure if this was Heaven's scheme, but he wanted to be careful right now. The last time he had been close to a breakthrough, Jamie had assassinated him out of nowhere. When someone was close to victory, their vigilance would decrease. They would only have their goal in their eyes and ignore potential dangers they would spot under normal circumstances. Even though Gravis was not sure if that bird had been sent deliberately by Heaven or not, he couldn't risk it right now. Nothing would sidetrack him this time. Gravis grew even more vigilant than usual. The next couple of hours would be the best opportunity for Heaven to strike. Gravis guessed that Heaven was like a beast backed into a corner. The fact that Heaven might have sent this beast also worried Gravis. If Heaven were ready for him, it wouldn't need to delay him. If Heaven couldn't do anything to him, it also wouldn't have sent this beast and waste energy. This beast would only have been sent if Heaven was really close to having a possibility to stop Gravis. Every minute counted. That was why Heaven had sent this beast. I can only think of a single thing that would require Heaven to delay me, Gravis thought and narrowed his eyes. Ion returned early. On top of that, I am also sure that Heaven has another contingency plan to delay me further. I guess that if I charge with my full speed, I can sell my stuff before Ion appears, but it will probably be close. So, Heaven will probably send something else to stop me. Gravis charged with his full speed towards the Earth Guild. Running this fast was draining his energy immensely, but he was prepared to use the energy storage inside his mind for this. He had to gain as much time as possible. If Heaven had teeth, it would be gnashing them right about now. It had tried to delay Gravis for a couple of minutes, but instead of delaying him, it had even warned him further. With Gravis' new speed, he would arrive several minutes earlier than if Heaven had never sent that beast. Heaven grew more and more frustrated and nervous as Gravis' strength increased. It got increasingly more difficult for it to bring him into mortal danger. After some hours, Gravis saw the mountain of the Earth Guild in the distance. Instead of being relieved, he only grew more solemn. "Let's see what you got, Heaven," he shouted. As Gravis ran closer, he entered the range of someone's spirit. Initially, Gravis thought that this was just the spirit of someone of the Earth Guild's upper echelon, but he felt how the spirit concentrated on him as soon as he appeared. Gravis could also feel bottomless hate being transmitted over it. Gravis immediately stopped. Someone at the spirit-forming realm wants to kill me this badly? I can't remember offending anyone at the spirit-forming realm, other than maybe Ion. I am also sure the spirit doesn't come from Ion. I would know if it was him. Never mind, Plan C it is, he thought as he shot to the north. Plan C was his plan for if he met someone at the spirit-forming realm. He hoped that he would survive until he reached his goal. Gravis ran to the north with his full speed. He knew the power of someone at the spirit-forming realm very well. If a spirit-forming realm expert only had their energy and their physical strength to fight, then Gravis might have a chance of killing the opponent, but those things were not the main advantage that someone in the spirit-forming realm had over people below them. The most significant advantage was the spirit in itself. As an energy-gathering realm cultivator, Gravis could only use his element in a one-dimensional way. He could use his lightning to move faster and to attack the enemy. Compared to that, someone at the spirit-forming realm could create figures, patterns, objects, and other things with their element. Back then, that one disciple of the Lightning Guild had created lightning nets in front of Gravis and had controlled those remotely. The only reason why Gravis managed to survive against that person was that they were multiple kilometers apart. That distance had given Gravis enough time to react appropriately. If such an expert fought with Gravis in close quarters, Gravis would probably die. He could only survive if he had incredible luck, and well, Gravis didn't trust his luck. On top of that, it wouldn't be enough if Gravis only won. Winning and killing were two entirely different things. Winning a fight meant that one was stronger than the opponent. This didn't exclude the possibility of retreat. The opponent could still flee and come back later. If the enemy were a spirit-forming realm expert and they retreated, Gravis would be in for a bad time. If Gravis won in a fight but didn't kill the person, they could just follow him from some kilometers distance and attack him with their element remotely. The enemy could shoot and control their attacks from a distance and rest when they wanted, while Gravis had to defend passively. Gravis wouldn't be able to rest, while the spirit-forming realm expert had time to rest. Gravis also wouldn't be able to attack the person from that distance. Gravis didn't have a formed spirit, which meant that he couldn't feel his opponent if they tried to hide. No spirit-forming expert would be stupid enough to allow the energy in the air to give them away. In that situation, the expert would just attack him from time to time, and even if Gravis played everything perfectly and never made a mistake, he would still be exhausted to death. Gravis might have a humongous energy storage thanks to the preforming technique, but his physical stamina and concentration couldn't be kept up forever. He would never be able to rest, while the enemy could rest whenever they wanted. For all these reasons, Gravis needed to kill the expert. If he didn't kill the enemy, he would die. The Earth Guild is pretty close to the core continent, and if I hurry up, I should be able to get to the wind wall in about an hour. I only have a shot at killing the expert with the support of the wind wall, Gravis thought. The wind wall was the dividing line between the middle continent and the core continent. The core continent was circular and was surrounded by a deep gorge going all around it. The energy with higher density from the core continent met the energy with lower density from the middle continent over this gorge. The density of the energy would be equalized when they met. Usually, something like that wouldn't be noticeable. There hadn't been an issue with the transition from the outer continent to the middle continent, after all. The thing that made everything different this time was the gigantic gorge. The energy with higher density would drop down into the gorge and expand crazily. This expansion shoved the air and energy above it away from the gorge, creating an energy-free spot for a very short time. In that short time frame, more energy from the core continent would slip by and fall into the gorge, which then expanded again. This whole process generated a violent and destructive wind over the gorge with the strength to annihilate people at the energy-gathering realm. Only people in the spirit-forming realm could safely traverse the wind wall. That was also why weaker people were always accompanied by people in the spirit-forming realm when they crossed the two continents' borders. This violent wind had no will, which made it controllable by Gravis' elemental synchronicity. Only with the help of such a natural, violent wind would Gravis be able to kill someone at the spirit-forming realm. A controlled element was many times stronger than an uncontrolled one. With my powerful body and destruction lightning, I should have the same speed as a new spirit-forming realm cultivator that didn't reach the 10th level of energy gathering. I don't believe that I am saying this, but I am actually lucky that so few people have reached the 10th level of energy gathering in this lower world. Gravis' eyes narrowed with battle intent. Now, it all depends on the element of my enemy. If my enemy has the earth, fire, water, darkness, or light element, I should be able to reach the wind wall without any issues. If they have the lightning element, I might need to resist some attacks, though my body is powerful enough to resist some attacks. Yet, if the enemy has the wind element, I might have a problem. Gravis had been running for 5 minutes without an issue. Of course, he never managed to leave the area of the enemy's spirit. It was evident that the person was following him. I wonder. Gravis heard a voice inside his head suddenly. This could only be the transmitted thoughts of his enemy. The only thing that Gravis could glean from this voice was that his enemy was male. "Where are you running to?" asked the voice with interest. Gravis couldn't transmit his own thoughts, so he couldn't answer. He also didn't want to shout loudly since Tunning took up all of his concentration right now. "Initially," the voice continued, "I thought you would be running to the Heavens sect for safety, though I can also understand why you didn't run there. It's pretty far away after all." Gravis gleaned another nugget of information from that. The person still believed that he was a Heavenborn, which meant that the person had such an intense enmity with Gravis that he didn't mind dying if it meant killing Gravis. For the life of him, Gravis wasn't able to think of any person in the spirit-forming realm that wanted him to die so badly. The only exception would be Ion, but if it were Ion chasing him, Gravis would already be dead. Heaven-born and normal people were like heaven and earth. In comparison to ordinary people, heaven-born were born with a strengthened dantian, which meant that every spirit forming heaven-born had reached the 10th level of energy gathering before breaking through. They also had their heavenly pressure on top of that. Those two things created a massive divide between heaven-born and normal cultivators. Gravis guessed that Ion could probably kill people a level higher than himself. Gravis wouldn't even be able to fight him. Yet, the voice continued, I still don't know why you chose this particular direction. Are you actually trying to flee to the core continent? You do know about the wind wall, right? And even if you managed to reach the core continent through the wind wall, what would that even accomplish? If Gravis had the ability to answer with his thoughts, he would. He could gain some time by discussing different things. Every minute without an attack was a minute closer to the wind wall. You know, this time, Gravis heard a physical voice from his right, and he turned his head over. There, he saw an older man with green robes, flying close to the ground while looking at him. They were only a few meters apart. You can just answer me, the person said from the side. Gravis got goosebumps when he realized that the expert had already caught up with him. On top of that, the expert wore green robes and was flying across the ground. This could only mean one thing. Wind Guild. Great, someone from the Wind Guild. Reaching the wind wall has just become way more difficult. I wonder if heaven planned so far ahead that it knew I would flee to the wind wall. If I guess correctly, this should be Wendy's father. This whole thing had been months ago. Was heaven able to plan this far ahead? Honestly, I'm not sure, Gravis thought to himself. If I guess correctly, Gravis said, you should be Wendy's father, correct? I think your guild master has said your name before. Saron, was it? When Gravis had said Wendy, a cold gleam appeared in Saron's eyes, but that was replaced by his surprise. He hadn't expected that Gravis knew his name. He chuckled lightly. Yes, my name is Saron. I am surprised you know it, he said casually. I am actually more surprised by you appearing, said Gravis. I was sure that Wendy's goodbye letter would have stopped you from going after me. That was her goal, after all. She didn't want us to become enemies. Saron got a little confused after Gravis said that and narrowed his eyes. There was no goodbye letter, he said. Now, it was Gravis' turn to be surprised. No goodbye letter? But he had seen how Wendy nailed it to a tree. Why wouldn't he know about this goodbye letter? Suddenly, Gravis' eyes widened, and then they narrowed in fury. Was this your doing again, heaven? Gravis shouted aggressively at the sky. The sky didn't react. Instead, it was Saron who reacted by looking with shock at Gravis. Did Gravis just aggressively shout at heaven? Was he suicidal? As they continued running, Saron looked at the sky, but nothing seemed to happen. This surprised him even more. What was going on? Why was Gravis still alive? What are you talking about? Saron asked. His goal was killing Gravis, and he had Gravis on the palm of his hand. Gravis couldn't escape anymore, so he wasn't in a hurry to kill him. Gravis gnashed his teeth furiously. This fucking heaven always tries all this shit to kill me. Wendy had nailed a goodbye letter to a nearby tree where she explained everything about her life and her decisions. Have you not seen her body? Does her body look like we fought? Gravis asked. Saron narrowed his eyes further, but he also remembered that Wendy's body was fully intact when they found it. There were also no traces of a fight. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. So, what is this all about? You said my daughter had a reason for all of her actions. Gravis harumphed, still annoyed at heaven's bullshit. Yes, why do you think she specifically targeted me? If she just had an enmity with the heaven sect in general, she could have just killed some people. Instead, she specifically only insulted me. There was a reason why she wanted to meet me, and she told me all the things she kept inside. She never wanted to kill me. She wanted to die to me. Saron's eyes violently shone. Lies, he shouted, and the wind blew Gravis' hair away, but nothing more. I would know about this. I am her father. It was because you were her father that she didn't tell you. She didn't want to hurt you with everything that happened to her. You probably know about her husband from the outer continent, yes. Saron was surprised when Gravis said that. How did Gravis know about Wendy's husband from the outer continent? Did they actually talk? Saron suppressed his rage and just nodded. All right, let me tell you about everything that happened to her and the thoughts that plagued her in her life, Gravis said. Gravis narrated all of Wendy's experiences at that point. He told those things with as much detail as possible to get more time while running. He couldn't trust that this would deter Saron. He had to make this story as long as possible. It took over 40 minutes until Gravis finished the story. By now, Saron looked crestfallen at the rapidly moving ground below him. This whole thing hurt him immensely. He had thought that Wendy had recovered from her loss. There were also a lot of things he hadn't known about. He didn't know that the Heaven Sect had killed Wendy's husband. He also didn't know that Wendy wanted to take revenge on Heaven. When she went out to temper herself, he thought that she had realized that strength was the most important thing. He hadn't realized that this was all so that she could take revenge on Heaven. Deep inside, Saron felt incredible guilt. He felt like he had failed as a father. In his mind, it had been his duty to protect his daughter from harm. How bad would a father have to screw up so that his daughter wanted to kill herself? That Wendy didn't feel a single thing when he hugged her had hit him especially hard. Was her life so miserable that nothing could have helped her? Yes, her love had died, but that happened to a lot of people. It was the biggest hit emotionally if one's life partner died. But most people managed to recover. On top of that, Wendy also had condensed her will aura. She should have been able to recover. They flew for another 5 minutes in silence until Saron regained some of his bearings. So, Wendy saw her opportunity to take revenge on Heaven in you? That's why she entrusted everything to you. Gravis nodded. Yes, she had noticed how I insulted Heaven, yet still lived. You've also seen me insult it some time ago. Do you think that if I were any other person, I would still be alive right now? For Saron, it would have been hard to believe such an outlandish claim. Yet, he had seen how Gravis had insulted Heaven for himself. Another thing was also that Gravis knew too much about Wendy. By now, Saron believed Gravis that there should have been a goodbye letter. Everything made sense. The only open question was why Gravis was able to insult Heaven without dying. Gravis hadn't told him about that. Saron took a deep, emotional sigh. Would you mind telling me how you can insult Heaven like this? Can you help others to do the same? He asked. He tried to control the emotions in his voice, but his eyes gave him away. Deep in his heart, he started hating Heaven, just like Wendy. It was not fair what happened to Wendy. Her husband had managed to survive against all odds, yet Heaven had executed him. If something like this happened to someone else, one wouldn't care much about Heaven's unfairness. This was just how things worked. Yet, if it happened to oneself, the whole matter would change. Heaven hadn't treated Wendy fairly, and Saron wouldn't forgive Heaven for this injustice. Gravis was about to answer Saron but stopped when he looked at him. Heaven had noticed what was going on, and all of Saron's karmic luck had vanished just now. Heaven had realized that Saron was its enemy. If this enmity with Heaven had been created by Saron himself, or by talking with anyone else, Heaven might not have noticed. Unfortunately, all of Heaven's attention was on Gravis' situation right now, and therefore also on Saron. Gravis could only sigh when he noticed this. Heaven has noticed your hatred and just stole all your karmic luck, Gravis said emotionlessly. Saron's eyes widened in disbelief. It stole all his karmic luck? How was this possible? How would that even work? Gravis didn't wait for Saron to answer and continued. I can see the karmic luck of others because I am the only human without it. Without karmic luck, you will meet one calamity after another, but that is not a sure death sentence. If you manage to survive all these calamities, you might become stronger than you have ever imagined since your life will always be in danger. All these calamities, though dangerous and frustrating, increased my strength to its current level. Saron looked solemn, but after a while he only bitterly laughed. What a joke! I have served Heaven for over 200 years and have cultivated many talented disciples. Yet it threw me away just like this. You know, if anyone else said this, I wouldn't believe them. But you have proven that you are special. Saron laughed bitterly again. Calamities and tempering? I am already over 200 years old. I have long given up on the path to power. Who knew that my life would end like this? Gravis actually felt a little guilty inside. Yes, Saron had wanted to kill him, but he was also the father of the person who had helped him the most, except for Gorn. This whole thing was destined to be a tragedy. If Gravis didn't tell Saron, then Saron would kill Gravis. If Gravis told Saron, then Saron would die. They didn't have to fight since the beginning. If Saron had known Wendy's thoughts, this whole situation wouldn't have happened. Heaven had moved two pawns to each other and forced them to fight. There had never been a right way out of this situation. You know, Gravis said, if I didn't tell you all of this, you would still have your karmic luck, and you would be able to live your life in peace. Saron looked at Gravis with pity and sighed. It's all right. If you didn't tell me what happened, I would have never understood the reason behind Wendy's death. Also, if you didn't tell me, you would already be dead by now. You don't need to regret telling me. I loved my daughter dearly, and I am happy dying with this newfound knowledge. My remaining life would have been bitter anyway. I guess I am just collateral damage between your war with heaven. Gravis still felt a little bad about dooming Saron. This whole thing hadn't been necessary. This whole situation reaffirmed Gravis' need for power. Heaven could only play them like this because it was stronger than everyone else. If Gravis were as powerful as heaven, such a tragedy wouldn't happen. Gravis stopped running. He was incredibly close to the wind wall, and he would only need to run for a minute more to reach it. Yet, the fight had ended before it even began. There was no need to enter the wind wall. Suddenly, Gravis got an idea. Are you up for a trade? Saron looked with surprise at Gravis. Trading? Why this all of a sudden? You want to trade? Why? Gravis didn't react in any major way. I am very close to reaching the 10th level of magic gathering. I only need like 300 more magic stones, Gravis explained. I was on my way to the Earth Guild to sell them some weapons I got from the Darkness Guild. Saron's eyes shone in recognition. The Darkness Guild? Did you make the Darkness Guild the same offer as the Fire Guild? He asked. Now, it was Gravis' turn to be slightly surprised. You know about that? Saron only laughed slightly. Everyone knows about it. At least, every guild on the western side of the southern middle continent. Something like this doesn't happen every day, after all. Gravis shrugged. Sure. As for your question, yes, I also fought with the Darkness Guild. I wouldn't have gotten enough resources to get my body to the 10th level, otherwise. Saron rubbed his chin in thought. The 10th level of the body in the magic gathering realm is rarely seen. Without a sufficiently powerful element or magic level, you would have issues. Though, I have noticed that your lightning is different from normal lightning, Saron mused. For you, it actually makes sense to break into the 10th level of the body before breaking into the spirit-forming realm. Gravis had noticed the specific wording of what Saron had just said. Judging by what you said, upgrading the body to this level is also possible in the spirit-forming realm? Saron raised one eyebrow. Of course. Why wouldn't it be? He said like it was something obvious. Though it is way harder. The bigger the difference between the energy and the body, the harder it is for the body to catch up. It has something to do with balance, but I am not clear on the exact reason. For a second there, Gravis had started regretting tempering his body. If he had just concentrated on his energy, he would have already reached the spirit-forming realm. Yet, after Saron thoroughly explained everything, Gravis was glad that he had upgraded his body first. He already had so many troubles getting this amount of resources. If he needed even more in the spirit-forming realm to upgrade his body, how long would that take? So, anyway, Gravis continued, are you interested in buying some weapons for magic stones? Gravis asked again. Saron laughed lightly. You said you needed 300 magic stones, right? Gravis nodded. Whoosh pack. A sack appeared out of nowhere and was thrown to Gravis, who quickly caught it. I'll just give you that, said Saron nonchalantly. Before I chased after you, I officially left the Wind Guild. I have no need for magic stones anymore. Just take it as repayment for telling me about my daughter. Gravis looked at the sack full of energy stones and sighed. It's really strange that Wendy and her father both gave me a lot of wealth before they died. Wendy was already set on dying, and Cerrone won't be able to escape his doom. Gravis looked up into the sky. I am partially at fault for killing both of them, yet they still help me and give me their wealth. What are the chances of that happening? Gravis pocketed the sack and bowed slightly to Cerrone. Thank you. I won't act politely and will just accept them. Gravis laughed bitterly. First, Wendy supported me before she died, and now you too. Is this coincidence or destiny? Cerrone smiled and shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure. I think it's because you are the only real danger to heaven. Wendy, and now also me, hate heaven for what it has done to us, and you are our only hope for revenge. I think you could say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Gravis laughed a little. I think you're right, Gravis said with more motivation than before. Where there are enemies, there are friends. A world can't be only black. With so many people around, I am bound to meet some that share the same goals as me. I guess this is just how the world is. Cerrone and Gravis remained silent for some seconds. All right, I think I should leave now. I want to say goodbye to some friends of mine. Goodbye, Gravis, and I wish you luck. Cerrone laughed lightly and flew away. Gravis wasn't sure if he meant the luck thing seriously or as a joke. Goodbye, Cerrone, Gravis shouted after him. After Cerrone had left, Gravis also turned around and left. It was time for him to reach the 10th level of energy gathering, and then the spirit-forming realm. Gravis sprinted towards the wind wall. He would make his breakthrough there. After around a minute, Gravis finally arrived before the wind wall. True to its name, it looked like a literal wall made out of wind. From Gravis' angle, the wind wall looked like it split the world apart. He couldn't see the end of it on either side and also couldn't see the top. The wind wall itself didn't look as he had expected. He had expected it to look like a wall made of green, streaking winds. Instead, the wind wall looked like a blue sheet with some darker streaks appearing on its surface from time to time. The wind wall was incredibly smooth, almost like it was made out of glass. Gravis walked up to it and tried touching it with his hand. When his finger touched the wind wall, his whole arm was thrown aside like it had been hit by something moving at incredible speeds. Gravis looked with surprise at his hand. Luckily, it wasn't injured. Gravis put in his hand again, this time, using his physical strength to keep his arm steady. Gravis was able to keep his arm steady, but it created a divide in the wind wall. The divided wind shot out of the wall and into the distance, making a noise similar to highly pressured water escaping into the atmosphere. Gravis kept his arm steady as he felt the power of the wind hitting his arm. After some seconds, Gravis pulled his arm out again and looked at it. No injuries. Just as I expected, Gravis thought. If the wind wall had the ability to damage a body at the 10th level, then crossing it wouldn't be so simple. At least, people at the initial stage of spirit forming would have major issues in crossing it, if that were the case. Gravis activated his elemental synchronicity and stepped into the wind wall. To him, it felt like he was underwater. It felt like nothing was actually moving while his body just floated in the wind. With a nudge, Gravis flew upwards inside the wind wall. He rose for multiple kilometers until he couldn't rise anymore. He had reached the upper limit of the wind wall. Gravis appeared above the wind wall and stood above it. The top of the wind wall looked like a fountain, wind and energy falling down from both sides of the wall. Gravis also noticed that there was nearly no energy up here, except for the one falling towards the two continents. The energy density up here was even lower than in the outer continent. Gravis looked up into the sky and noticed that he couldn't see a single cloud above him. By now, it was night, so Gravis could actually see the pure, moonlit sky in all its glory. For a minute, he only looked into the night sky, lost in his thoughts. After that, he looked down and saw a carpet of clouds below him, stretching into the horizon and blanketing the earth. Clouds are just steam, so I should be able to walk on top of those. I bet they are comfortable, Gravis thought to himself, but quickly shook his head. No time. I have to reach the 10th level of energy gathering. This should be a good spot. If anything happens, I can just vanish right into the wind wall. Like this, Gravis sat down on top of the wind wall, on a height of about 7 kilometers. Above him were the stars, and below him were the clouds. A shower of wind and energy sparkled as it fell through the clouds and then vanished into the atmosphere. Gravis remained on top of the wind wall for around 2 hours until he finally broke through into the 10th level of energy gathering. Finally, the 10th level of energy gathering, Gravis said to himself with a relieved sigh. Now, I only need to break into the spirit-forming realm. Gravis checked his mind to look at how much energy it still had. By running for multiple hours with his absolute top speed, he had used up a lot of energy in his mind. When he had started traveling to the Earth Guild, his mind had been filled to 99% capacity. But now it was down to around 75%. This should take me around 5 hours. In just 5 hours, I will reach the spirit-forming realm. Then, not even Ion can fight me. Gravis looked at his completely filled Danteon. The pressure that the energy exerted on its walls was tremendous. If he didn't have a strengthened Danteon, his Danteon would have probably already exploded. No wonder people without a strengthened Danteon can't reach the 10th level of energy gathering. Without that strengthened Danteon, I would have been crippled. Yet Gravis was a little wrong on that. To reach the 10th level of energy gathering, one didn't necessarily require a strengthened Danteon. It was just the most common method. The Danteon always grew stronger as the user's power increased, yet it would lose its support starting at the 10th level. The 9th level of energy gathering exerted just enough pressure that the Danteon could hold the energy on its own, yet it became problematic when the pressure doubled again. The Danteon itself wouldn't be enough to support the energy inside the body anymore. So, in order to keep the Danteon stable at the 10th level without having a strengthened one, it needed support from outside. What was this support from outside? It was the body. If the surrounding muscles had the ability to exert pressure onto the Danteon equal to its internal pressure, it wouldn't break. In that case, one wouldn't need a strengthened Danteon to reach the 10th level. Of course, there were 2 disadvantages to that. First of all, the body had to reach the 10th level of energy gathering to exert this powerful pressure. On top of that, one would have to keep their abdominal muscles clenched for as long as they remained at this level. Some hours wouldn't be a problem for such a powerful body, but after some days the muscles would be too tired to work, and they would relax. At that point, the Danteon would explode. Yet, if someone already had a will aura at the 9th level of energy gathering, they could temper their bodies to the 10th level and then immediately start their breakthrough into the spirit-forming realm. If they were lucky, they would be able to reach the spirit-forming realm while going through the 10th level of energy gathering like that. As soon as they reached the spirit-forming realm, their spirit could easily support the Danteon's walls. Not many people in this lower world knew about this method. Of course, Gravis didn't need to do this. The walls of his Danteon were powerful enough to withstand this pressure. Gravis didn't know about this particular method, but he also didn't need to know. He already had his strengthened Danteon, so why would he need to know about some useless technique? Gravis dove into the wind wall and swam downwards. The low energy density up in the air hadn't been an issue in Gravis' earlier breakthrough since he had used energy stones. But now he had to use his normal energy storage to move energy into his mind. He would need to regenerate the energy from his surroundings, and the higher the energy's density, the faster his energy regeneration. Plop! Gravis jumped out of the wind wall at ground height and took his first step into the core continent. Here, the energy was the densest. Gravis felt the surrounding energy and was surprised. He knew that the core continent had denser energy, but he hadn't expected it to be over 10 times denser than the middle continent. If someone had a powerful enough will, they could reach the 10th level of energy gathering from the first in about 1 year by just relying on the natural energy. Gravis rubbed his chin in thought. Interesting. With this high energy density, resources wouldn't be an issue. Plants with the ability to temper the body are probably also abundant around here. Literally, no one below the spirit-forming realm would need to strive for resources in here. Gravis continued pondering. This would make the whole cultivation journey completely different. Outside, people need to strive for resources to increase their realm, while their will is also tempered in this process. Outside, there are rarely such things as bottlenecks. Yet, in here, everyone has enough resources. The competition in here is probably not a fight about resources but a fight about pure tempering. I wonder if that makes the competition in the core continent more relaxed or fiercer. Yet, Gravis was happy that he hadn't gone to the core continent earlier. If he had never needed to strive for resources, he wouldn't have such a powerful will. I guess this is the same reason why my father sent me to a lower world. If I could have relied on the world to gift me all these resources, I probably wouldn't be able to kill people a level higher than me. Gravis sat down and concentrated on his energy. Initially, he had thought that he needed multiple hours to reach the spirit-forming realm, but now it would only take a single hour. He had already counted the core continent's higher density into his equation, but it was even higher than he had expected. As time flew by, Gravis got antsier and more careful. He had committed the mistake of losing his vigilance once, and he wouldn't do so again. He was sure that heaven would attack him in the next couple of minutes. It was time for him to break into the spirit-forming realm. Gravis continued racing towards the spirit-forming realm. Only 10 more minutes remained until he would reach it. If he managed to get there, he could defeat Ion and any other heavenborn at the spirit-forming realm's initial stage. As time flew by, Gravis grew more excited, but also more anxious. Heaven had managed to outsmart him so many times. Gravis had learned that heaven was clever the hard way. He refused to believe that all of heaven's plans fell flat just because Gravis had changed his route and managed to convince Saron not to attack him. The heaven he knew wouldn't have only this small weapon for such a big moment. The minutes ticked by, and just when only 5 minutes remained, whoosh! Gravis' face whitened in anxiety and fear. He knew that spirit. He had felt that spirit every day for multiple months. It was Ion. Ion was currently coming from the middle continent and running straight for Gravis. Gravis quickly checked his energy storage and the energy in his mind. He did some quick calculations and concluded that, if he used all his remaining energy and pushed it into his mind, he would only reach about 98% of the saturation required to reach the spirit-forming realm. 98%. So close. Gravis gnashed his teeth and jumped into the wind wall. He knew exactly how powerful Ion was. Gravis could barely win against Saron inside the wind wall. In comparison, Ion had reached the 10th level of energy gathering before reaching the spirit-forming realm and also had his heavenly pressure, which was many times stronger than a normal will aura. Gravis couldn't win this fight. He could only try to survive. Gravis, 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 said Ion's voice in Gravis' head. You have really played us all for a fool. I even gave you a weapon and also helped you temper your body, yet you were never a part of us. Gravis used his full power to move inside the wind wall. He flew along it in a bit to outspeed Ion. CRK. A 1-meter-long icicle appeared in front of Gravis out of nowhere. Gravis had to use all of his power to react on time. He quickly unsheathed his saber and struck the icicle. Bang! Surprisingly, the icicle wasn't destroyed, and instead, it just got knocked into the distance. The wind picked it up, and the icicle violently flew around in the wind wall. You know, I always was a little skeptical about your special treatment by heaven. Ion's voice continued. I thought that heaven wanted to temper you, for some reason. But who knew that you actually came from a higher world? CRK bang. Another icicle appeared in front of Gravis, and he smashed this one away too. Yet, in the time when the second icicle flew away, the first one made a U-turn and shot at Gravis again. In the nick of time, Gravis managed to deflect it again. Gravis had no time to think about how Ion found out about him being from a higher world. These icicles were dangerous and were very close to killing him. CRK bang. A third one appeared, and Gravis managed it again to deflect this one. The first and second icicles then came flying back at the same time. Whoosh! Gravis activated his will aura, and the will inside the icicles was disrupted. They barely missed Gravis, which gave him some time to relax. Wow, you actually managed to condense a unity will in the magic gathering stage. No one has ever achieved that before. You truly are a talent worthy of coming from a higher world. Ion continued speaking in Gravis' mind. Gravis was moving with insane speeds inside the wind wall. But for some reason, he never left Ion's spirit. This could only mean that Ion was chasing with just as much speed. Gravis hadn't expected Ion to be this fast. Well, Ion's voice continued, a unity might make this a little harder, but it still won't be a problem. CRK, 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 CRK. 5 icicles appeared 500 meters away from Gravis. Gravis' will aura only had a radius of 300 meters, so he couldn't disrupt the will of those icicles. After they appeared, they all turned to Gravis and shot at him. On top of that, the other 3 icicles from before also shot at Gravis from different directions. Gravis didn't have a formed spirit, so he couldn't keep watch over all of his surroundings. Bang 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 BZ BZ. Gravis deflected 3 of the icicles with his weapon, but he didn't have the time to block the other 2, so he had to use his lightning. Surprisingly, where his body had failed, his energy succeeded. The icicles hit by his lightning exploded. Poochie. One of the earlier icicles penetrated Gravis' lower left arm. There had been too many. Luckily, Gravis still had his will aura activated, making it impossible for Ion to manipulate this icicle. Gravis immediately exploded the icicle in his arm with his lightning. He couldn't take any chances. Yet, even though Gravis managed to destroy some icicles, he had already lost. He had wanted to gain some time to condense his spirit, but by using his energy to attack, he was actually using it up, which increased the distance to the spirit-forming realm. The only thing he could do was run away from Ion. He had to bank on his elemental synchronicity. Ion couldn't be as fast as Gravis inside this wind wall. CRK, 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 CRK. 4 more icicles appeared and shot at Gravis, joining the earlier ones. Whenever Gravis deflected one icicle, it would fly until it left the area of his will aura. As soon as it left that area, Ion would retake control of it and shoot it at Gravis again. Ion was basically aiming at Gravis from all directions from a distance of over 300 meters, and Gravis thought that Ion was very good at aiming. You know what's actually funny? Ion continued speaking in Gravis' mind. I don't even have to aim at you. Due to you being an enemy of heaven, your karmic luck is at rock bottom, while mine is at the top. The wind just randomly moves so that the icicles hit you. More and more icicles appeared around Gravis, and he had to use his lightning even more than before. Poochie Poochie. 2 icicles pierced his abdomen, barely missing his dantian. Gravis immediately made those explode too. But, Poochie Poochie Poochie. 3 more icicles stabbed through multiple parts of his body due to Gravis losing his concentration. Gravis' eyes narrowed, and he stopped taking care of those icicles inside his body. He couldn't lose his focus. Do you know what I am especially surprised about? Ion asked in Gravis' mind. Why are you actually able to synchronize with the elements? If you couldn't do that, you wouldn't be able to fly with this much control in this wind wall. Gravis was a little surprised that Ion said the word synchronized, since that was part of the name of his elemental synchronicity. Was it accidental? As the time passed, Gravis realized that Ion was only playing with him. Ion hadn't even used his heavenly pressure. Hell, he didn't even use those rings that he always carried with him. Just with his spirit and his element, Ion was able to play Gravis to death. Gravis lost more and more energy, and it didn't take long until he also had to use the energy inside his mind. The more time passed, the further Gravis moved away from the spirit-forming realm. You know, Ion's voice continued. When you started synchronizing with the wind wall, I was quite surprised about that. Does everyone have that in the higher worlds? Because Ion's voice made a pause as he appeared in front of Gravis. No element was surrounding him as he simply and casually swam through the air, just like Gravis. Only heaven-born have elemental synchronicity. Gravis had never been so shocked since he had arrived in this lower world. Ion was using elemental synchronicity? How? Why? Ion saw Gravis' face and realized something. Oh, you didn't know about that, huh? Gravis only continued looking at Ion in shock. Apparently you didn't. Yes, Heavenborn can awaken elemental synchronicity, though, in general, they only manage that when they reach the spirit-forming realm. In comparison to heavenly pressure, not every heaven-born manages to awaken their elemental synchronicity. Now you are just as surprised as me when I found out you could do that, even though you are not a heaven-born. Gravis' mind was finally able to create rational thoughts again. This explained why Ion was able to follow him inside the wind wall. In front of heaven-born, Gravis didn't have an advantage with his will, and now also no advantage with his elemental synchronicity. If Gravis were still a child, he might think that this was unfair. Sadly, he knew that the world wasn't fair. Whoosh! An incredible pressure appeared around Gravis, which was just as strong as his will aura. Ion had finally activated his heavenly pressure, and it cancelled out Gravis' will aura. After this happened, Gravis felt the icicles, stuck in his body, vibrating slightly. With Gravis' will aura cancelled out, Ion could control those icicles again. If he willed it, they would explode and kill Gravis. Gravis slowed down until he stopped moving, clenching his hands in frustration. He had been so close, yet Gravis realized that he never had a chance. Could he have used the time when he had looked at the sky to reach the spirit-forming realm? Gravis doubted it. Ion had probably already arrived several minutes ago. Heaven just wanted Gravis to suffer as much as possible. Gravis put his saber away and sighed with a bitter smile. I give up. Ion raised an eyebrow. You give up? You don't even want to fight anymore. Gravis just shook his head lightly. What can I do? Your heavenly pressure cancels out my will aura. You are a whole major realm higher than me, and you also have elemental synchronicity. Even if I were to try to get you by surprise, you would still be able to react quickly enough. I am helpless. I have lost. Ion smiled slightly. You know, I actually really liked you. When you were in the Heaven sect, things weren't as boring. I don't want to work, yeah, but it was still amusing. Of course, I can't spare you because of that. Heaven is my father and creator. I won't betray it. Gravis smiled bitterly and shook his head. I know that. I also enjoyed the time with you. I even planned to spare your life if I won. Of course, I know that you can't do the same to me. Ion sighed. Sometimes, we are just destined to be on different sides. Gravis nodded with a smile. That's true. Could you at least do me the favor and let me die in the core continent? I want to look at the place that I never got to visit. Ion shrugged. Sure, no big deal. Clink. The icicles in Gravis turned to water and disappeared in the wind while the heavenly pressure also vanished. Gravis wasn't surprised about that. Ion could just activate his heavenly pressure again. Like that, Gravis' will aura would be cancelled out, and Ion would just need to use his icicles or rings to kill him. There was no way for Gravis to flee from this one. They both slowly left the wind wall and arrived in the core continent. Gravis felt the energy one last time and took a deep breath. So, this is where everything ends, huh? Ion nodded solemnly. I didn't want it to come to this, but there was no other option. Gravis knew that, even if they were outside of the wind wall, he still wouldn't be able to escape Ion. Usually, someone with the water element wasn't that fast, but Ion had reached the 10th level of energy gathering. Together with his spirit, he would be at least as fast as Gravis. Then, he would only need to use his weapons on him. Gravis also didn't move any energy into his mind. Ion would notice the sudden decrease of energy and would immediately strike. Stalling for time, therefore, also wouldn't work. Waiting for rescue? No one in this lower world had the power or the guts to go against the Heaven sect. Gravis looked at the nature in the core continent for several minutes, until he took a deep breath. All right, I think it's time. Then Gravis turned to Ion. I don't want you to do the finishing blow. This was never a war between the two of us. Ion raised one eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? Gravis laughed lightly. You have been sent here by Heaven. From the beginning, this was a war between Heaven and me. If I die, I want to die to Heaven. Ion looked into the sky solemnly. If that is your wish, I don't see an issue with it. Heaven is benevolent enough to grant you that last wish. Gravis smiled lightly at Ion. Goodbye, Ion, my friend. Ion also smiled slightly. Goodbye, Gravis, my friend. Gravis took some steps forward and then looked into the sky. Heaven, you have won. You have tried many things and failed, but your newest plan was too much for me. You have cast an inescapable net, and there is nothing I can do anymore. I hope you're happy. Surprisingly enough, some black clouds gathered. Yet, in comparison to the clouds that had appeared in the basin of nature, they didn't violently congregate in rage. Heaven was only showing that it was here and listening. Even though Gravis had been its enemy, Gravis had fought valiantly. Heaven wanted to grant him at least this much respect. Heaven, I want to die just as I lived, Gravis continued. Please strike me down with your lightning. I am sure that my father won't mind since I have allowed it. Gravis looked down to the floor with a bitter smile. I am just a failure. In the air, lightning appeared and concentrated in the center. The lightning bolt was powerful enough to annihilate anyone in the spirit-forming realm. The end was about to arrive. Gravis had already given his consent. After the lightning had concentrated, it shot down at Gravis. Gravis couldn't stop Heaven from striking him anymore, and Gravis didn't want to stop it. Gravis retrieved a jade token out of his sleeve and crushed it with a mad smile. Got you! Gravis crushed the jade token, and a black barrier appeared around him. The barrier expanded until it had the size of 10 meters, pushing Ion away in the process, who could just watch all this with shock. The lightning from Heaven hit the barrier. But nothing happened. It looked like the lightning got absorbed by the barrier, which shocked Ion immensely. This had been a full-power strike from Heaven. How could any barrier hold against that? Inside, Gravis could finally reveal his true emotions. He grinned in madness, as he finally no longer had to pretend. This had all been a plan. He had planned for this to happen ever since he left the Darkness Guild. Selling weapons to get resources to reach the 10th level of energy gathering. Fleeing to the Wind Wall? Getting surprised by Ion? He had planned all of this. He wanted a Heavenborn to stop his breakthrough. Gravis needed Heaven to lose its vigilance toward him. How else would he have been able to bait out a full-power lightning strike from it? If he just said, "Go strike me," Heaven would have been incredibly skeptical. It would only release such an attack if it already thought that it had one. Of course, there had been some risks to his plan. The first risk had been that his eventual enemy didn't immediately kill him when they got the chance. The only way to make all of this credible was if Gravis truly didn't have a way to survive. So he couldn't use an enemy with the same strength as him. The enemy had to be powerful enough to overpower him completely. What if no enemy appeared? That was also a risk, but Gravis trusted in Heaven. He trusted in Heaven's wit and cleverness. It had nearly gotten him so many times, so Gravis knew that Heaven had to have some kind of plan to stop him. Gravis would just have to give about 90% of his best to not get caught. If Gravis truly wanted to break into the spirit-forming realm immediately, would he have wasted all this time on the Wind Wall? Of course not. If Gravis truly wanted to break into the spirit-forming realm like this, he would have immediately jumped into the Wind Wall. Then, he would have used it to move along its borders while he simultaneously cultivated. Using his elemental synchronicity didn't require much concentration. It was no issue to use it and also cultivate at the same time. Like this, Ion would never have caught up, wasting multiple hours to cultivate on the same spot. Only an idiot would do that when they were chased by an enemy. Gravis knew that he just had to give Heaven a minuscule opportunity, and it would jump at it with all its power. If it were too obvious that Gravis wanted this to happen, Heaven wouldn't act. At that point, the Heavenborn would simply kill him without Heaven interfering. If that happened, Gravis would have been forced to use the formation that Wendy gave him to get some time to reach the spirit-forming realm in the usual way. Gravis' life had never been in danger during all of this. If his plan had failed, he would use the token to reach the spirit-forming realm normally. Luckily, his plan had succeeded, and he managed to fool Heaven into complacency. A rough framework of this similar plan had been created when Gravis had read the preforming technique. When people broke into the spirit-forming realm, they often didn't know how the forming of the spirit actually worked. They only knew that infusing energy into the spirit would form it. Gravis was no exception to that. Yet, the preforming technique had explained how the spirit was formed, which gave Gravis a lot of ideas. Starting at that point, Gravis had never intended to reach the spirit-forming realm with the normal way. His goal wasn't to get stronger one step at a time. His goal was the highest heaven, and only if he went through some risks could he get an incredible reward. No one with a rational mind would try what he was about to do. The open question in all this is, what did the Jade token do? When Gravis had received the Jade token from Wendy, she had also given him a letter which explained how the formation array worked. If one only infused energy into the paper, it would say that it would block one attack on the Unity realm or below. Yet, when Gravis had infused his lightning into the paper, the message changed. It read as follows: Dear successor, this is my greatest creation. I've had enmity with heaven for a long time, yet I have failed in taking revenge. I leave this formation array to you so that it can assist you in going against heaven. If you, as my successor, do not wish to go against heaven, then it was just my destiny to never get my revenge. The formation array creates a bubble around the cultivator for 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, it will be able to absorb any elemental attack of the Unity realm or below and convert it to primal energy. Primal energy is the moldable base component, which creates everything in the world. Magic, destruction energy, life energy, and many other things all stem from this. I have only managed to find out about primal energy after I have reached the Unity realm. Primal energy is against heaven's rules and does not exist in this world. By reaching the Unity realm, I have achieved similar strength to heaven and could, therefore, also break and bend some rules. I will probably lose access to this primal energy as soon as I ascend, since my strength won't be enough to break the higher world's rules. After you use the token, the primal energy of the blocked attack will fill the barrier's insides. As long as you have experience in the different forms of energy or magic, you will be able to mold the primal energy with your will. Theoretically, you can mold all this primal energy into destruction energy, life energy, or magic. You just have to have a feel for those kinds of energies. I hope this token will help you on your way. Sincerely, Aurelius the Lightning King. When Gravis had read that note, his initial framework of a plan was changed significantly. This token gave him everything that he needed to succeed. It was time to begin. Gravis activated his will aura and felt the space around him. The lightning from heaven was nowhere to be seen. Instead, something similar to fog filled this barrier. Gravis felt the primal energy in the air, and it seemed to mold to whatever he wanted. It was similar to how the elements followed what he wanted by him activating his elemental synchronicity. It's time! Gravis shouted with mad glee. Gravis absorbed a lot of the primal energy into his body and willed it to transform into destruction energy. Boom, bzzzzzzzzz. A part of Gravis' chest was destroyed as a second lightning seed, made out of pure destruction energy, was created. Gravis ignored the pain as he activated his elemental synchronicity. The lightning seed quickly moved through his body without damaging it. The second lightning seed was moving right towards his mind. The preforming technique said that if the mind were completely filled with energy, it would come into life-threatening danger. At that point, the mind either had to be destroyed or it had to adapt. The main reason why people needed a will aura to reach the spirit-forming realm had never been the pain, but this adaptation process. If someone formed their spirit without a will aura, they wouldn't be able to force their mind to adapt to the energy. Gravis' smirk intensified. So, if the mind can be forced to acclimate to energy, can't it also be forced to acclimate to lightning? He shouted to himself with madness. As he shouted that, the lightning seed broke into his mind, transforming all the energy inside of it into destruction lightning. Without his elemental synchronicity, he wouldn't have been able to move his lightning seed into his mind safely. Without it, the lightning seed would have burned a hole into the walls of his mind, destroying it. What did Gravis feel during all this? Indescribable, infinite pain. Gravis immediately fell to the floor, violently grabbing his hair in both of his hands. Nothing he had ever felt came even close to this intense pain. The relatively calm energy was already creating so much pain that people needed a will aura to survive that. Pure destruction lightning was infinitely more violent than this calm energy. Gravis felt his will aura shake as he fought with all his power against this pain. The pain was absolutely unreal, but he had to force his mind to adapt. If it didn't adapt, Gravis would die right now. Anyone with just a normal will aura would have already died from the pain. Gravis had severely underestimated the pain he felt. When he came up with this plan, he knew that his will aura was already leagues above anyone else. Some people might have tried something similar in the past, but he was sure that they hadn't had such a powerful will aura as Gravis. But Gravis was still struggling with his life even with his newly upgraded will aura, which Ion had called a unity will. Gravis guessed that a unity will was probably the power a will aura required to break into the unity realm. That had affirmed him even more in his decision. His will was already powerful enough to reach the unity realm, so how could a non-standard breakthrough into the spirit-forming realm be a danger to him? Yet, Gravis was close to losing his consciousness. He had already ripped out half of his hair, leaving bloody wounds with ripped-off skin behind. His fingernails cut into the flesh of his face as he screamed so loudly that it reverberated for hundreds of kilometers. The formation array was not blocking sound. Ion, who was watching and listening to all of this, felt a deep nervousness and fear inside of him. What could make someone with a unity will scream this hysterically and violently? There shouldn't be anything in this world that was a danger to such a powerful will. The unity will was the highest will that someone could achieve in this world. Nothing could shake it. This continued for over half a minute, but for Gravis it felt like years. The more pain someone felt, the longer a short moment would feel. The time would only pass faster if they lost their consciousness during all of this. As long as someone remained conscious, it would feel like forever. Gravis will shook more and more as it slowly lost its circular form. Its borders transformed and warped into different forms, wreaking havoc on the surrounding hundreds of meters due to its instability. The impact of Gravis' will was even stronger than before due to all the instability in it, and Ion jumped back, leaving its range. Endure! 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 Was all that Gravis shouted to himself in his mind. He had known from the very beginning that there was a big chance of death doing this, but his goal was not to become stronger, but to reach the peak. Everyone else had used the same way to break into the spirit-forming realm, and everyone else couldn't reach the peak. If no one else reached the peak with these methods, then the methods were most likely wrong. Gravis had to create an entirely new way, a better way. Even if the chances of death had been 99%, he still would have done it. His goal was never survival but the peak. He hated heaven for everything it had done. Being powerless in front of heaven had created all this deep hatred inside of him. When he had reached this lower world, this lower heaven had also trampled upon him time and time again. It had tried to kill him with the environment. It had tried to weaken his will. It had tried to send him only good people so he wouldn't find any enemies. And worst of all, it disallowed him from gaining companionship from others by threatening him with their karmic luck. Heaven had been constantly trampling upon Gravis, and his hate had only intensified over this past year. The only thing that Gravis could do was fight and remember all this hatred. Yet, the hatred had accumulated with no possibility of release. When Gravis had just reached this lower world, his life had been more important than destroying heaven, but that had slowly changed over time until it had reached this enormous amount. Heaven had abused Gravis so much that he didn't care about his own life anymore. He only wanted heaven to die. After nearly a minute of hysterical screeching from Gravis, his will aura started getting absorbed back into his body. It looked like his whole will aura was being absorbed by his mind. Gravis, who saw this, managed to feel some shock through all the pain. He was not controlling his will aura. He was not condensing it. His will aura was being absorbed by the lightning in his mind. Over the next 10 seconds, his will aura was completely absorbed and vanished into nothingness. Gravis couldn't activate or deactivate it. It had just vanished. Slowly, Gravis' thoughts also started vanishing one by one. That happened until his whole mind and spirit vanished into the lightning. Yet the body rose again. Gravis' body opened its eyes, and nothing but lightning could be seen in the eye holes. Then, lightning started coming out of Gravis' mouth, nose, ears, and all over his body. This was not Gravis anymore. This thing had replaced Gravis after absorbing him and now inhabited his body. The thing opened its lightning-covered hand and raised it to the sky. Out of nowhere, storm clouds appeared, and before they could do anything, all the lightning inside of them was absorbed into the thing's hand, absorbing it. Meanwhile, in a different place, someone was watching all of this happening. The time difference of the lower world and this highest world made no difference to this person. They were strong enough to ignore this. They wouldn't even have a problem to keep up with a time dilation of millions of times. This person was the opposer, Gravis' father. The opposer had watched all of Gravis' struggles with a calm heart. Through all this time, he had remained proud of his son. Gravis had made him prouder than any of his other children. None of his other children had heaven directly attack them as this one did. Their only drawback in the lower worlds had been their lack of karmic luck. Yet, due to Gravis' apparent enmity with heaven had treated him like an enemy from the very beginning. Of course, Gravis also had bad luck that he got this particular world. Not all heavens of the different worlds interfered with their cultivators like this. The heart of the opposer had always been calm through all this. He trusted in Gravis. The opposer didn't even bat an eye when Gravis had been thrown into a cesspool. Difficulties were part of a cultivator's journey. Yet, when the opposer looked at what Gravis was doing right now, he couldn't remain calm anymore. In fact, his emotions hadn't been this riled up ever since he had his first battle with heaven. Why was he so riled up? Because this thing that had replaced Gravis was an embodiment of the pure concept of lightning. It had full control over all lightning, no matter the source. This thing would absorb all the lightning in the world, becoming stronger in the process, and then absorb all the lightning in the higher world. This thing would reach the power of the highest heaven in a matter of seconds. The opposer knew exactly how heaven and the world worked. He even knew better how the heavens worked than the heavens themselves, except for the highest one. The opposer also knew how this whole situation would go down. This lower heaven had no clue what was currently happening in its world. The heaven of this lower world only had strength and knowledge similar to people in the Unity realm. The concept of a physical embodiment of the concept of lightning couldn't be understood by it. The most probable way this would go would be that this lower heaven was destroyed before it could even alert its parent heaven. At that point, this thing would ascend into the parent middle world and then absorb that one before this heaven could do anything. The same thing would happen until this thing reached the highest world. What if the lowest heaven alerted the middle heaven immediately? In that case, the middle heaven would first take a look at the lower heaven's world but would find nothing because this thing was growing in power so fast that it had already reached the middle heaven's world. This would repeat again for the higher heaven until this thing would reach the highest world. The opposer realized that the highest heaven wouldn't realize what was happening until it was already too late. If the opposer hadn't kept a constant watch over Gravis, he also wouldn't have noticed it quickly enough. This thing would reach the highest world and absorb all the lightning in the world. One had to know that lightning constituted a whole 50% of the total power of the highest heaven. The highest heaven would lose half of its strength without even having the chance to react. At that point, this thing would be half as strong as the highest heaven in its prime, while the highest heaven would have fallen to the same level. The opposer was just as strong as the highest heaven, and this thing couldn't absorb anything from him. The opposer would remain, and his strength would be as powerful as the strength of the highest heaven and this thing combined. Yet, this thing didn't have allies. The highest heaven would be its closest enemy, and it would attack immediately. At that point, the opposer only had to wait and then kill both at the same time. Like this, his enemy, which he had fought for over 50 billion years, would die. If the opposer did absolutely nothing, he would be able to finally kill this last enemy of his. That was why his emotions were riled up right now. He had been waiting for over 50 billion years, which was many, many times longer than the second oldest person in this world had been alive for. Everything would resolve itself, and his goal would finally have been achieved. The only thing that he had to do was sacrifice his son. Everything shot through his mind so quickly that it could only be described in nanoseconds. His spirit, will, and everything about him was so powerful that it was no issue for him to think this quickly. In a matter of seconds, all his problems would vanish. Yet, he didn't want to do this. He didn't want to sacrifice his son for this. The opposer was ready to do anything for power, and he had committed many things that people would call atrocities for his goal. Still, he had never even thought about sacrificing one of his children. Was he prepared to sacrifice Gravis to finally kill heaven? The opposer gritted his teeth violently, and the surroundings shook involuntarily. The opposer was shouting at himself to just do it. He had thousands of children, and he could easily make 1,000 more. He could have as many children as he wanted. But he couldn't find a second opportunity to finally kill this bastard heaven. Hell, he didn't even need to do anything. He just had to wait for a couple of seconds, and everything would happen naturally. The opposer clenched his teeth and fists so hard that blood was flowing out of his mouth and hands. He hadn't lost any blood since his first real fight with heaven, over 50 billion years ago. The opposer sighed. I guess I am not strong enough, he thought to himself. In the time it took a spark to fly off, the opposer had made his decision. Old bastard, look at what's happening in this lower world. The opposer transmitted his thoughts to the highest heaven in a split second. The highest heaven immediately checked without hesitation. If the opposer was contacting it from his own volition, then this had to be something big. The sense of the highest heaven immediately reached the lower world. After it saw what was happening, the skies of the highest world exploded. Yet they immediately mended themselves again. It knew exactly what this meant. Stop! Shouted the opposer into the highest heaven's mind as he used his power to stop the highest heaven from acting. He knew exactly what the highest heaven would do. After it saw this thing, it would immediately annihilate this lower world before this thing became strong enough to become a threat. Just for safety's sake, it would probably also annihilate the parent-middle world and higher world. Heaven's emotions had been wholly riled up for the first time in over 50 billion years, ever since it had first fought the opposer. The whole thing about Stella in Gravis' youth, and the opposer killing every star god, didn't even come close to this situation. This thing wasn't only a danger. This thing was a sure death sentence for it. The highest heaven transmitted infinite amounts of rage and hatred to the opposer. All of this happening in an indescribably small amount of time. If I wanted you to die to this thing, I wouldn't have warned you. The opposer spoke to heaven. Heaven calmed down a little bit after that, so it asked him what he wanted. This thing has swallowed my son and now inhabits his body. You want to save your life, and I want my son back. He transmitted to the highest heaven. You are powerful enough to influence this thing since it's still incredibly weak. Heaven asked again what he wanted. I don't want my son to be swallowed by lightning. Yet he has also chosen his path. To him, there is nothing else but lightning. So, while I restrain this thing, you make that thing spit out my son. Then you will fuse them without any issue. My son will gain an unprecedented affinity with lightning, but he won't be a physical embodiment of the concept of lightning, the opposer said evenly. You know full well that he wouldn't be able to summon and absorb lightning to gain power like this. Even if he could, as a sentient being, he would still require a strong enough will. The highest heaven was not a big fan of this. Yes, Gravis wouldn't be this thing anymore, but it had never seen anything even remotely similar to this. Even the highest heaven didn't know what Gravis would become. If you don't comply, I will move this thing right to my place. The only reason why we are even talking right now is that I want my son back. If I can't get him back, I might as well take the second best option, which is your death, the opposer threatened. If the highest heaven had teeth, it would grit them. For the first time ever in its own world, someone had something that could realistically threaten its life. This was a completely new feeling for it. Yet, the highest heaven quickly accepted the offer. Everything was better than dying right now. Don't try anything funny. If I notice anything that is not going according to plan, your death will be less than an hour from now, the opposer said with a voice that didn't allow for any argument. The highest heaven begrudgingly confirmed that it wouldn't try anything funny. All right, then let's start, the opposer shouted. After this, the opposer vanished from the highest world. All of this happened before a person could even blink, and only the very peak experts of the highest world even noticed that something had happened, though they didn't know what. Where am I? What is this? Some random thoughts appeared in Gravis' mind. He was not lucid, and he couldn't comprehend what was happening. Everything was confusing and blurred. He didn't know who he was. He didn't know what he was. There were only some scattered thoughts of some sentient being. A small figure of Gravis appeared in a sea of lightning, unsure of its existence. The figure looked around, confused by all the inputs that it received. What was this violently moving, blue stuff all around it? Inside the small figure's mind, the word lightning appeared. Is this lightning? What is lightning? The figure asked as more things appeared inside the figure's mind. Lightning was calm yet aggressive. It moved around its domain, yet if something touched its domain, it would strike the thing down even if it meant that the lightning would vanish. Lightning didn't care about its existence. It was there to destroy and nothing more. No, this is wrong, said the figure as more concepts appeared in its mind. Lightning can also create life. What is life? Asked the figure again, as more concepts flooded its mind. Concepts about life and cultivation appeared. This is destruction lightning, the figure concluded. This lightning only exists to destroy and not to create. There are more kinds of lightning. There is also natural lightning and life lightning. Why can I only see destruction lightning? The figure asked itself as it looked around. I don't want to destroy. If it only destroys, then why does it exist? The figure was unsure about where it was or why it was. There was only the power of destruction surrounding it, making it feel uncomfortable. Every new life was innocent and only yearned for happiness. Why would anyone want to destroy anything? Happiness was the most important. More and more concepts appeared in the figure's mind as time flew by. I am Gravis. I am the son of the opposer. Why am I here? What is this lightning world? Where is father? Where is mother? Where is Stella? Gravis regained more and more memories as time flew by. Father and mother are at home. Stella is dead. When Gravis said that, he felt like the world was crashing down. Hadn't they played just yesterday? Why was he here? Slowly, the following years also appeared in Gravis' mind. He remembered Fornius, his preparation school, the practical tests, and also his brother Orpheus. Slowly, Gravis' expression grew solemn. I can only use lightning if I want to fight heaven. I notice that I am quickly regaining memories. It seems like I have done something risky with all this lightning, but I am not sure what. As Gravis remembered different things, he went through all of his experiences again. It was like he was living his life for the second time. He felt the pain of being lonely in this lower world. He felt the guilt and regret about killing Gorn. He remembered the happiness of meeting Sky. As I quickly regain my memory, I notice how I have quickly changed. When I arrived in this lower world, I wanted strength. When I had killed Gorn, I wanted happiness. When I stayed in the Heaven sect, I wanted strength again. At least that was what I had thought. In actuality, when I had killed Wendy, my priorities changed from strength to destruction. My strength was unimportant. I only wanted to destroy heaven. Gravis' eyes shone coldly as he thought that. His memories had fully returned by now, and he finally knew where he was. So, this is my spirit space, huh? He asked himself with interest. His personality had grown steady again as no more memories appeared. Gravis smiled madly. It seems like my plan has succeeded. With my mind acclimated to lightning, I should be completely immune to it. Like this, the highest heaven can't damage me with its lightning. Like this, I have already countered its most potent weapon. Well, let's leave this place, said the figure of Gravis as it vanished. As Gravis opened his physical eyes, his will aura activated and enveloped the surroundings. He was in the core continent and he had reached the spirit-forming realm. Gravis felt his spirit expand. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. Someone at the initial stage of the spirit-forming realm would have a spirit that encompassed the surrounding 10 kilometers, yet his spirit didn't stop. 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 50 kilometers. As his spirit reached a radius of 50 kilometers, it stopped expanding. Gravis only smirked. Sure enough, This suicidal approach has its benefits. Yet, Gravis felt like he could push his spirit even more. Gravis concentrated his will on his spirit, and it expanded again. 60 kilometers, 70 kilometers, 75 kilometers. At 75 kilometers, it stopped again, and Gravis felt a heavy drain on his spirit. He could push his spirit with his will, but it was draining his spirit quickly. Gravis stopped forcing his spirit with his will, and it shrunk to 50 kilometers again. Now, Gravis paid attention to the things inside his spirit's range. He saw beasts, plants, the wind wall, the energy-empty air high above him, and he also saw Ion. Ion was currently looking in his direction with a fearful and shocked expression. Yet, Gravis felt that Ion wasn't looking directly at him, but at a place directly beside him. Gravis concentrated his spirit on that place, but he saw nothing, which confused him. Gravis turned his head to look to the spot, and his mouth involuntarily opened in surprise. "Father?" Gravis asked in disbelief. Right beside him stood his father, the opposer. His father currently had his hand on Gravis' shoulder, which he hadn't noticed up until now. "Am I dreaming, father? Why are you here?" Gravis asked. The opposer looked at Gravis, and Gravis couldn't believe it, but he felt like his father's eyes were radiating warmth and comfort. "Son, you have achieved something that no one else has done before." The opposer did a pause there, but then continued, "But I am not happy about this." Gravis was shocked. "What do you mean?" The opposer looked deep into Gravis' eyes. "You were ready to sacrifice your life to destroy heaven, but that is not what I want from you. I don't want you to sacrifice your life or your future prospects for me," the opposer said softly. Gravis' emotions were riled up. What was his father saying? Wasn't his father's goal to kill heaven? Why would he say that? For a second, Gravis didn't quite get the gist of it. The opposer increased the weight of his hand on Gravis' shoulder. "Didn't you say the same thing to your bird?" he asked. Gravis' eyes widened as he remembered that. Yes, he had said the same thing to Sky. He didn't want it to sacrifice its future prospects for him. Now, his father had said the same thing to him. After a while, Gravis could only smile sheepishly. "I really screwed up, huh?" he said. Now everything was clear to him. Would his father want Gravis to sacrifice himself for his goal? No, he didn't. Just like Gravis never wanted Sky to sacrifice itself for him, the opposer didn't want his son to do the same thing. As Gravis realized this, his priorities changed again. Gravis had realized that through all this bitterness that he went through, he had lost his original goal. Initially, he didn't want to destroy heaven. He wanted to be free. He wanted to be unrestrained. He wanted to be powerful enough so that no one could suppress him again. Gravis had associated his bitter hatred with the hunger for power, which was wrong. He didn't want to purely destroy. He wanted to be free. "I'm sorry, father," said Gravis as he turned to him. The opposer nodded. "It's good as long as you realize. Reach the Unity realm quickly so we can have a proper father-to-son talk. I'll see you soon, Gravis." After the opposer had said that, he vanished into thin air. The highest heaven watched all this but didn't care much. It only watched to see what Gravis would do. This whole incident had shaken it, and it wouldn't ignore Gravis again. Starting from this day, the highest heaven would watch everything that Gravis would do in the future. Meanwhile, Gravis looked up into the sky with a smile. "See you soon, father."